Renaissance until late in the Kassite period, concludes Stone. Traditional restrictions on the sale of land outside of one's kin were loosened, and the poor members sold their land to whomsoever would buy it and left town. 407 Fields, other real estate and temple offices passed into the hands of officials with ready cash at only a fraction of its previous value. Many of those who bought this property were the wealthy outsiders who had entered the property-owning group through adoption. Toward the end of Samsulana's reign, the Temple Office Association apparently became the dominant group in the society, and even fields were being exchanged between unrelated office holders. 408 Growing antagonism developed between wealthy and poorer branches of families, with the better off, usually those with temple offices, buying out the latter's land. They formed an aristocracy seeking to muster enough economic patronage to become rivals of the palace, accumulating property and becoming more or less independent of royal or communal controls. 409. Assur, Mari, and the southern Sealand swamp area broke away after Samsulana was defeated in 1743. Yet none of these revolts were over social policy disagreements, much less of anything like class warfare. Seth Richardson notes that for the Old Babylonian period, 2000 to 1600, more than 6 rebellions, some successful, can be identified through state accounts alone, i.e., through year names and royal inscriptions. 410 But these were rivalries within the existing system, not aiming to change the system. Revolts were not over how to restructure a state, just to reject exploitative rulers, especially foreign occupiers. Debtors might flee the land, local rebellions try to throw off foreign control, and palace coups might be mounted, but economic policy as such was not at issue. Beyond the traditional ideas of proper royal practice proclaiming clean slates and protecting the widow and the waif, there are no arguments over the virtues of public versus private, no laws checking the conflict of interest of public officials such as are found in Rome's Justinian Code banning them from acquiring land or emoluments while in office. There are no known proposals or discussions of an alternative mode of organizing economic or social relations, only protests against the exploitation and misbehavior of overbearing rulers. The Bronze Age political ideal, celebrated at New Year festivals and coronations, was that the tradition of royal proclamations of Misiram and Amargi could restore a primordial economic balance, less debt-ridden and with families able to support themselves on their cropland. Down through the Neo-Assyrian Empire in the first millennium, most revolts were power struggles, or local breakaways from empires. 411 The motivation was opportunistic. There is nothing like Plato's or Aristotle's contrast of different political constitutions, or today's economic ideology. Amisaduka's Misiram edict closes legalistic loopholes. How thoroughly were these edicts enforced? Assyriologists have confirmed that on some occasions they had a far-reaching effect, based on surviving legal records and judgments, above all from the reign of Amisaduka, whose first-year name reports that he faithfully went forth like the sun god Shamash for the sake of his country and instituted the redress, Misiram, for his countless people. 412 His Misiram Act is the most elaborate on record, and the latest, spelling out much of what earlier proclamations left unspecified. Finkelstein, the first major translator of his act, translates this year name as describing the king rising like the sun over his land to establish straight, correct, order for his subjects. 413. Finkelstein considered the Edict of Amisaduka from his inaugural year on the throne in 1646 to be the most important Middle Bronze Age legal text, more important even than Hammurabi's laws as far as the actual workings of society were concerned. 414 Providing a profile of Babylonia's financial, fiscal and land tenure arrangements in the 17th century BC, it is the only complete Misiram Act on record, as well as being the last major document of the Amorite dynasty. It had been 16 years since Amidatana proclaimed Misiram in 1662. Amisaduka's edict annulled most agrarian debts paid after the intercalary month of Adar II in his predecessor Amidatana's final year. The explanation for its timing is that most debts were due in the barley harvesting month, Simon, the third month of the Near Eastern calendar, corresponding to our own late May and early June. The resources of cultivators normally were at their lowest ebb leading up to the harvest, especially if a drought or other disruption occurred. In such cases, creditors worried that debts might be cancelled and anticipated matters by trying to extort whatever they could. Amisaduka's edict aimed to prevent creditors from trying to collect debts prior to the threshing time, and then refusing to refund the debtors' money when Miserum was proclaimed. 5. Prescribed that if a creditor prematurely collected by means of pressure, he must refund all that he received through such collection or be put to death. If he had foreclosed on such debts, he had to refund whatever he had received through collection. He who does not make a refund in accordance with the royal decree shall die. 415. The provisions of these acts anticipated a certain amount of skullduggery and fraud aimed at circumventing the effect of the edict. 416 notes Finkelstein. 417 One way that creditors sought to evade Miserum proclamations was to get debtors to waive their rights under such royal edicts. A Mari text from the 6th year of Zimralim stipulates that if an udararum is instituted, this silver will not be subject to that measure. 418 This clause anticipates Hillel's prospal waiver intended to get the debtor to formally renounce any benefit of the debt remission. Anticipating that creditors might try to use a similar deceptive ploy by drawing up their claims as a sale or a bailment and then persist in taking interest, 6 of Amisaduka's edict voided such transfers. Creditors who attempted to sue against the house of an Akkadian or an Amorite for whatever he had loaned him were threatened with the death penalty. 7 Laid down a similar punishment against creditors who claimed they had not given barley or silver as an interest-bearing loan, but as an advance for purchases or equity investment for mutual profit. Amisaduka's edict devotes 3 paragraphs to alewives. Their position apparently was a public one in which the palace provided beer on credit, while customers ran up tabs, to be paid on the threshing floor when the harvest was in. But 17 provides that after Amisaduka's Miserum edict, a taverness who has given beer or barley as a loan may not collect any of what she had given as a loan. The obligations her customers had incurred were cancelled. Her net financial position did not suffer, because the edict also cancelled her own obligations to the royal beer suppliers. 419 The palace absorbed the loss, as it did with rent and tax collecting. Some officials had prepaid wages or barley rations to infantrymen or sergeants harvesting crops on crown lands. Amisaduka's edict, 10, ruled that attempts to recover such advances could not be enforced, on pain of death. It was necessary to draw up new contracts. These rules confirm that the palace was the major relinquisher of claims, along with its officials, local headmen and private creditors. Debt servitude and transfers of land as a result of poverty had not yet taken on the character of irreversibility they acquired in classical antiquity. 20 of Amisaduka's edict liberated Babylonian citizens. If an obligation has resulted in foreclosure against a citizen, in consequence of which he placed his own person, his wife, or his children in debt servitude for silver, or as a pledge, because the king has instituted Miserum in the land, he is released, his freedom is in effect. As was the case with bond servants, hereditary land that had been pawned for loans could be repurchased from the creditor by the debtor or his relatives. A key determinant as to whether a sale could be reversed was whether the full price had been paid. If there were full payment, properly witnessed as a voluntary transfer, the sale was considered genuine. But if the creditor had given only part of what the land was worth in a loan or tax lien, the transaction was subject to cancellation by the Miserum decree. 420 debtors who had pledged or sold their crop rights under such conditions had them restored. The essence of royal restorations of the pre-existing order was recognition that the sale of land, or persons, usually was done only under conditions of economic distress. However, some transfers of property were socially desirable. Families whose numbers were dwindling sold land to families or clans increasing in size. Miserum edicts did not annul these transactions. Nor did they affect the sale of townhouses or rooms in such buildings, which had passed into the investment market rather than being self-support land. Such restorations of the status quo ante were made relatively easy by the fact that even when land was pledged, sold, or relinquished to creditors, the debtors typically were not driven off their lands. Harvesting and other functions, including corvée labor duties, continued with the same personnel and in much the same way. 421 Unlike the case in Roman times, land passing into the hands of creditors was not stocked with slaves. What mainly changed was the distribution of crop yields between the former holder and the creditor. Small holders still were able to survive without permanently losing their land and personal freedom, and hence without having to flee the country. That would become widespread practice throughout the Near East only by the Amarna HC 1400 BC. There thus is little basis for the optimistic belief held by so many Victorian historians that the evolution of credit has been an ascent from primitive harshness to modern leniency. After Mesopotamia's initial financial takeoff in the third millennium, the direction of evolution was from debt amnesties to the reversal of protecting debtors in classical antiquity. Even the militarized Neo-Assyrian rulers saw their self-interest to lie in liberating citizens from debt bondage, so that they could fight in the armies and provide corvée labor. The idea was anything but revolutionary. It was under the classical Greek and Roman oligarchies and their armies of mercenaries that bondage became irreversible, and it took violent revolutions to annul debts, with most such revolutions failing. See Endnotes Chapter 18. Samsulinas and Amisadukas Mesaramedics, 1749 and 1646 BC. 19 Social cosmology of Babylonia's debt cancellations. The year names, inscriptions, and letters of Babylonian rulers describe how they cancelled back taxes and agrarian debts to save their economic order from being deranged. When simply used by itself, the phrase to issue a imdatu, an edict, usually referred specifically to a debt cancellation. Royal authority for such proclamations was built into the calendrical rhythms and cyclical renewal of nature. In an epoch when social rhythms were administered to coincide with celestial periodicities, these occasions were celebrated as a renewal of economic and social order along with the rhythms of nature. Most studies of Bronze Age cosmology have focused on pantheons of the gods and goddesses, and how the creation myths and rituals of Mesopotamia provided prototypes anticipating their classical counterparts in Greece, Rome, and the Jewish Bible. Less attention has been devoted to how this cosmology shaped the mundane details of everyday life, including the economic structuring of society, its debt and land tenure systems. Such attempts were discouraged during much of 20th century by the split of cuneiform studies into what Ignace Gelb has called the struggle between Tammuz and onions. 422, the aesthetic, cosmological, and literary sphere as if it were distinct from the worldly economic sphere. The New Year and coronation festivals were the paradigmatic celebrations, providing a cosmological context for Bronze Age debt cancellations. The essence of both festivals is renewal, restoring order cyclically. This principle applied above all when a new ruler took the throne to begin a new regnal cycle. For nearly 1,000 years, from Enmetna and Urukagina in the 25th century BC through Babylonian rulers in the 17th century BC, royal laws and debt cancellations appear to have been promulgated at the coronation festival. The new year was celebrated at the spring equinox, the time for paying agrarian debts at the barley harvest. Payments of sharecropping debts and other obligations were weighed out on the threshing floor. It is not clear just when royal coronations took place, but inaugurating a new king was treated like a fresh start of time. The New Year's festival fell outside the normal 360-day public administrative civic calendar, signifying the gap between the 354-day lunar year and the 365-day solar year. 423. The incompatibility between the lunar and solar cycles leads to calendrical disorder between solar and lunar calendars. But calendrical order can be regularized by administrative fiat. So can economic and fiscal order. A propitious time was the New Year, followed by a purging Saturnalia, a word that derives from Latin but whose basic practice goes back to Bronze Age Mesopotamia. It takes its name from the outermost planet visible in antiquity, Saturn, Babylonia's planet of justice, reflecting that which is fixed, See the discussion of Kittim in ch 16, p. 132. Jupiter also was important. Driver and Miles cite an omen text warning that if the planet Jupiter disappears, the gods will be angry and there must be justice, meaning that there will be some disaster which will call for a special law to relieve the resultant distress. 424 The proper royal response to such an act of God is for the ruler to restore straight order by proclaiming Miserum. Charpin points out that Sumerian Amar, Gi signified the cyclical trajectory of the sun as well as the return of persons or property to their initial status. 425 The inference is that just as the sun returns each new year to its equinoctial point of origin, so Mesopotamian kings of justice proclaimed a return to order out of chaos. The spirit combined rebirth of the physical cosmos with social justice, regenerating of society along with nature. Moral and physical blight were purged as men and beasts, houses, barns, and temples were cleaned. During the course of the New Year's festival, the rich and poor acted ideally towards each other in an auspiciously egalitarian atmosphere symbolizing a well-ordered state. The years in which new rulers took the throne for the first annual coronation ceremony, commemorated in their second-year name, were the primary occasion for putting society back in order, to inaugurate their reign in an auspicious manner. Other important occasions for proclaiming Miserum were years when new temples were dedicated or existing ones restored or renovated. As Frankfurt has described the logic of these proclamations, the inauguration of the temple took place on New Year's Day, so that the new beginning, which had been brought about by so great an effort of all, would be carried forward on the current of the new life which now set in. 426. Assyriologists have not ventured to guess just where in the calendar Babylonian rulers raised the golden torch proclaiming Miserum or its equivalent. If it was related to the 12-day New Year's festival cycle, I suspect that it might have occurred on the 11th day with the second taking of destinies by omen reading. Krauss warns that we do not know whether the golden torch was really burning, but a flaming torch certainly would have been the fastest way to signal a decree throughout the land. It may have been a preliminary sign that a detailed proclamation would follow. 427. Reflecting the tradition of early Sumerian rulers as temple and officials, Babylonian kings depicted themselves as administrators first and foremost, builders of temples and later proclaimers of justice. Elizabeth Van Buren found the characteristic iconography of kingship to be Urnama or Hammurabi facing Shamash or an analogous sun god, holding the symbols of royal authority, the measuring rod and ring representing the coiled surveying rope used to lay out temple precincts, literally ruling. 428. Among Bronze Age rulers, only the pharaohs are depicted in a military posture, receiving tribute or holding captured foreigners by the hair, about to smite them with a mace. In upstream Mari c. 1750, Zimralim had a mural painted for his palace to reflect his military prowess, but found the only visual source to be Egyptian iconography, one of the rare instances of its being adopted outside of Egypt. Even in the great imperial days of the second millennium, the Elamite kings, strongly influenced by adjacent Babylonia, seem to have stressed the non-military aspect of kingship in their artistic representations. 429. Military conflict and land pressure make Miserum proclamations more frequent. Except for what may have been some military experiments in the 4th millennium, early Mesopotamian trade was conducted in a peaceful manner, if only because the means were lacking to sustain military imperialism. Yet city-states warred amongst themselves, and the larger the economic surplus grew, the greater a temptation it was for rival rulers and invaders to embark on military adventures. Part of the explanation for this military dynamic lies in Mesopotamia's growth in population and the consequent pressure on its land and water resources. Towns and their surrounding rural areas and canals spread out until their boundaries collided, as in the long conflict between Lagash and Umma. From the early dynastic period onward, ambitious rulers sought imperial suzerainty for their cities, Kish, Uruk, Lagash, and then Akkad, Ur and finally Babylon. Nonetheless, Mesopotamia's normal condition was one of relative military and economic parity, as no city-state ever strongly dominated the others for long, much less put an end to local warfare. The intermediate Eisenhower period of small statism represents the norm. 430. However, the military overhead ended up absorbing the agricultural and commercial surplus. Local resources were taxed to sustain military campaigns. In addition to damaging the region's ecology, this dynamic forced much of the population into debt. In many parts of Babylonia the palace had difficulty collecting assessments, and found itself obliged to remit taxes and back debts in order to maintain the liberty and loyalty of the peasantry that formed the core of its army. Local collectors and headmen vied with the palace for the economic surplus being produced by the debtors who formed the bulk of the population. Proclaiming Mizraim also no doubt enabled Hammurabi to consolidate popular support against an incipient oligarchy, not to speak of a legacy as a great and just ruler. But the ruler's limited ability to enforce his authority accelerated the buildup of wealth by individuals acting in their own self-interest, largely at the expense of the public institutions in which the surplus had long been concentrated. This privatization reduced Hammurabi's successors to little more than figureheads, increasingly dependent on goods and services that were controlled by various traditionally ascribed and local groups. Finally, when the state was formally overthrown by a marauding Hittite army in 1595 BC, the locally recruited bureaucracy simply reverted to the position of a locally based aristocracy. 431 That is the underlying dynamic of Babylonian history. It recurred when the Mycenaean Greek economy collapsed after 1200 BC. Local headmen and the former palace bureaucracy accumulated wealth and patronage at the expense of the palace as its power waned. Yet Assyriologists cannot trace for more than a few generations the family fortunes of men such as Bal-Munamhi of Larsa and his Babylonian counterparts, so conspicuous at the outset of the 18th century BC. There seems to have been a redistribution of such fortunes, partly by Mizraim acts and partly by royal reassertion over commerce, by appointing Wakil Tamkari overseers. Court records show that local officials tried to avoid returning property to their debtors and releasing debt servants after rulers proclaimed Mizraim, but were overruled when they overreached themselves. Yet despite rulings against them, headmen found leeway to take hitherto public or communally held property into their own hands, as long as they supplied the palace with its main objectives: crops, fighting men, corvée labor, and money. Charpin points out that when a local chieftain, Shinarahelu, wrote to Mari's ruler Zimralim urging him to persuade a neighboring headman in Gashara to emulate Zimralim's proclamation of Andararam, this was not a reformist ideology. 432 The logic was conservative, socially expected and probably militarily necessary in view of the fact that, as Vandermeerup observes, the ideology of kingship of the time demanded that the Babylonian kings free people from such oppression. 433 Annulling debts at the start of a king's reign made a new beginning, a clean slate onto which the king would make his mark. Such debt and tax amnesties were politically feasible because, as he explains, the palace bore most of the losses. The benefit to the king was that the general population once again became directly responsible to him rather than to private financiers. In ideological terms, the edicts were further important as they showed the king as a guarantor of freedom, confirming his generosity and concern for the people. Restoring the idealized order. Driver and Miles interpreted Andararam as a release from a dependent position, 434 because the major consequence was to liberate bond servants. Finet likewise translated Andararam as liberation. 435 Such acts meant the freedom to return to one's original family after being freed by royal proclamation. The essence of Mesopotamia's Amar, Andararam, and Mizraim acts was to renew the status quo ante. Charpin objects to calling them freedom edicts, on the ground that houseborn or purchased slaves who had been left with creditors as pledges were not monument, but were returned to their former masters, 21 of Amisaduka's edict. 436 Only formerly free debt pledges were liberated. Also not benefiting from Mizraim edicts were foreign slaves and aliens resident within the ruler's territories for longer or shorter periods of time, usually as members of commercial or diplomatic missions. 437. Perhaps we should call these edicts renewal acts, in the sense of restoring the economy to the way it was ideally in the beginning when the world presumably was created in good working order. A missorum decree was retroactive. Those measures aimed to restore legal, economic, and social standards that had become downgraded. Within the mind of the people of ancient Mesopotamia there was no notion of what we would call social progress. Instead, the measures the king instituted under his missorum were measures to bring back the original order. The rules of the game had not been changed, but everyone had been dealt a new hand of cards. So it should not be a matter of surprise to us that these measures had to be regularly repeated, for recurring effects can be attributed to the same causes. There is no suggestion that any subsequent announcement of an edict of grace indicated that an earlier one had been ineffectively applied. 438. Some modern commentators complain that debt cancellations were impractical because creditors would have avoided making loans if they anticipated the likelihood of a missorum act. But Charpin's review of the surviving documentation shows that just the opposite occurred. The volume of debt increased sharply prior to the royal edicts. 439. The vast majority did not reflect prior loans, but arrears on payments supposed to be made out of the harvest but which failed or was disrupted. 440. That is what prompted the royal edicts. They were responses to economic disorder, not the cause. They recognized the need to restore economic balance when the rural population's inability to meet its liabilities led to widespread insolvency. Babylonia's missorum acts have suffered from much the same belittling as those of Urukagina levied by Samuel Kramer and, in a similar vein, Stephen Lieberman complains, the need to repeat the enactment of identical provisions shows that the missorum provided relief, but did not eliminate the difficulties which made it necessary. True enough, but he follows up by leaping to the value judgment that, what seems to have been needed was reform which would have eliminated all need for such adjustments, but the economic and political situation may not have allowed any such overall solution. 441. No economy in history has found such a solution. The existence of debt and shortfalls in breaking even, or advances to smooth out gaps between planting and harvesting that could not be paid when normal production is interrupted, is inherent in the division of labor and the weather. The problem occurs when debt grows to exceed the ability to pay, all too frequent a phenomenon in our own modern world. Today's economies still have credit cycles, personal debt crises and wartime emergencies, but no longer accept the idea of clean slates even when the alternative is debt-ridden austerity and economic polarization between creditors and debtors. The Jubilee 2000 movement and similar groups are calling for debt write-downs, and such calls have grown louder in the wake of the 2008 crash and subsequent debt deflation that is plaguing countries from Greece to Argentina. A clean slate would be progress to escape from instability. Mesopotamia's Economic Order Acts represent civilization's early legislation aimed at keeping the growth of interest-bearing debt within the economy's ability to pay. The basic principle was to leave silver loans to entrepreneurs to finance productive commercial investment intact. However, any society needs to annul financial claims that find no counterpart in productive capital and whose interest, and even payments of the principal, force debtors into insolvency. That often was the case with barley debts. The distinction between productive commercial interest and parasitic usury is found in the 12th and 13th centuries AD. Church doctrine permitted interest to be charged when loans provided a gainful opportunity for the borrower as well as lender. Such loans usually were mercantile, and took the form of a foreign exchange transfer. An agio fee was permitted, on a logic akin to the Babylonian distinction between silver trade obligations and agrarian barley debts. The end of the Old Babylonian period. The 17th century BC was one of steady drains on the Babylonian economy. In addition to its military and debt problems, the ecological situation was worsening. Population growth led to overcultivation and over-irrigation of the land, silting up of the canals, and abandonment of alternate fallow seasons. 442 An urban exodus ensued toward the freedom of open and unpoliced regions, concludes Oppenheim, the concentration of capital within the cities produced urban absentee landlords for whom tenant farmers worked. Furthermore, it led to increased money lending which, in turn, drove farmers and tenant farmers either to hire themselves out to work in the fields or to join outcast groups seeking refuge from the burdens of taxation and the payment of interest. 443 A class of what modern terminology calls free laborers came into being, lacking the traditional security and land-holding rights of membership in the landed communities. In addition to Mesopotamia's declining ability to generate a crop surplus, its export markets, and hence, supplies of raw materials, were shrinking. The northwestward expansion of Assur and Mari into Asia Minor compensated in part for the decline in the Indus trade, but the Hittites and local upheavals cut off this commerce, which had been an engine of the Mesopotamian takeoff. 444. Land tenure was shedding its customary social responsibilities as usury spread throughout the Near East. Debt arrears led to the dispossession of the small landowners and, sometimes, even the flight of considerable numbers of them from their communities, by the widespread practice of bond slavery, and by the appearance of large individual and privileged estates, notes Diakonov. Creditors foreclosed on land, and wealthy individuals bought it from poor holders. The new owners tended to discontinue their communal services and, perhaps, even to stop paying taxes in kind, shifting this communal duty to people dependent upon them. Thus, what used to be a single group of people enjoying equal political rights, members of a territorial community, were now divided into a social estate of nobility free from community obligations, and an estate of working people who had to perform the community obligations for themselves and for their masters. 445. The new appropriators, or at least some of them, were immune from the redistribution of shares of land and from community control, and could do essentially what they wanted with their holdings irrespective of whether at that time they performed any duties as community members or not. 446 Oppenheim makes a similar point. The weakened central authority of the Middle Babylonian period was evidently ready to cede to persons of special status and to sanctuaries its right to collect taxes, to levy soldiers and workers, and to use the services of its subjects. 447. The feeble reign of Ammisaduka's successor, Samsyudatana, 1625–1595 BC, 11th and last ruler of Hammurabi's dynasty, ended in a Hittite raid from Asia Minor in 1595. Although not a full-scale military campaign, it left Babylonia prone to occupation by the Kassites, apparently in conjunction with tribesmen from the Zagros region. These hitherto insignificant people from east of the Tigris ruled Babylonia until 1169, by delegating management to local headmen to a greater extent than Hammurabi and his successors had done. The ensuing privatization terminated the economic renewal practices that had been customary throughout the early and middle Bronze Age. Babylonia entered its so-called Dark Age. Babylonia never became a region of city-states again, but metamorphosed into a large territorial state with a single capital city whose rulers had varying degrees of control over the countryside. No competing city-states were ever to emerge again. That was the most lasting consequence of Hammurabi's rule in political terms. 448. Yet at no time in the Old Babylonian period are there signs of popular protest or revolts, much less of revolutionary fervor. If palace coups occurred, they were not over social policy disagreements. Debtors fled the land and local rebellions threw off foreign control, but economic policy was not at issue. The Bronze Age political ideal, celebrated at New Year festivals and coronations, was that the tradition of royal proclamations of Mizraim and Amar, GI could restore a primordial economic balance, less debt-ridden and with families able to support themselves on their cropland. See Endnotes Chapter 19. Social Cosmology of Babylonia's Debt Cancellations. 20 Usury and Privatization in the Periphery, 1600 to 1200 BC. The Middle Bronze Age saw breakdowns of royal authority to protect small landholders and override private creditors that occurred during 1600 to 1200 BC. Down through classical antiquity, the power of the kings who remained was undercut by administrators and powerful families who broke free to pursue their self-interest. Officials and local headmen took over temple and palace land and workshops as their own personal estates. Labor hitherto dedicated to temple or state corvée projects was appropriated by the emerging oligarchies, which controlled the councils of elders, senates, that curtailed royal authority. The result was economic domination by wealth over land and labor. Our modern era views the ending of royal power to proclaim clean slates as a progressive evolution toward private property and the security of creditor claims. But to populations living through these transition periods, the mid-second millennium was a period of disintegration and seizures of property and subjugation of conquered populations on an unprecedented scale. Land and urban economies were appropriated by the Kassite bands that occupied Babylonia, by the Hittites who conquered Asia Minor and Syria, by the Mycenaeans in Greece, and by the Vedic Aryan speakers in the Indus Valley. Appearing in Asia Minor slightly before 1900 BC, the Hittites are documented by 1770 blocking Assyrian caravan trade with central Anatolia. Under their New Kingdom dynasty, 15th to 12th centuries BC, they occupied the broad region from the Mediterranean to the Black Sea and rose to dominate Anatolia's former master, Assyria. Their trade is only scantily attested, and half the commercial Hittite vocabulary has been borrowed into their Indo-European language from other sources. The Hittite laws are mainly political and social, not dealing with commerce or debt. The only known reference to debt in a royal amnesty occurs in an edict by the 12th century BC ruler Tudhaliya that seems to allude to Wergild-type compensation debts that had been paid by offenders to their victims. And if someone has given ransom for blood, and he has purchased himself from you, whether the ransom be a field or a person, no one shall release it. If he, the holder of the ransom, has taken those things along with his, the culprits, wives and sons, he shall release them to him. And if someone has given ransom for theft, if it is a field, they shall not release it. 2:3-10. 449. The implication seems to be that exile and similar social punishments may have been forgiven by royal amnesties, but not property given as compensation to injured parties. If monetary lending existed for tax arrears and other agrarian obligations, the resulting debts likely would have been cited in this amnesty. The Hittite concept of release is limited mainly to the release of subject populations from corvée duties so that they can serve in other capacities. Hattusili I 1586-1556 states in the Hittite version of his annals that, upon capturing Hahum, he freed Erah, its people from Sahan and Lutzi corvée duties and released them to the sun goddess of Arana. In the Akkadian version, he says he placed them in the house of the sun goddess of Arana, and beneath the heavens I established their Andararam. Conversely, Queen Ashmunical restored dedicated personnel to secular jurisdiction, so that they could be levied for duties to the state. 450. In Kassite Babylonia, political and economic power was decentralized, especially after 1380 BC. Its rulers erected chitinous stones at the gates of major towns, and marked the boundaries of rural fields and the temples to attest to royal grants by the palace exempting communities or individuals from tribute, taxes, or other obligations. These exemptions limited royal authority to the rural areas. Such tax privileges and liberty from royal fiscal incursions were not sufficient to revive economic growth. Mesopotamia experienced rapid deurbanization in the 4 centuries following the fall of Babylon. The period is dark in the sense that few records are known, which may be a sign that palace and temple accountability was curtailed. Neighboring Elam's historical records disappear after 1500, not to resurface until the late 1300s. 451. By that time a different kind of society was emerging, a late Bronze Age world peopled by Hittites and Hurrians, falling under the sway of a new Assyrian empire, as well as Kassites and a continuing influx of Amorites. Trade with the Indus Valley was not restored. Indo-European speaking tribes swept into Persia, while Egypt was occupied by Hyksos tribesmen for over a century, 1674 to 1567 BC, and subsequently was drawn into the Levant as a military power. Seizures of palace and temple enterprise and land, often by warlords, became a dress rehearsal for antiquity's classical aristocracies to emerge after the region-wide devastation and demographic displacement at the dawn of the Iron Age 1200 to 800 BC. Decentralization and gravitization gain momentum. The trends that gained momentum about 2000 BC reached their peak c. 1600. Nomadic pastoral Amorites from the west, Zagros mountain tribesmen and Kassites from the east, Hurrians from the northern Lake Van region east of Assur, and even a Hittite incursion from Asia Minor via Syria, as well as sea land raids were led by tribal chieftains who parceled out the land and temple estates among their own followers. As would become the case with the fall of Rome 2 millennia later, the two major causes of Babylonian collapse were economic polarization resulting from agrarian usury dispossessing the cultivators, and barbarian invasions. From Mesopotamia to the eastern Mediterranean, absentee appropriators stepped into the breach left by the weakening of central power. Large stretches of land were abandoned when crop yields declined and desertification spread throughout southern Mesopotamia. Canals silted up as royal authority and responsibility waned. By 1400 BC most documented commerce was among royal households for their own use, mainly consisting of luxuries and presents among ruling elites. Documentation of commerce in this period primarily relates to gift exchange among rulers, not the bulk raw materials trade that had been dominant in the 3rd millennium BC. This elitist trade was handled largely by ambassadors or messengers as a branch of diplomatic relations, not by mercantile traders. Documented Late Bronze Age trade throughout the Near East was largely financed by the palace, and to a lesser degree by the temple, mainly in Egypt. The central administration employed its own merchants, who were institutionally set in the ranks of its subordinate personnel, observes Carlo Zaccagnini. The role of private entrepreneurs seems to be rather limited. 452 in newly emerging areas such as Nuzi, Tamkuru merchants belonged to the palace staff, receiving rations along with the royal scribes, shepherds and textile workers. In this reading, the role of independent traders diminished rather than expanded in areas where chieftains and warlords took over and sought to centralize economic control in their own hands and those of their supporters. As Zaccagnini summarizes the change. In the Old Babylonian period, the ideal of justice and equity, Kituyu Mesheru, which qualifies the king's figure and action, corresponds inter alia to an interest in limiting the consequences of excessive generalized indebtedness, hence the edicts of remission of debts. In the course of the Late Bronze Age, and specifically in the West, this situation undergoes a deep change. The traditional organization of the family groups, which are the basis of the social texture of the state, are disintegrating. The king emerges out of an elite of warrior nobles that hold completely different relations with the rural population. The exploitation of the peasant community is now common practice in the socio-economic activity of the palace. The edicts of remission are no longer issued. 453. Or at least they were circumvented. Where they do survive in the textual record, they are cited in documents written by private individuals. There we read that the transaction took place after the edict. Zaccagnini concludes that the contracting parties expressly aimed at stating the invalidity of the clauses of the edict, in case an edict of remission were proclaimed. The process seems to have begun when Babylonian rulers turned over control of temples in Nippur and other buffer territories to chieftains in exchange for their providing contingents of fighting men, crops and/or money, or simply leaving southern Mesopotamia in peace. Financial, political and military power centered increasingly around these headmen, not institutions such as temples or independently wealthy professional families of traders and other entrepreneurs. The main direction of social mobility was downward, mainly as a result of debt. Babylonian proverbs tell the story. The strong man lives off what is paid for his strength, and the weak man off what is paid for his children, i.e., through debt bondage or distress sale. 454 The oilum who makes loans as a creditor, his grain remains his grain, while his interest is enormous. 455 The Babylonian Theodicee deplores how the opulent nouveau riche heaps up goods and has multiplied his wealth, while the gods speak in favor of a rich man and let riches go to him despite the fact that the rich harm a poor man like a thief, and extinguish him like a flame. 456. The Kassite Age in Babylonia, 1600 to 1200 BC. In 1595 BC a Hittite army descended via Syria to raid Babylon and carried off its statue of Marduk. Meanwhile, Kassite tribesmen had been filtering into Babylonia from the Iranian highlands northwest of Elam since about 1750. Moving into the political vacuum, they held what power existed in Babylonia for nearly half a millennium, until 1157, the longest rule in Babylonian history. Their personal names indicate that their language was neither Indo-European nor Semitic. They adopted the Babylonian language, Akkadian, for writing, while keeping Sumerian as the language of record-keeping and scholarly compilations of old epics and other literary works. The Kassite conquerors held the support of older towns and chiefdoms by remitting their taxes and tribute, as it is made known on Kujaras, also called boundary stones. 457 This left power in the hands of local headmen. There are no records of Mizraim acts or other signs of centralized control. In fact, economic records disappear, which is what makes the epoch dark to historians. Babylonia was deurbanized and its population shrank as the number of settlements was reduced by over 80% in the half-millennium after the collapse of Hammurabi's dynasty, leaving only small outposts scattered at wide intervals along watercourses which previously had been thickly settled. 458 Southern Mesopotamia was left in a condition scarcely more urban than the Indus Valley or Central Asia. Much of the land was not resettled until the Neo-Babylonian period, 539 to 331 BC. The Fertile Crescent's economic thread cannot be picked up again until the 1400s BC, and by that time a new world had emerged. The most important newcomers were the Hittites in Asia Minor and the Hurrian-speaking Mitanni east of the Middle Euphrates, in the Zab River and Lake Van region of what today is northeast Iraq. Figure 29, below the urbanization of Babylonia in the Kassite period. 459. Creditor stratagems in Nuzi, 1450 to 1400 BC. The town of Nuzi originally was Gazir, an Assyrian trade outpost about 10 miles southwest of modern Kirkuk. Hurrian speakers dominated Assur from about 1700 BC onward, and spread south into Babylonia by 1600 BC as Hammurabi's dynasty lost control. Jankowska suggests that they were first hired as warriors by the local kinglets and later seized power, and merged or coexisted with the local population. The Hurrian kings had Indo-Iranian names and their pantheon had Indo-European type deities, yet their language was not Indo-European. 460 Like the Kassites, they adopted an Akkadian dialect for their written records, along with Babylonian economic practices including interest-bearing debt, and with it the stratagem of fictive adoptions enabling creditors to inherit the lands of their debtors. 461. These practices are documented in tablets dating from 1450 to 1400 BC, including some of the largest cuneiform archives yet discovered. The most extensive text group concerns the family of Teibtila, a wealthy landowner and usurer whose business affairs were so extensive that he employed over 40 scribes. Emulating the strategy that his father had used, he invested the money he obtained through usury. The typical annual rate of interest was 50%, to acquire land. Covering 5 generations, the archive documents the assembly of great estates in his family's hands. 462. Land was not yet freely alienable at that time, but citizens had the right to adopt creditors as their legal heirs. Soon after the discovery and first publication of the Nuzi texts, observes Zoccognini, it was noted that not a single contract of sale of land was represented among the hundreds of documents stemming from private archives. Apparently, the only way to transfer title of real estate to third parties was to let the purchaser enter into the family group of the seller, by conferring on him the position of son, in a few cases brother, and thus enabling him to inherit a share of the family patrimony, in most cases a plot of land. In turn, the adopted son presented the adoptant with a gift, consisting of commodities, in most cases barley, but also other staples. 463. The prospective buyer/creditor circumvented traditional safeguards on land tenure by providing money or food to a landholder in exchange for being adopted as his heir, and waiting to inherit the land under disposition by the debtor's will. One scholar describes how women used this sale adoption stratagem despite the fact that they could not inherit real estate under Hurrian law. They had themselves adopted as a son. 464. All Teobtila's deeds of acquisition of immovables took the form of adoption as son into the family of the former owner of the parcel, summarizes Jankowska. The parcels were alienated by the owners mainly for a miserable compensation because this happened during a period of drought. 465. Adoptions in archaic communities originally aimed at helping ensure continuity of the clan or family lineage. But adopting creditors from outside the clan weakened its traditional cohesiveness. In addition to transferring land from poor families to wealthy ones, notes Diakonov, the obligation of communal labor service continued, as a rule, to rest on the vendor's now very much curtailed allotment. 466. Nuzian usurers even took possession of canals. The disruption was softened by leaving the debtor and his family in possession of the land for the duration of his life. However, Teobtila's tenants had to perform their ilka services exactly as they did when they were still full owners of the land. The corvée labor duty thus was shifted off finance onto debtors. It would thus seem that, as long as the owner stayed on the land which was liable for ilka duties and worked it even as tenants, they themselves were responsible for the performance of the ilku. 467. Nuzi's first royal debt cancellations appear relatively late, no doubt intended to lessen the social strain. The Hurrian word for such proclamations was siututu, the equivalent of a Babylonian imdatu proclamation. It connoted a general release for real estate as well as for bond servants, akin to Babylonian andararum. 468. These siututu proclamations required all who may have had claim upon the property involved to present them, doubtless within a certain period of time, to the authorities, notes the terms early explicator, Ernest Lacheman. 469. Maidman finds that despite these proclamations, lands remained in the hands of wealthy appropriators. 470. But Teobtila's family lost their newly acquired property when Assyria attacked the region and Nuzi's garrison fortress was occupied by a war leader from another clan, whose own family documents cite the new liberation of the citizens of Arapki, the Nuzian region, from debts. Subsequent Nuzian contracts make much the same statements as are found in Babylonia, asserting that they were drawn up after the last royal proclamation and therefore were immune from debt cancellation until the ruler should announce a new such edict. How indebtedness led to a dependent labor force. Until free-floating groups of able-bodied men for year-round hire came into being, the main dynamic forcing individuals to work for others was debt. Their employer was their creditor, and they worked off the interest with their labor service. They did not receive wages, because the emergency money or food already had been transferred as an interest-bearing loan. The process had begun by pledging slaves, daughters, and wives in third millennium Sumer for what archaeologists politely call household services, and spread to harvest labor. By the second millennium this practice led to outright bondage. The characteristic Nuzian labor service contract was called a Titanu agreement, a long-term anticritic loan in which creditors took their interest in the form of labor services or the land's crop. One such contract clause stated explicitly, the gold, exchanged commodity, does not bear interest. That meant that the servant provided by the debtor does not receive his hire. As Eichler explains, the creditor's loan is covered in full by the person of the Titanu in 80% of the transactions. Furthermore, the phrase to stay in/enter the house of the creditor signifies that the Titanu enters into a subservient relationship by becoming part of the creditor's household, and, in all likelihood, by receiving his support from him. 471. Such contracts ran until such time as the debtor/servant could pay back the creditor/employer's advance, or until the ruler proclaimed suetude. Contracts often stipulated fines for non-compliance, typically twice the value of the original loan. The result was a type of indentured servitude. As long as the debt remains unpaid, the titanu loses his freedom of movement. 472. The condition tended to be permanent. The Hurrian Hittite Song of Release extends the application of Andararam. Sometime around 1600 BC the Hittites conquered the upstream town of Eblat. A lesser echo of the power that had dominated northern Syria 1,000 years earlier, the city had passed from Amorite control to become part of the Hurrian kingdom. The Song of Release attributed Eblat's defeat to the refusal by its council of elders to follow the commandment of its god Teshub to liberate the population of Ejengalish. The inhabitants of that town, west of the Euphrates, had been taken as war prisoners and turned over to serve, cook and wash clothes for Eblat's elite families. Translated into Hittite c. 1400 BC in a bilingual edition, the poem describes the tension that had grown throughout the Bronze Age between wealthy families becoming an oligarchy and royal authority to proclaim liberation. Hurrian Kiranza equals Hittite Paratar Numar equals Akkadian Andararam. At issue is the morality of reducing citizens to bondage, not only indebted bondservants but entire populations taken as war prisoners. The god Teshub commands the city's king Migi to release the sons of Ejengalish. Their captivity evidently had spanned the reigns of 3 local kings and 6 kings of Ebla prior to Migi's reign. Teshub tells Migi, "If you, PL, decree release Nak Kiranza for Ebla, the fate is, this. You, PL, decree release, to godlike power, I shall exalt your weaponry. Your weaponry will beat the opponent. Gloriously shall your field, thrive. If you, PL, do not decree release, the fate for Ebla is, this. On the 7th day I shall come upon you." I/21-23. Migi goes before Ebla's council of elders and urges release of the captives. But the council's spokesman Zarala rejects his demand, pointing out that the conquered population had become cooks, waiters and launderers. He tells Migi that if he wants a release, he should start by giving away his own son and return his wife to her father's household. Song of Release, 4:2-7. Migi went weeping to Teshub and assured him that he tried to purify Ebla from sin, but was rejected. 4:15-19. I myself granted, but my city does not grant release. 473. Teshub himself then goes before the assembly and insists that it free the sons of Ejengalish from bondage. Zarala replies that they will take care of his cult, feed it, give him silver and gold, and even pay his debts, but will not free the subject population because they need its services. Teshub threatens to destroy the city if it does not comply. And the city of Ebla I shall destroy. Like a place of no habitation I shall make it. The lower town I shall smash like a cup. The upper town I shall trample in the dump. The agora inside it, like a cup, I shall crush underfoot. The tablets break off here, and there is some question about their original sequence. A plausible reordering by Gernot Wilhelm depicts Teshub of abandoning Ebla and withdrawing to the underworld, leaving the city to be conquered by the Hittites. The Eblates then mourn the departed god and hope to effect his return by restoring his directive to care for subjects who are needy, hungry, and sick, not oppress them. 474. The past few decades have seen a debate over just what kind of release was meant. The Hurrian word Kiranza corresponds to Akkadian Andararam, which typically referred to the remission of agrarian non-business debts as described in the preceding chapters. But the Song of Release calls for manumitting populations enslaved by their conquerors. So debt bondage is not at issue in this poem, contrary to the assumption of its earliest translators. As for just what release meant, Mary Bachvarova believes that Teshub punished Ebla because of the bad behavior of the city's elite in forcing the people of Ejengalish to work for the Eblaite nobles instead of dedicating them to fulfill the ritual obligations owed to Teshub and other gods or the royal ancestor cult of Ebla's dead kings. In her reading, Teshub wanted the prisoners to be liberated, released from civic duties, simply to be transferred to feed and serve his sanctuaries. To support her reading, she cites Hathishali's annals, reporting that he took the hands of the female slaves from the millstone, and the hands of the male slaves from the sickles. I freed them from Shahan and Lutzi. I ungirded their belts. I released them to my lady the sun goddess of Arena in perpetuity. 475. What seems at first glance to be liberation thus would only shift the duties of slaves from serving its wealthy families to serve the temples. This certainly is one meaning of Andararam, the word used in the Akkadian version of Hathishali's annals. No doubt such diversion of dependent labor from temples and also state service occurred as oligarchies gained increasing power. But the central concern of the Song of Release is the ethic that permanent subjection of free men is unjust and violates the principle that all are originally subjects of the gods alone. 476. Von Dassau's analysis shows that what is meant is indeed a return to the original state as in Sumerian Amar, Gi. That idea of liberation as restoring a norm is the key, not merely a transfer of civic servitude to temple service. Divine commandments to protect the economic and personal liberty of citizens is what gave the temples and their cults ideological authority in the first place. Teshub's warning that he will destroy Ebla is akin to threats by the biblical prophets, such as Amos 2, 6-7, 3, 10, 4, 1, etc., that Yahweh will wreck their mansions and strongholds if they do not liberate their subjects, and Jeremiah 34, discussed below in chapter 23, warning that the Lord will withdraw his support and Judea will be conquered by Babylon as a result of Zedekiah's refusal to make good on his promise to free the bondservants. Wilhelm's reading highlights a further biblical parallel: the defeat of a city does not necessarily mean the defeat of its patron god. Just the opposite, it may mean that the city has behaved in a selfish way instead of obeying the god's commandments. The divine power remains unaffected by the catastrophe, on the contrary, it becomes even more apparent. 477. Ebla was destroyed was not because its god was weak, but as punishment for holding its realm's subjects in bondage to its wealthy families. Already in the mid-2nd millennium we thus find the literary trope or etiology that became explicit in the preachings of the biblical prophets. The consensus view of the poem's meaning is that accounts such as these reveal the limits of royal power in the face of elite privilege and appropriation. 478. Ebla's kings were constrained by rising power of their oligarchy, whose selfishness and oppression was responsible for Ebla being destroyed. What was not destroyed was the ethic of Andararam, the traditional ethic that free citizens should not be reduced to bondage more than temporarily, and at some point should have their liberty restored. Expropriation of cultivators from the land. Once debtor cultivators or captured and enslaved populations faced the prospect of losing their land irreversibly, they were liable to flee. Some banded together to survive as outlaws in a world in which access to the land was closed off in one region after another. One of the causes of flight certainly is personal indebtedness, finds Renger. Entire villages had to flee to avoid bondage for debt. 479. Many fugitives became haparu, landless have-nots working as migrant seasonal labor or mercenaries, or joined robber bands. Most seem to have been of Amorite stock, but the agrarian problem was so widespread that the term haparu did not signify an ethnic identity. Diakonov points to the emergence all over the Near East of the characteristic social group of the Apiru/Haparu, who earlier were taken for the ancestors of the Hebrew tribes. They appear simultaneously with the mass enslavement for debt at the coming of the 2nd millennium BC, and disappear without leaving a trace when enslavement ceases to play an important role, shortly before the coming of the 1st millennium BC. 480. Unable to conquer any major land, they were confined to less desirable areas such as the mountainous part of eastern Canaan, where records pick them up in the Amarna age c. 1400 BC. A local Egyptian official administrator writes to the pharaoh complaining about incursions led by an opportunistic leader Abdi Ashurta. Behold now, Abdi Ashurta has taken Shigeta for himself and has said to the people of Amia, kill your chiefs and become like us, then you shall have peace. And they fell away in accordance with his message and became like Gaz/Haparuh. 481. Here for the first time we may speak of an uprising based on lines drawn between landowner and landless, and above all between creditors and debtors. Abdi Ashurta is reported to have promised his army that we shall drive the governors out of the midst of the lands, and all the lands will go over to the Gaz/Haparuh. Cancelling debts and redistributing the land would become the insurgent cry throughout Greece from the 7th century BC onward. 482. The reported words of Abdi Ashurta find their counterpart in the Jewish Bible. 1 Samuel 22:2 reports, David left Gath and escaped to the cave of Adullam. When his brothers and his father's household heard about it, they went down to him there. All those who were in distress or in debt or discontented gathered around him and he became their leader. About 400 men were with him. The Middle Assyrian Epilogue. The Hurrian kingdom of Arapha, now Kirkuk in northeastern Iraq, made Assyria into a vassal state during the Middle Assyrian period, 1375 to 1047 BC. Its laws and surviving archives show cultivators driven into debt, losing their lands to a small group of wealthy creditors and facing bondage if they did not flee. Interest seems to have been charged only when payments were overdue, but Middle Assyrian loan contracts secured loans by obliging debtors to pledge the labor of their entire families to creditors, and also their land rights, leading en masse to debtor slavery. 483. The records show 3 usurers, Rishnabiu, his son Edincuba and grandson Khitanadad, plowing their gains back into land acquisition by purchase or foreclosure, obtaining much of their property at distress prices. As in Babylonia and other Middle Bronze Age societies, wealthy men managed to liberate themselves totally from the actual performance of the community labor services and, possibly, also from the payment of taxes. These obligations were now transferred to the poorer part of the community peasantry, which performed it both for themselves and for their lords and patrons. After the period under discussion, the nobility actually left the communities and became a separate non-tax-paying estate. 484. The epoch of absentee land ownership had arrived, and with it an avoidance of taxes and public duties by owners of wealth. This tendency of wealth to shift the tax burden onto labor is a thread that runs from ancient history down to today's world. 485. The Middle Assyrian laws give debtors the right to redeem the pledge at any time on condition of paying the loan and the interest. But when their loan fell overdue, they forfeited their children, servants, or other pledges to the creditor. 486. 39 of Tablet A deals with taking bondservants into the creditor's household, ostensibly for the purpose of keeping them alive, called reviving in distress. Such pledges were to be treated well until the loan's due date had passed. After that time, if they had been pledged or purchased for full price, they could be beaten or sold to third parties beyond the borders of Assyria. A44 and C3. Diakonoff believes that the phrase bought for the full price meant any stipulated price or loan agreement, usually a distress price. But Louis thinks that sales or foreclosures of servants and land at less than the full price were deemed to be loan transactions, and hence were liable to be annulled if the ruler proclaimed anterarum. 487. However, no such proclamations have been found from the Middle Assyrian period. These Middle Assyrian laws reflect how far usury had extended its corrosive impact. Children were accountable for their father's debts when he died. Women pledged by their father to a creditor could be given in marriage, presumably for a bride price, to another man, although the creditor had to ascertain that no one else had a financial claim on her. Numerous people seem to have been caught in this predicament, and no releases from the palace were forthcoming any longer, as had been the case in the early part of the millennium, for even the king himself obtained labor in this way. 488. Flight became the escape valve from the deteriorating physical environment, as well as from debt, as it still is today. Entire populations were put in motion, apparently from severe environmental and weather disruptions impoverishing the land as well as from the impact of debt. Near Eastern records and inscriptions dwindle after about 1350 BC and stop altogether after 1200 BC, as they did in Mycenaean Greece. See Endnotes chapter 20. Usury and privatization in the periphery, 1600 to 1200 BC. 21 From the dawn of the Iron Age to the Rosetta Stone. Most Near Eastern trade during the pivotal Amarna Age c. 1400 BC was conducted among royal households, whose rulers were nominally on a brotherly par with each other. Egypt's pharaoh was militarily the most powerful, but there was a polite, if stilted, egalitarianism among rulers as they exchanged gifts and women while maneuvering to influence the balance of power. Egypt kept pressure away from the Nile Valley by encouraging Assyria to fight the Hittites, whose leaders in turn tried to play Babylonia against Assyria. The lack of interest-bearing debt attested in Hittite or in the linguistically kindred Mycenaean Greek society probably reflects the fact that control of resources derived mainly from military conquest, not commerce. Land was acquired not by purchase or debt foreclosure, but by being assigned to army commanders, officials, and lesser royal servants and craftsmen in exchange for military and other services. There seems no evidence that commercial interest-bearing debt was passed on to the Aegean at this early time. The most likely point of transmission to Mycenaean Greece would have been the Phoenician port of Ugarit, Ras Shamra, in the northeastern, Syrian, corner of the Mediterranean. But where debts are attested in Ugarit, they are related mainly to trade with foreigners. Ugarit merchants differed from their Babylonian counterparts in that money-lending operations, so characteristic for the Babylonian Tamkaru, are very poorly represented in the hitherto published business documents from Ugarit. 489. Heltzer rejects speculation that enslavement occurred in Ugarit as a result of high-interest credit, as is found in regions closer to the Mesopotamian core. In cases where land was foreclosed for debt, foreign creditors were obliged to relinquish it to the ruler of Ugarit, who compensated them for their loans. The effect of insolvency thus was to transfer family property into royal hands, not those of private appropriators. 490. No interest-bearing debts appear in surviving Linear B records from Mycenaean Greece, despite the Mesopotamian pedigree for many administrative and commercial practices diffusing to the Levant. Written on clay, a Mesopotamian medium, the tablets of Mycenaean Greece follow accounting formats that can be traced through earlier centuries moving up the Euphrates via Assur, Nuzi, Mari, and onto Syria, to Ugarit and across the Aegean to Crete and Mycenae. Syllabic writing, seals and sealings as checks on the access to storerooms by palace servants were part of this transmission, but Mycenaean trade and Homeric exchange were more in the character of gift exchange among aristocrats than production for profit. Interest-bearing debt hardly seems likely to have flourished in the Dark Age centuries following the collapse of Mycenaean society. No debt bondage appears in the Homeric poems. The only male slave in the Odyssey whose origin is explained is the shepherd Eumaeus, captured and sold as a child. 491 male slaves are equally rare in Hesiod. Women who are bought are war prisoners, not debt pledges. 492. Diffusion to new contexts almost invariably involves mutation. The post-1200 BC Iron Age saw an adaptation of Mesopotamian commercial and agrarian debt practices by chieftains and headmen in Greece and Italy. In these new contexts usury became an intrusive wedge. Lacking a tradition of the checks and balances such as the royal debt cancellations and reversals of land forfeitures found in Sumer, Babylonia, and Assyria, debt bondage became irreversible, at least prior to Solon's Sachathia liberating Athenians. The result was that agrarian usury, debt bondage, and forfeiture of land rights became classical antiquity's most important economic dynamic. The classical aristocracies that emerged did not aim to preserve liberty, but to plunge as many of their clients as possible into bondage to themselves. As societies became oligarchic, they hired fighting men increasingly from the ranks of those they were dispossessing. Debt amnesties in the Neo-Assyrian and Neo-Babylonian empires. Around 1160 BC the Elamites sacked Babylon, yet again, drove out the Kassite dynasty and carried off Hammurabi's stele with its inscribed laws. Nebuchadnezzar I, 1125 to 1104 BC, liberated Babylonia, but a century later the Sealand dynasty from the south took over the region. Elam reconquered it, followed by a series of mixed dynasties and, in 729, subjugation to Assyria. The Neo-Assyrian Empire, 911 to 612 BC, bore little similarity to the old Assyrian commercial empire. However, the new rulers still recognized the need to proclaim Andararam to maintain a free and loyal army. Although they did not adopt royal titles such as Preserver of Law and Lover of Justice, they might initiate an amnesty, and, this would lead to the cancellation of enslavement for debt. 493 The practice of royal debt remissions is documented in a number of Neo-Assyrian tablets from private archives stipulating that silver was loaned after the remission. Translators of these debt tablets explain that the transaction is not annulled by the remission, implying that its meaning was like the silver was borrowed/lent after the remission. 494. Sargon II, 722 to 705 BC, and his successors continued the practice of freeing debt servants as a sacred royal duty as well as military necessity. 495 Assyrian bondservants in Babylon, under Assyrian domination from 729 to 626 BC, had to be released absolutely from the debts which must have been the cause of their enslavement. Anticipation of such proclamations is attested in contracts for slave sales, obliging sellers to refund the price that buyers had paid, if and when bondservants were liberated. The inscriptions of Sargon II, 722 to 705, and his grandson Esarhaddon, 681 to 669. Sidebar. After Sargon II, who ruled 722 to 705, defeated Israel in 710 and then Babylonia, he inscribed what has been called the Great Display inscription, c. 709, on a palace wall at Khir-Sabad along which all visitors to his throne room had to pass. Announcing that he had destroyed the prisons in which citizens of Sippar, Nippur, Babylon, and Borsippa and were confined, he reassigned the fields that had been stolen and appropriated while the land was in chaos, and proclaimed debt remission Andararu for Uruk, Eridu, Larsa, Kisik, and Nemdlaguda, brought their stolen gods back to their sanctuaries, and re-established their regular offerings, which had been interrupted, lines 134 to 137. Figure A, below Sargon II, from Khir-Sabad, with his son Sennacherib. British Museum. Villard, 2007, finds that private letters from the period show that although Sargon cites specific cities for his act, the Andararam applied throughout the entire Neo-Assyrian Empire. It restored the liberty of captured war slaves, coming as it did after the conclusion of Babylonia's defeat and hence seeking to provide reasons for its loyalty to Assyria. Sargon's son, Sennacherib, who ruled for 24 years from 705 to 681, waged another 12-year war with Babylon, destroying the great Esagil temple, the name means house whose top is high, to Marduk. After ascending the throne in 681, apparently by killing his father the king, his son, and Sargon's grandson, Esarhaddon left two inscriptions composed on clay prisms to commemorate his rebuilding of the Esagil temple. Recalling that his accession to the throne was marked by a favorable conjunction of Jupiter with the sun, he describes himself as the true shepherd of the gods to heal the land from a period when people were telling lies and looting the Esagil to sell its silver, gold and precious stones. Following orders to renovate the shrines and temples, he wrote, lines v10 to 28. I established anew the remission of debts Andararu of the wronged citizens of Babylon, people, entitled to, the privileged status, and, freedom, guaranteed by, the gods Anu and Enlil. I gathered the bought people who had become slaves, and, who had been distributed among the, foreign, riffraff and counted, them once again, as Babylonians. I returned their looted possessions, provided the naked with clothing, and let them take the road to Babylon. I encouraged them to settle the city, build houses, plant orchards, and dig canals. This debt remission seems to have applied specifically to Babylonia's traditionally tax-exempt cities to ensure their loyalty upon the return to peace, and did not apply to the Neo-Assyrian Empire as a whole. Figure B and C, below Esarhaddon, grandson of Sargon II, portrait on Victory stele, clay prism upon his restoration of Babylon, British Museum. Source, Block and Kroll 2017, 625 to 627 and 635 to 639, citing Fuchs 1994, 191 to 230 and 343 to 351 for Sargon's inscription, and Liechty 2011 for Esarhaddon. See also the discussion in Villard 2007. End sidebar. In 626 BC, Nabopolassar established the Neo-Babylonian dynasty, which held power until 539. In 597, Nebuchadnezzar II, 604 to 562, conquered Judah and began deporting, but not enslaving, its inhabitants. From the 7th through 4th centuries BC the practice of pledging one's own person for debt had completely vanished, 496 in sharp contrast to what was happening in Greece and Rome. This absence of debt bondage has prompted a controversy over whether Neo-Babylonian and early Achaemenid rulers found it necessary to annul debts. Hints of such acts come from private archives of debt tablets, and from Herodotus. Reconstructing their traces was one of the main issues at the 1998 colloquium at Columbia University on debt and economic renewal. Michael Jurza noted that Herodotus, 367, relates that an earlier 6th century Smerdis, Bardiya, cancelled taxes and conscription for 3 years. 497 Wunsch found an exceptional sample of convoluted debt and exchange transactions in the archive of the Ejibai family from the year 522 that could have been precisely what one might have done to protect himself against the possibility of a real estate redemption following the proclamation of a clean slate. 498. In 1986, Stolper found irregularities in the Murusha family's archive of debt tablets for the year 424. Van Driel suggested that a usurper to the Persian throne after Darius sought to secure power by annulling debts. In reviewing the contemporary temple archives, Jurza proposes that the Persian king Darius II might have proclaimed not a general debt remission comparable to the old Babylonian Mizraim Acts, but rather a cancellation of taxes and dues owed to the king, including debts resulting, indirectly, from these obligations. 499. Such a proclamation would be in keeping with Neo-Assyrian evidence. Reflecting the timeless principle that debts that can't be paid, won't be paid, proclaiming a tax or fiscal debt remission in the face of warfare or dynastic disruption was simply a practical matter when most debts were uncollectible in any event. Egypt's pharaonic amnesties. We owe our modern understanding of hieroglyphics to the Rosetta Stone. Unearthed in 1799 by Napoleon's soldiers during France's invasion of Egypt, it is a trilingual ceremonial text honoring the 13-year-old ruler Ptolemy V in 196 BC. The basalt stone has 3 parallel texts. Egyptian hieroglyphics, archaic official script, are on top, and Egyptian contemporary demotic script is in the middle. On the bottom is a Greek text, reflecting the fact that the dynasty was founded by Alexander the Great's general Ptolemy, who seized Egypt in 305 BC after Alexander's death. By comparing its Greek, hieroglyphic and demotic Egyptian scripts, the French decipherer Jean-François Champollion was able to translate the old writing. What is less well remembered is the Rosetta Stone's content, the Memphis Decree. It commemorates an amnesty of tax debts and other royal fees. After more than a century of rule, the Ptolemies were getting into the flow of ancient tradition, acting more like the pharaohs of old than as military overlords. Encouraged by the priesthood to act as the living image of Zeus/Amon, son of the sun, the young ruler crowned at Memphis proclaimed an amnesty on the occasion of his coming of age and taking the throne, apparently in a spirit reminiscent of kindred proclamations that were traditional for pharaohs prior to the Greek conquest of Egypt. Figure 29b, the Rosetta Stone. Louvre, Paris. The inscription reports that he has remitted the debts to the crown which were owed by the people in Egypt and those in the rest of his kingdom, which were considerable, and he has freed those who were in the prisons and who were under accusation for a long time from the charges against them, as well as remitting various taxes and duties, including the debts of the temples to the royal treasury up to the 8th year, 198/7 BC. 500. Rostov-Zef describes this act as a philanthropa edict, royal good work, belonging to a time-honored tradition going back to the Bronze Age. They were first and foremost proclamations of peace or grants of amnesty. They all began with the same formula: the kings give general pardon to all their subjects for errors, crimes, accusations, condemnations, and charges of all kinds up to a certain date. There followed a general concession to all the population, a remission of taxes until a certain date. 501. The debt cancellation reflected a declining economy plagued by pressure of taxes, rapid accumulation of arrears and confiscations, prisons full of criminals and public and private debtors, fugitives scattered all over the country and living by robbery, and compulsion applied in every sphere of life, including military conscription. The natural results were scarcity of labor, gradual depopulation of villages, abandonment of fields, deterioration of land, neglect of dikes and canals, and an atmosphere of war and unrest. 502. Weinfeld likewise suggests a pedigree for such proclamations to be a general Near Eastern practice going back to the early pharaohs. He finds that the phrase signifying an Egyptian amnesty, literally to let everyone return to his home, or hometown, i.e., a return to their origin, recalls Sumerian Amar, Gi. A paean composed for the accession or anniversary festival of Ramses IV, 1153–1146 BC, proclaimed that he has caused those who had fled to return to their home towns. The naked are clothed, those who were in bonds are free again, those who were in chains rejoice. 503. In the same spirit, his father Ramses III, 1184–1153, left an inscription on a temple block at Elephantine announcing that he freed temple personnel from corvée duties and performed other good works after justice was established in this land. The Egyptologist Ogden Golat points out that in the case of the Rosetta Decree, the synod of Egyptian priests who helped compose the text had been convened in the aftermath of the final suppression of a lengthy native revolt. 504. It seems that as debt became more important, debt amnesties were proclaimed as a logical extension of liberating rebels, criminals, exiles, and cities or their populations that owed taxes and fees to the palace, its collectors, and private creditors acting on their own. Egypt's most important surviving edict is that of the 19th dynasty pharaoh Harmhab, 13th century BC. 505. It is reminiscent of Urukagina's reform text in setting out to correct abuses and rectify social disorder in the land, freeing the people from unjust oppositions and protecting the poor from exploitation. However, Golat emphasizes that Egypt's economy and royal practices under its early pharaohs differed from those of Mesopotamia. The royal amnesties of Egypt's Old Kingdom were concerned with pardoning rebels or criminals, not with financial matters. 506. Or redistributing land, for the simple reason that the pharaoh owned the land and creditors were in no position to appropriate it. The theme of the pardoned being allowed to return home occurs in literary sources, but for most of Egyptian history, personal debt and foreclosures by creditors had not yet become a disturbing factor. But the Rosetta Stone explicitly forgave tax debts owed to the royal palace. Like other Bronze Age laws, those of Egypt reflected principles of equity associated with the sun god of justice. Golat finds that Egypt's coronations or the royal Hebsed festival were the most likely occasions for amnesties. In that sense, the accession ceremonies were similar to Mesopotamia's coronation festival. Egypt's said festival was long called a jubilee because of its kinship with the Hebrew Yobel year of release. 507. Egypt's jubilee or said festival was celebrated in the pharaoh's 30th year of rule, when his reign was viewed as beginning a new cycle. This anniversary was celebrated by the construction of an entirely new temple, at least the erection of a festival hall within an existing sanctuary. 508. The basic idea of this 30-year periodicity for social reorderings was a month of years, at the end of which Egypt recreated its institutions and order afresh if no new ruler took the throne. But although the said festival included a royal amnesty for prisoners, there is no indication of debts or their cancellation in the early period. No debt bondage in early dynastic times is documented. Where slaves are documented, they are captured war prisoners, not bondservants. Nonetheless, Egyptian rulers are reported to have issued rules governing debt as it developed and spread throughout the economy. The New Kingdom lasted from 1552 to 664 BC. Near its end the pharaoh Bacon reign f. 720 to 715 BC, whose name is Grecianized as Bacchorus, is reported to have freed Egyptians from debt bondage and indeed, banned it much as Solon did in Athens over a century later. As one of the two rulers of the short-set 24th dynasty, he was the last pharaoh to govern independent Egypt. Ethiopia invaded in the last year of his 5-year reign and installed Kushite kings, inaugurating the late period of foreign rule over Egypt. It was in the midst of this military crisis that Bacchorus abolished debt bondage and, apparently in conjunction with this act, announced a reform requiring all contracts to be written rather than oral if they were to be deemed legally binding. Recognizing that creditors were prone to overstate the balances due, Bacchorus's policy ruled that if a debtor contested a claim that his creditor could not back up by producing a written agreement, the debt was nullified. The Roman historian Diodorus of Sicily, I. 79, is our source of information on Bacchorus as told to him by contemporary Egyptians c. 40 to 30 BC. If men who had borrowed money denied the indebtedness and had not signed a bond, they might take an oath to that effect and be cleared of the obligation. This insistence on written records remained in force into Ptolemaic times. It had long been standard Mesopotamian practice, attested in the laws of Hammurabi protecting debtors by requiring proper documentation. That is why archaeologists find debt records so dominant in their excavations. Diodorus adds that Bacchorus also ruled that the repayment of loans could be exacted only from a man's estate, and under no condition did he allow the debtor's person to be subject to seizure. Facing the military threat from Ethiopia, Egypt needed the services of men who had been expropriated for debt arrears. Diodorus explained that this was Bacchorus's rationale for abolishing debt bondage and cancelling undocumented debts. The bodies of citizens should belong to the state, to the end that it might avail itself of the services which its citizens owed it, in times of both war and peace. For he felt that it would be absurd for a soldier, perhaps at the moment when he was setting forth to fight for his fatherland, to be hauled to prison by his creditor for an unpaid loan, and that the greed of private citizens should in this way endanger the safety of all. 509. That is the logic that must have guided Hammurabi to proclaim his laws blocking creditors from appropriating the crop surpluses produced by tenants on royal land, and on communal lands that owed manpower and military service to the palace. Creditor attempts to take the usufruct for themselves threatened to untrack Babylonia's ability to fill the military draft in an age when warfare was endemic. Despite the inexorable trend of debt bondage that ultimately engulfed antiquity, most historians applaud the Iron Age Mediterranean West as bringing liberty and founding Western civilization. It was in this environment that the Jewish Bible gave the conflict between debtors and creditors a central role in shaping Judaic history and religion. See Endnotes chapter 21. From the Dawn of the Iron Age to the Rosetta Stone. Part 4. The Biblical Legacy. 22 Judges, Kings, and Usury, 8th and 7th centuries BC. Much as Livy and Plutarch focused on the debt crises that racked Greece and Rome throughout their recorded history, the Jewish Bible emphasizes the struggle between debtors and creditors as one of its central themes. A few good kings walking in righteousness are juxtaposed to many bad kings taxing the land and letting creditors prey on the weak and poor. Most kings failed to stop wealthy creditors from monopolizing the land and reducing populations to bondage. It was left to the prophets of the 8th and 7th centuries BC, and a few good rulers such as Josiah and the administrator Nehemiah, to counter the arrogance of the rich, elevating the idea of social justice to the moral core of their religion. Few non-biblical records exist for Israel and Judah prior to the 5th century BC. What has been presented as archaic tradition was edited many centuries after the epoch of the Judges, David, and Solomon. Only after the resettlement of Judah under Nehemiah in 458 to 432 BC was the Jewish Bible put into the form that has come down to us today, including the preachings of Amos and his younger contemporary Hosea in the 8th century BC. Its compilers interpolated melodramatic stories whose moral was that bad rulers or even entire peoples would meet unfortunate fates. Israel's destruction by Assyria in 722 was depicted as punishment for misrule, as was Judah's conquest by Babylonia in 597, and the deportation of much of its population. The exiles returning from Babylonia codified what became the Torah, law, the Bible's first 5 books, centered on the commandments received from the Lord by Moses on Mount Sinai. However, no dated contracts or court records for land sales survive to put matters in perspective. The denunciations of creditors by the prophets in the 8th and 7th centuries BC make no reference to the 3 biblical law codes, the covenant code of Exodus 21 to 23, the priestly code of Deuteronomy 15 and 24 dealing with the septennial year of release, and the holiness code of Leviticus 25 dealing with the Jubilee year. These were the laws that made Yahweh a protector of the poor and needy, insisting on periodic debt cancellation, liberation of debt servants and a return of land to its former holders as a sacred covenant rather than royal policy of individual rulers. For many years biblical scholars considered these laws to be more idealistic than practical. In contrast to Bronze Age debt cancellations whose enforcement is confirmed by legal records, the biblical debt laws have been widely viewed as utopian statements not followed in practice. For starters, the Jewish lands were subject to foreign powers after 722. Even when kings were fully in control of Judah and Israel early in the first millennium, they are described as making taxes more onerous and backing wealthy creditors instead of proclaiming justice and equity. It was in fact popular discontent when the Jewish kingdoms were subject to despotism that prompted the Torah's final authors to transform Near Eastern traditions of economic renewal into a Yahwistic religious covenant after the return from the Babylonian deportations, 597 to 586. In an epoch when armies were raised increasingly by hiring mercenaries, kings taxed their subjects to hire professional soldiers instead of maintaining a free peasant army. Rulers permitted an oligarchy to take over the land, leading the prophets Jeremiah and Ezekiel, along with Isaiah, Amos, and Micah, to denounce them for refusing to protect the poor from creditors or other takers of the land. Led by Jeremiah, c. 626 to 586 BC, around the time of Solon's reforms in Athens, and his contemporary Ezekiel, 622 to 570, the prophets were the major advocates of debt forgiveness. They were followed in the mid-5th century by the Persian-appointed governor Nehemiah, whose policies bore striking similarities to those of the popular tyrants who overthrew aristocracies in Sparta, Corinth, and other prosperous Greek cities. What the biblical laws did that was novel was to make clean slates automatic and periodic, not leaving them to the will of kings, who no longer could be trusted to give more than lip service to protecting the poor. The duty of canceling debts, liberating bondservants, and redistributing the land was woven into the foundation myth of Jewish religion, with the Lord making a moral pact with his followers when he freed them from bondage at the time of the Exodus. The anti-royalist spirit of biblical law. Israelite mistrust of kings had a long tradition. One of the most resonant passages of the Bible's historical books describes how the period of the judges gave way to that of kings. The elders came to Samuel the judge in his old age and complained that his 2 sons had turned to dishonest gain, accepted bribes and perverted justice. The elders asked him to appoint a king to make Israel like other nations, above all to lead them into battle. Deploring their request, he listed the abuses to which kings were prone. 1 Samuel 8. This is what the king who will reign over you will do: he will take your sons and make them serve with his chariots and horses, and they will run in front of his chariots. Some he will assign to be commanders of thousands and commanders of fifties, just as in Babylonian practice, and others to plow his ground and reap his harvest, and still others to make weapons of war and equipment for his chariots. He will take your daughters to be perfumers and cooks and bakers. He will take the best of your fields and vineyards and olive groves and give them to his attendants. He will take a tenth of your grain and of your vintage and give it to his officials and attendants. Your menservants and maidservants and the best of your cattle and donkeys he will take for his own use. He will take a tenth of your flocks, and you yourselves will become his slaves. When that day comes, you will cry out for relief from the king you have chosen. No doubt these warnings were put into Samuel's mouth based on subsequent experience. Samuel designated Saul to become king c. 1010 BC, and his reign indeed was unhappy. After conquering Ammon in a surprise attack, Saul lost to the Philistines in a pitched battle in which his sons were killed, and he killed himself to avoid capture. He was followed by the army commander David, son of Jesse of Bethlehem. Ruling c. 1006 to 966, David defeated the Philistines and later established a new capital at Jerusalem, not hitherto part of Israelite territory. Taken as his personal plunder, it was long known as the City of David. He expanded its walled territory from 12 acres to about 32, and built up its religious importance to buttress his royal authority. Much as his Mesopotamian predecessors had done, David appointed palace officials as priests of its temple, and centralized the royal and temple treasuries. 510. In the absence of non-biblical sources citing David or his son Solomon, Israelite history must be inferred from the sketchy comments in the Bible's historical books. It seems that in the long tradition extending from Amorite warlords down through the Viking and Norman invaders of medieval Europe, David parceled out the land among his companions. His army leader Job is reported to have been a large landlord. 511. Maes Weinfeld contends that when 2 Samuel 8 reports that David reigned over all Israel, doing what was just and right, a Dira edict proclaiming justice and righteousness is to be understood. 512. But the Bible depicts David as levying taxes, not as alleviating the fiscal burden. His impositions became so onerous that Israel attempted to withdraw from Judah. Sheba, son of Bichri, sounded the trumpet and shouted, "We have no share in David, no part in Jesse's son. Every man to his tent, O Israel." 2 Samuel 20. After David's army defeated Sheba, he ordered a census to enroll the land's fighting men, placing Adoniram in charge of forced labor. 2 Samuel 24. Even his army commander Job protested. The census imposed on Israelites was precisely the kind of corvée labor tax from which Moses was said to have delivered them in Egypt. David's personality also is depicted as autocratic in lusting after Bathsheba, wife of his military commander Uriah the Hittite. He arranged for the husband to be killed fighting the Philistines, and then married Bathsheba, who bore him Solomon, c. 966 to 926 BC, who gained the throne through palace intrigue despite the fact that he was not the firstborn. He lived in splendor, taking foreign wives belonging to numerous religions, following the example of late Bronze Age rulers throughout the Near East, and maintained a class of royal charioteers. Organizing trade as a royal monopoly, he undertook commercial ventures to trade with Arabia in partnership with Hiram of Tyre. To finance these activities, Solomon imposed onerous taxes and labor services, dividing Israel into 12 fiscal provinces, each of which was obliged to support the royal budget for 1 month a year. An overseer was appointed for each district, headed by the royal scribal administrator, a position that had not existed under David. The kingdom was burdened with an annual tax of 666 talents of gold, about 25 tons. 513. There is no indication that Solomon cancelled the land's debts when he built Jerusalem's temple, 1 Kings 8:12 ff. Example as did Gudea in similar circumstances a millennium earlier in Lachish. The corvée labor Solomon and his son Rehoboam imposed were so harsh that Solomon's labor overseer Jeroboam rebelled and fled to Egypt to avoid being killed, 1 Kings 11. The Lord warned Solomon to be upright and observe his laws, or else he would cut off the Israelites from their land in punishment for having forsaken the Lord their God, who brought their fathers out of Egypt. DeVox notes that the Bible's historical books never allude to any legislative power of the king. 514 rulers are depicted as having authority to appoint officials, but do not enact laws. Good rulers are simply those who uphold priestly influence, such as Josiah, 640-609, who recovered the laws of Deuteronomy. Proverbs 29:14 instructs the Israelites, if a king judges the poor with fairness, his throne will always be secure. But not many kings proved fair after the turn of the first millennium. When Solomon died c. 930 BC, his son Rehoboam initiated a crisis that split the kingdom. Instead of inaugurating his reign with a fiscal amnesty, he increased the tax burden. The Israelites sent a delegation asking him to lighten their yoke, and his advisors urged him to comply. But in a hubristic show of force Rehoboam promised to make their taxes even heavier. My father scourged you with whips, I will scourge you with scorpions, 1 Kings 12. The 10 tribes of Israel withdrew from the southern kingdom of Judah, echoing the cry of Sheba son of Bichri a generation earlier, look after your own house, O David. They chose as their king Solomon's rebellious administrator Jeroboam, 930-910 BC. Israel's subsequent history depicts the land as suffering punishment for having left only the smaller kingdom of Judah to worship Yahweh. After Rehoboam, only 8 good kings are cited in Judah, headed by Hezekiah and Josiah. In Israel, within half a century an army leader, Omri, 880-873, usurped the throne. His son Ahab, 873-853, sought to tax the Israelites as heavily as the Judean kings had done. The prophet Elijah led a revolt, campaigning against the Baal cult and its astral deities that Ahab had permitted to flourish after he married the Phoenician princess Jezebel from the wealthy port of Sidon. Soon thereafter, supporters of the prophet Elisha obtained the throne for Jehu, 841-814, who eliminated the house of Omri and suppressed the Baal worship, presumably along with the most offensive fiscal and financial practices. Land tenure threatened by debt foreclosure. Abraham is described as a merchant from Ur in Sumer, but the Israelites did not view themselves as a mercantile nation. During the period of their kings they used the word Canaanite to indicate a trader. 515 In the face of intensifying commercial forces, they sought to preserve family ties to hereditary land to support themselves. This meant not pledging or selling an inheritance irrevocably but preserving the family's right to reclaim it. 516 The essence of their hereditary tenure was to preserve access to the land as the paramount means of self-support, in contrast to absentee ownership. The traditional ethic is illustrated in the story of Omri's son Ahab's machinations to acquire Naboth's vineyard, 1 Kings 21. Naboth protests, "The Lord forbid that I should give you the inheritance of my fathers." Ahab returns home without pressing the point, but his Baal-worshipping Phoenician wife Jezebel prods him to arrange for Naboth's judicial murder to confiscate his land. The moral of this story is that her mercenary character corrupted Ahab and let him repudiate the family ties that traditionally had consolidated communal self-support against the appropriation of the land by outsiders. To punish his chosen people for falling away from his commandments, the Lord condemned Israel to be conquered by Sargon II of Assyria in 721, and later let Judah be subjugated by Babylonia's king Nebuchadnezzar. The Assyrian army captured Israel's capital city of Samaria in 722, and invaded Judah in 705, reducing it to little more than Jerusalem and its environs. Judah held out in shrunken form until 587, when Babylonia destroyed it. The prophets blamed these disasters on the failure to free the poor from debt bondage and return the lands that indebted families had forfeited. In a fitting retaliation for having dispossessed their own brethren, the rich who had enslaved the poor ended up being deported from their land. The prophets lead a revolt. Archaeological excavations in Israel show small 10th century BC towns with houses of similar size and arrangement. Each house, summarizes de Vaux, represents the dwelling of a family which lived in the same way as its neighbors. The contrast is striking when we pass to the 8th century houses on the same site. The rich houses are bigger and better built and in a different quarter from that where the poor houses are huddled together. Between these 2 centuries, a social revolution had taken place. The monarchical institutions produced a class of officials who drew a profit from their posts and the favors granted them by the king. Others, by hard work or good luck, made vast profits from their lands. Isaiah 2:7 says, "The land is full of silver and gold, and treasures past counting." The prophets condemn their contemporaries for their luxury in building, in entertainment, and in dress. The wealth of the day was in fact badly distributed and often ill-gotten. If they covet fields, they seize them; if houses, they take them. Micah 2:2. The rich landlords would speculate and defraud others, the judges took bribes, and the creditors knew no pity. 517. The 8th and 7th centuries were a time of rising prosperity for Judah, Israel, and the rest of the Mediterranean. Iron-using technology made tools that increased crop yields, as well as more affordable arms for fighting. Commerce expanded, and with it came interest-bearing debt, much as had occurred throughout the Mesopotamian periphery a millennium earlier. A wealthy class emerged and found markets for pottery and luxury export crops such as olive oil and wine. The ensuing money economy caused debt strains as usury turned debtors into clients, dependents, and bondservants, prying away their land. The Bible's passages that deal with lending refer to agrarian usury and loans to the poor in dire need, not to commercial advances. Every time lending on interest is mentioned in the Bible, it is spoken of with disapproval. 518 The loan market was depicted as predatory, driving people into debt and taking their land and thus threatening to destroy what today are called family values. Having lost faith in kings, the populist prophets prepared the ground for the biblical debt laws by assigning protection of the poor to Yahweh. More concerned with protecting cultivators from their creditors than with astral cosmology, Yahweh demanded a moral economic order in stronger terms than did other gods who, like Baal, and their priesthoods, became tools of the emerging aristocracies. Yet the prophets of Israel and Judah were well-connected men of influence, as were the Greek and Roman reformers and the Stoics who later influenced the Gracchi and other disaffected aristocrats in Rome. Although these reformers spoke on behalf of the poor against wealthy predators, they did not arise out of the poor classes. Motivated by idealism or personal ambition, they sought, with the support of the affluents, to commit the rulers to programs of social amelioration and regeneration. 519. Rabbinic tradition describes Amos, influential in Israel in the time of Jeroboam II, 786 to 746, as a moderately wealthy stock raiser and landowner. 520 He speaks to the people of the northern kingdom generally and to the privileged classes particularly. In Judah, Isaiah was an aristocrat, as was Zephaniah, who became an advisor of Uzziah, 767 to 740, Ahaz, 732 to 716, and Hezekiah, 716 to 687, and chronicled their reigns. 521. What these prominent reformers shared was the perception that instead of leading to greater overall prosperity, leaving money lending and land tenure to what today are called market relations and the sanctity of debt meant dispossessing debtors from the land, and in due course to the kingdom's military defeat. Opposing the aggressiveness of their fellow prosperous classes, these reformer prophets presented their program as conservative. They accused rulers of deviating from the higher authority of religion, succumbing to Baal worship and an addictive compulsion to amass property without limit, what the Greeks called hubris, the arrogance of wealth. What the prophets claimed to restore was an idealized original economy in which families were self-sufficient on the land, free from bondage and able to support themselves without running into debt more than temporarily. Robert North summarizes the sermons and oracles of Amos and his fellow reformers as implying that there can be wrong even when the poor man parts with his land freely and for a fair price. Justice demands that the land remain more or less inalienably distributed among numerous small holders. When property is concentrated in the hands of a few, monopolistic oppression is the inevitable result. 522 Inasmuch as lending and land sale occurred mainly among unequals, this was held to be akin to coercive robbery and was implicitly opposed by the Eighth Commandment, "Thou shalt not steal." Land consolidation to assemble great estates, latifundia, was blamed for the downfall of Israel and Judah, as it was in Rome a half-millennium later. Woe to you who add house to house and join field to field till no space is left and you live alone in the land, spoke Isaiah 5:8, the most influential prophet during 740 to 700, around the time of the radical Lycurgan economic reforms in Sparta. Isaiah continues, 5:9 Surely the great houses will become desolate, the fine mansions left without occupants. Woe to those who call evil good and good evil, who put darkness for light and light for darkness, who put bitter for sweet and sweet for bitter. Likewise the prophet Micah, 740 to 670, an aristocrat who advised Hezekiah, declaimed, Woe to those that devise iniquity, they covet fields and houses, and take them by force. They defraud a man of his home and his inheritance, Micah 2:1-2. He adds, 7:3 Both hands are skilled in doing evil, the ruler demands gifts, the judge accepts bribes, the powerful dictate what they desire, they all conspire together. Isaiah 13:11 promises to put an end to the arrogance of the haughty and humble the pride of the ruthless. He warns, 3:14 The Lord enters into judgment against the elders and leaders of his people, it is you who have ruined my vineyard, the plunder from the poor is in your houses. What do you mean by crushing my people and grinding the faces of the poor? Indeed, Isaiah starts off, 1:10-23, by declaiming, See how the faithful city has become a harlot. She once was full of justice, righteousness used to dwell in her, but now murderers. Your rulers are rebels, companions of thieves, they all love bribes and chase after gifts. They do not defend the cause of the fatherless, the widow's case does not come before them. Amos 2:6 bears a similar message about the Lord's wrath at Judah's elite. They sell the righteous for silver, and the needy for a pair of sandals. They trample on the heads of the poor as upon the dust of the ground and deny justice to the oppressed. They lie down beside every altar on garments taken in pledge. In the house of their God they drink wine taken as fines. Continuing this theme later, Amos 5:12-16 accuses. You oppress the righteous and take bribes, and you deprive the poor of justice in the courts. Therefore the prudent man keeps quiet in such times, for the times are evil. Hate evil, love good, maintain justice in the courts. Perhaps the Lord God Almighty will have mercy on the remnant of Joseph. The end of Israel was coming because the kingdom and its leaders had permitted wealth seekers to exploit the poor and deny them justice. Hosea's speeches in the 8th century BC allude to similar wrongs. He warns, in a passage written retroactively, that Israel's riches will be taken by the Assyrians, because instead of sowing righteousness the Israelites have planted wickedness, reaped evil, and eaten the fruit of deception, Hosea 10. Its merchants stir the Lord's wrath by using false weights and measures. They make many promises, take false oaths and make agreements, therefore lawsuits spring up like poisonous weeds in a plowed field. This metaphor alludes to Greek hubris, literally an overgrowth of vegetation. Such imagery, according to Gottwald, suggests that the oaths and agreements condemned had to do with land transactions or loans to debtor farmers. Especially striking is the use of the Genesis traditions about Jacob cheating his brother to epitomize the northern kingdom as a land of greed and plunder, 12:8, 9. Finally, the climactic true confession of Israel in 14:1, 3 states that in you, Yahweh, the orphan finds mercy, a code phrase for the socio-economic program of tribal Israel for protecting the weak. 523. The prophets wanted to restore an idealized status quo ante, but their preachings show no trace of Mesopotamia's clean slate tradition, or even of the biblical law codes such as the Jubilee year. Nowhere in the Bible do the prophets explicitly base themselves on the Mosaic legislation as a norm of their decrees, points out North. 524. Lemsch adds that the main ingredient of the Exodus story, the covenant, does not seem to have played any significant role in the religious life of Israel before the 6th century. It was only in relatively late times that Moses was understood as a lawgiver. 525. The first 39 chapters of Isaiah, the later ones are attributed to Deutero and 3rd Isaiah, do not mention Exodus traditions. What we find prior to Jeremiah and Ezekiel are straightforward denunciations of usury, leavened occasionally by miracles. For instance, in 2 Kings 4, c. 850 BC, a follower of the prophet Elisha dies. His widow calls out to Elisha in distress that now his creditor is coming to take my 2 boys as his slaves. All she owns is some oil to light her lamps. Elisha saves her by performing a miracle. He tells her to borrow as many jars from her neighbors as she can, and fill them all with oil. She is able to miraculously fill them all from her own small jar, and sells the oil to repay her debts. This obviously was not a solution available to everybody. That is why the message of the prophets was so pessimistic. Their solution was simply to exhort rulers and the wealthy to behave more charitably. Figure 30, below, a widow redeems her child after Elisha's intervention, by Selyukin, 1697. How the 10 Commandments pertain to the usury problem. The 10 Commandments, Exodus 20, repeated in Deuteronomy 5, immediately preceding the Covenant Code, bear on the debt issue in ways not immediately apparent to modern eyes. For instance, as Gottwald points out, the crimes listed in Hosea 4:1 by a series of nouns, that is, false swearing the 3rd commandment, stealing the 8th commandment, and murder the 6th commandment, were all involved in the debt foreclosures, land grabbing, and court corruption pinpointed by Amos. 526. Dictating his laws to Moses, Yahweh warns his followers to adhere to the law, Torah, and shun other gods, the 1st commandment, example as Jezebel worshipped Baal. In the spirit of Hosea 10, 1-2 a century earlier, Deuteronomy 12, 2-6 calls for tearing down altars and destroying the temples of other gods. Yahweh exhorts his followers to remember that I am a jealous God, 2nd commandment, and directs them not to worship idols by making images or physical representations of any gods. The 3rd commandment forbids them to misuse Yahweh's name, a prohibition blocking creditors from forcing debtors to waive their sacred rights by making them swear not to avail themselves of the biblical laws protecting their welfare. Related to this is the 9th commandment, prohibiting Israelites from accusing or testifying falsely against one another in lawsuits. The 4th commandment enjoins Israelites from working on the Sabbath day. Deuteronomy extends this principle to the sabbatical year of release, a week of years. The Exodus story frames this law, as the Lord repeatedly reminds the Israelites of their own origin in slavery, by the refrain, "Remember, thou wast a bondsman in the land of Egypt," Deuteronomy 15, 15, 24, 18, etal, not to mention under Solomon and his successors. The 10th commandment prohibits Israelites from coveting members of other households, including their servants, property, or family members pledged for debt. As such, it was related to the 8th commandment, "Thou shalt not steal," which was long perceived to ban creditors from taking what the poor needed for their self-support. To foreclose on land and not ultimately return it to the defaulting debtor was held to constitute theft. The most relevant biblical chapter defining interest charges in this way is Ezekiel 18, where the prophet of the exile describes the Lord's threat that a father will die for his own sin, because he practiced extortion, robbed his brother and did what was wrong among his people. Martin Luther's 1516 AD sermon on the Eighth Commandment condemns usury as a form of theft, warning that it destroys cities much as a worm destroys an apple from within its core. A generation later, John Calvin, in a commentary on Ezekiel written in the final year of his life, published in 1565 AD, likewise defined usury and mercantile fraud as theft, accusing wealthy lenders of being as guilty of breaking the Eighth Commandment as highwaymen and robbers. 527 Jews were forbidden to take interest from one another, which is why Jesus overturned the tables of money lenders in the temple. Figure 31, below Jesus expels the money lenders from the temple by El Greco, 1600. The Revised Standard Version of the Bible translates usury as referring to excessive interest, that is, to usury over and above the legal rate approved by civil authorities. This anachronism distorts the text's meaning. Neither Hebrew, Greek, nor Latin had separate words to distinguish between interest and usury. That distinction is the product of medieval canon law, which carved out a form of commercial gain, interessi, that Christians could take legitimately in the face of the biblical strictures. Lending among merchants and their backers, what the Babylonians categorized as silver loans, is not discussed in the Bible. Throughout antiquity there was a perception that interest on loans to pay taxes or simply to survive, as distinct from commercial investment, normally was charged only to unequals, to persons whose status was below that of the creditor. Prosperous Greeks, for instance, gave their slaves money to lend out to clients at usury, but lent each other money interest-free in Iranos societies organized to raise friendly loans for their peers. 528 In contrast, the poor had to pay for their loans. They were treated as outsiders, as economic prey rather than brethren whose self-sufficiency was to be protected. Earlier Near Eastern societies had laws to prevent the mercantile classes from converting their wealth into land holding at the expense of general communal self-dependency, but there were no religious sanctions against charging usury to fellow community members such as are found in biblical law, to say nothing of the biblical injunctions to aid the poor even to the point of leaving the land fallow so that the stranger or freedman may glean food in the year of release. These radical laws were the culmination of Jewish experience codified after the return of exiles from Babylonia. The economic strains they addressed were occurring throughout the entire classical world. In Greece, for instance, contemporary 7th century BC records describe clans that had taken over the land in Corinth and other prosperous cities being overthrown by popular leaders called tyrants who exiled them and redistributed the land among their followers. In Sparta the semi-mythical Lycurgus is said by Plutarch to have gone so far as to have replaced silver with iron fiat money and replaced the oligarchy with a redistributive equality. In early 6th century BC Athens, Solon ended debt bondage for citizens. All this was kindred in spirit to what was happening in Judah. See Endnotes chapter 22. Judges, Kings, and Usury, 8th and 7th centuries BC. 23 Biblical laws call for periodic debt cancellation. The Bible interprets Israel's defeat by Sargon II in 722 BC as divine punishment for falling away from the covenant with the Lord. Israel's punishment fit the crime, just as its creditor elite had dispossessed their brethren from the land, so the 10 tribes of Israel were deported to Mesopotamia and Media, and Judah's size was reduced to only the region surrounding Jerusalem. Apart from fundamentalist literal readers of the Bible, one of the few modern writers who believe that the biblical debt laws actually were applied in the 8th century BC is Morris Silver. He believes that in trying to help the poor by implementing pro-debtor laws, Israel and Judah not only weakened their economic progress but also antagonized their aristocracy, whose ranks included the cavalry and in time defected to Assyria and Babylonia. 529. This reading recalls the Athenian aristocrats who sought Sparta's aid to protect their wealth from the democracy. History certainly has shown financial wealth and creditor strategy for power to be cosmopolitan, not patriotic. The Israelite prophets did indeed condemn the cavalry, synonymous with the aristocracy, in an epoch when class reflected a citizen's military rank, based on the amount of land one possessed to support the expense of his arms and training. Throughout the ancient world, military tactics were shifting to rely more on the demos infantry. After the Assyrian king Sennacherib, 705 to 681, captured all of Judah except Jerusalem in 701, chariot troops never again were raised. 530 citizen infantry and mounted cavalry were complemented by navies manned by the poorest citizens. By the closing decades of the 7th century BC, the aristocracy's power throughout the Mediterranean region was based largely on commercializing land use. Converting Athenian land to grow olive and wine for export, the aristocracy obtained labor initially from debtors dispossessed from their land. In Solon's day, these hectomoroui or sixth parters were left on their land and obliged to turn over much of their surplus. There is debate over whether it was 1/6 or 5/6, as interest or rent usufruct to their creditors. Around the time creditor aristocracies were being overthrown by tyrants in Corinth and other leading Greek city-states, the 8-year-old Josiah, born in 648 BC, ascended Judah's throne, reigning from 640 to 609. His upbringing was shaped by populist advisors influenced by the prophet Jeremiah, 655 to 586. Their teachings inspired Josiah to oppose the oligarchs who had killed his predecessor Amon. Josiah's biography resembles that of the earlier Israelite ruler Joash, 798 to 782 BC, described in 2 Kings 11:17. Coming to the throne as a 7-year-old after a dangerous conspiracy, Joash had sought to stop social abuses and restore the Yahweh worship by supporting the priest Jehoiada. Josiah supported Jeremiah in a kindred program to uplift the people from economic oppression by Judah's oligarchy. Both biographies are based only on the Bible, as no contemporary records mentioning Josiah or Joash have survived. In both cases, the economic war between creditors and debtors took on a religious dimension. The reformer prophets promoting Yahweh worship accused Judah and its inhabitants of being full of superstitions from the east, Isaiah 2, 7-11, and recalled Isaiah's warning that the Lord will not forgive the rich and greedy, and that the eyes of the arrogant man will be humbled, and their pride brought low. Josiah's accession occurred at a time when the Assyrian Empire was weakening and Chaldean Babylonia had not yet reached full imperial strength. This military vacuum left Judah able to embark on far-reaching reforms. The Great Watershed occurred in 610, when Josiah used his tax money to rebuild Jerusalem's temple. Priests are said to have found an ancient law scroll, the P document, which formed the basis for Deuteronomy, the second law. It was in the spirit of the times for religious texts to be found in temples, or for oracles from the distant past to be discovered at opportune moments and be interpreted in keeping with the times. Reforms could be based on references to a lost golden age, a sacred past presented not as an innovation but as a return to former traditions. That is why in Athens oligarchic and democratic politicians each had their own version of Solon's laws. The P document has been compared to that of Numa's alleged laws in Rome, which the Senate rejected and destroyed, claiming that they were not genuine. The P document appears to have originated in Israel rather than Judah. 531 The original presented to Josiah has not survived, only the post-exilic elaboration in Deuteronomy after being edited by Ezekiel and nearly 2 centuries of the Jewish community in exile in Babylonia. Accusing the self-centeredness of wealth of deranging the sacred past, the P document made economic behavior the moral test to judge good and evil. This dovetails with the preachings of Jeremiah and Ezekiel. The fact that no traces of Deuteronomy's ideas appear in the preachings of Amos, Hosea, and Isaiah suggests that the P document was recomposed after its discovery in 610 BC. As reported in 2 Kings 22-23, Josiah, 26 years old in that year, became angry that the Deuteronomic laws were not being followed. Either they had been forgotten or never were applied. Counseled by the reformers, he made them official policy. Calling together the elders and summoning the people to the temple, he read the law and got them to reaffirm its stipulations by acclamation. Josiah then set about removing priests who worshipped Baal and other gods. Deuteronomy became the required Judean religious text, as Leviticus would be after the return from captivity late in the 5th century BC. Lending and interest in the Covenant Code of Exodus. The Covenant Code, Exodus 21-23, depicts Yahweh as ruler and protector of Israel, making a covenant with its people, or their proxy, the priesthood, to protect the economically weak even without the intermediary of kings. This idea of an independent priesthood, and a populist one at that, does not reflect how David, Solomon, and subsequent kings are said to have behaved. Instead of cancelling agrarian debts by royal or temple fiat to resolve the strains stemming from agrarian usury, the Covenant Code condemns the charging of interest outright, at least against fellow Israelites. It is as if all are equals, to whom charging interest would be asocial. The Lord says, Exodus 22:22f. Do not take advantage of a widow or an orphan. If you do and they cry out to me, I will certainly hear their cry. My anger will be aroused, and I will kill you with the sword, your wives will become widows and your children fatherless. If you lend money to one of my people among you that is needy, do not be like a money lender, charge him no interest. This is considered to be the oldest Elohistic law. Its silence as to commercial lending has led many readers unfamiliar with Near Eastern precedents to jump to the conclusion that it prohibits charging interest on commercial loans as well as those to the needy poor. Neufeld is typical in believing that the fact that neither this passage nor Deuteronomy 23:20f mention the borrower's economic status means that all interest-bearing loans must have been banned. 532 But it is clear that the Exodus lawgiver had in mind lending to the poor, not commercial lending among the well-to-do. 533. Ezekiel 18:22, Proverbs 28:8 and Psalm 15:5 likewise condemn charging interest as oppressive. Yet there is no trace of an attempt to prohibit the charging of interest in Akkadian law as there is in Hebrew and Muslim law, note Driver and Miles. The distinction between commercial loans and rural usury existed from the outset in Sumer and Babylonia, but in Hebrew law, however, it is lending upon interest to a poor man which is forbidden, while it is expressly permitted if the borrower is a foreigner. 534 By implication the foreigner is a merchant. Having banned the charging of interest, Exodus 20:26-27 deals with the taking of security for loans. If you take your neighbor's cloak as a pledge, return it to him by sunset, because his cloak is the only covering he has for his body. 535 What else will he sleep in? When he cries out to me, I will hear, for I am compassionate. Debt bondage was permitted, but was limited to 6 years' duration. This law often has been compared to that of Hammurabi, 117, freeing debt pledges after 3 years of service. Exodus 21 describes the Lord as instructing Moses. If you buy a Hebrew servant, he is to serve you for 6 years. But in the 7th year he shall go free without paying anything. If he came in alone, he shall go free alone, but if he has a wife when he comes, she is to go with him. If his master has given him a wife and she has borne him sons or daughters, the wife and her children shall belong to her master, and only the man shall go free. But if the servant declares, I love my master, my wife, and my children and do not want to go free, then his master must take him before the judges. He shall take him to the door or the doorpost and pierce his ear with an awl. Then he will be his servant for life. One factor prompting this latter choice no doubt was the habit, common almost down to modern times, to treat house slaves as family members. 536 The bondsman may have chosen to remain in the creditor's family when he realized what his master was giving him along with his freedom was not enough to make a better life. Gender also is important. Most female slaves and bondservants were taken as concubines for the creditor or his sons, for whom they bore children. 537 Exodus does not call for their liberation, but prescribes that they should be treated humanely. If a man sells his daughter as a servant, She is not to go free as menservants do. If she does not please her master who has selected her for himself, he must let her be redeemed. He has no right to sell her to foreigners, because he has broken faith with her. If he selects her for his son, he must grant her the rights of a daughter. If he marries another woman, he must not deprive the first one of her food, clothing, and marital rights. If he does not provide her with these three things, she is to go free, without any payment of money. Exodus 23, 9-13 makes the more radical demand to leave the land open for all people in need to glean its yield. Do not oppress an alien, you yourselves know how it feels to be aliens, because you were aliens in Egypt. For 6 years you are to sow your fields and harvest the crops, but during the 7th year you let the land rest unplowed and unused. Then the poor among your people may get food from it, and the wild animals may eat what they leave. Do the same with your vineyard and your olive grove. 6 days you shalt work, but on the 7th day do not work, so that your ox and your donkey may rest and the slave born in your household, and the alien as well, may be refreshed. This call for a fallow Sabbath year recurs in Deuteronomy and Leviticus. The parallelism with the Sabbath day of the week suggests the idea of rest from working for masters. Some interpreters find the logic to reflect a program for a crop rotation to renew the soil, but Ginsburg and North believe that the Exodus laws simply let freedmen and other needy individuals take the crops so that they would not have to relapse into debt bondage. 538 North points out, the cultic fallow suggests work stoppage, but is more explicitly related to poor relief. An unprejudiced literal retranslation of the text greatly diminishes the number of passages which seem to forbid farm work. 539 Cultivators would still plow and use the land, but would leave access to the harvest freely available to the needy. The Priestly Code of Deuteronomy. The Priestly Code, P document, expands the meaning of the 7th year from that of Exodus 23, referring to a 6-year term for each bondservant, into a society-wide release for land. This made the sabbatical year, Samhita, universal instead of being counted individually for each bondsman as in Exodus and the laws of Hammurabi. And instead of sending out the freed bondservant as he came in, empty-handed as in Exodus 21, his former master was to give him sufficient resources to ensure his self-support. He was still allowed to glean what he needed from the fields so that he would not starve, and the debts that had caused his bondage were annulled. At the end of every 7 years you must cancel debts, Deuteronomy 15, 2-18 explains. This is how it is to be done, every creditor shall cancel the loan he has made to his fellow Israelite. 540 He shall not require payment from his fellow Israelite or brother, because the Lord's time for canceling debts has been proclaimed. You may require payment from a foreigner, but you must cancel any debt your brother owes you. However, there should be no poor among you, for in the land the Lord your God is giving you to possess as your inheritance, he will richly bless you, if only you fully obey the Lord your God and are careful to follow all these commands I am giving you today. For the Lord your God will bless you as he has promised, and you will lend to many nations but will borrow from none. You will rule over many nations but none will rule over you. Deuteronomy 24, 6 protects the debtor, and the functioning of society at large, by prohibiting the basic means of self-support from being pledged to creditors. Do not take a pair of millstones, not even the upper one, as security for a debt, because that would be taking a man's livelihood as security. This injunction finds its counterpart in the laws of many societies from the Middle Ages to modern bankruptcy proceedings. Also repeated is the sanction against taking garments as pledges. If the man is poor, do not go to sleep with his pledge in your possession. Return his cloak to him by sunset so that he may sleep in it. And in a ruling that recalls the laws of Hammurabi, Deuteronomy 24, 10-13 stipulates, when you make a loan of any kind to your neighbor, do not go into his house to get what he is offering as a pledge. Stay outside and let the man to whom you are making the loan bring the pledge out to you. Deuteronomy 24:14, 15 does uphold one kind of debt, the wages that landowners owe their help. It insists that the wages of migratory workers are to be paid at the close of each working day. Do not take advantage of a hired man who is poor and needy, whether he is a brother Israelite or an alien living in one of your towns. Pay him his wages each day before sunset, because he is poor and is counting on it. Otherwise, you will be guilty of sin. 541. Finally, Deuteronomy 24:17-18 places its laws in the context of the Mosaic experience. Do not deprive the alien or the fatherless of justice, or take the cloak of the widow as a pledge. Remember that you were slaves in Egypt and the Lord your God redeemed you from there. That is why I command you to do this. This passage alludes to Jeremiah 34 describing the Lord's compact with the Israelites fleeing Egypt in their collective liberation from servitude. 542. Jeremiah depicts the Babylonian captivity as divine retaliation for violating the covenant. Josiah's attempt to implement reforms plunged Judah into a class war waged on the field of religious doctrine, best attested in the preachings of Deuteronomy's leading proponent Jeremiah, born 655 BC. Coming from a wealthy priestly family, he was the last major pre-exilic prophet. Active from the time of Josiah's accession through the second wave of Babylonian deportations from Judah in 587, he focused on social justice, accusing the mainstream priesthood of being dominated by self-centered idolatrous Baal worshippers among the aristocracy and their followers. In the face of Babylonia's growing military threat, Jeremiah 7:6-7, 11 warned his compatriots. If you do not oppress the alien, the fatherless, or the widow and do not shed innocent blood in this place, then I will let you live in this place, in the land I gave your forefathers forever and ever. Has this house, which bears my name, become a den of robbers to you? I have been watching, declares the Lord. This is the passage Jesus cited when he entered Jerusalem's temple to overturn the benches of the money changers, calling it a den of thieves. The extent to which Deuteronomy's laws were elevated from moral status enjoying religious sanction to legally binding rules enforceable within the royal justice system is unclear. The experiment in administering these laws was followed too quickly by Judah's military collapse to see whether they would have worked. 543 Josiah died on the battlefield in 604, fighting at Megiddo against Egypt's pharaoh Necho, who was making an incursion against Babylonia to support Assyria. A few months later Necho captured Josiah's son Jehoahaz, held him for ransom, and chose another son, Eliakim, to become king of Judah under the name of Jehoiakim. When the Babylonians conquered Judah again they kept Jehoiakim as a vassal king. He subsequently rebelled and was defeated when Nebuchadnezzar captured Jerusalem in 597. Babylonians looted its temples and palace of whatever movable property they could carry, along with craftsmen, officers, and soldiers, reportedly 10,000 men. The next king, Zedekiah, 596-587, likewise rebelled and was counterattacked. Jeremiah 34:8-10 describes him making a covenant in response to Nebuchadnezzar's new siege of Jerusalem. The story is filled out in 2 Chronicles 32 and 2 Kings 25. It is similar to Rome's legend of Coriolanus in the face of the secession of the plebs later in the 6th century. The word came to Jeremiah from the Lord after King Zedekiah had made a covenant with all the people in Jerusalem to proclaim freedom, direr, for the slaves. Everyone was to free his Hebrew slaves, both male and female, no one was to hold a fellow Jew in bondage. So all the officials and people who entered into this covenant agreed that they would free their male and female slaves and no longer hold them in bondage. They agreed, and set them free. This is the first documented instance of a society-wide debt cancellation in Judah, for there is no evidence that Josiah had ever attempted to enforce the sabbatical year. This passage also contains the earliest biblical usage of the Levitical term direr, suggesting that the word may be a retrojection by the compilers of the Holiness Code. Deuteronomy only uses the word Shemitah. Zedekiah's freeing Jewish bondservants and thereby cancelling the debts that bound them in servitude was not related to any existing law. It was a military act, much as Greek and Roman tacticians resorted to in similar military crises. 544. As often is the case with the promises of rulers and politicians, Zedekiah rescinded his Dirar Act after the crisis had passed. The creditors who backed his regime changed their minds and took back the slaves they had freed. Then the word of the Lord came to Jeremiah, "This is what the Lord, the God of Israel, says, I made a covenant with your forefathers when I brought them out of Egypt, out of the land of slavery. I said, every 7th year each of you must free any fellow Hebrew who has sold himself to you. After he has served you 6 years, you must let him go free. Your fathers, however, did not listen to me or pay attention to me. Recently you repented and did what is right in my sight, each of you proclaimed liberty, Dirar, to his countrymen. You even made a covenant before me in the house that bears my name. But now you have turned around and profaned my name, each of you has taken back the male and female slaves you had set free to go where they wished. You have forced them to become your slaves again. Therefore, this is what the Lord says, you have not obeyed me, you have not proclaimed freedom for your fellow countrymen. So I now proclaim freedom for you, declares the Lord, freedom to fall by the sword, plague and famine. I will make you abhorrent to all the kingdoms of the earth, I will hand Zedekiah king of Judah and his officials over to their enemies who seek their lives, to the army of the king of Babylon, which has withdrawn from you. I am going to give the order, declares the Lord, and I will bring them back to the city. And I will fight against it, take it, and burn it down. And I will lay waste the towns of Judah so that no one can live there. Jeremiah 34, 8-22. Judah's defeat in this war was inevitable. Babylonia controlled the territory west of Mesopotamia down to the Egyptian border. Jeremiah 39 describes Jerusalem's fall. The Babylonians burned its palace, temple, and houses, broke down its walls, captured Zedekiah and killed his sons before his eyes, and also killed all the nobles of Judah. They then carried into exile to Babylon the people who remained in the city, leaving behind only some of the poor people, who owned nothing. Jeremiah reports that Nebuchadnezzar deported some 4,600 persons in 597, 587 and 582 BC. 545. As in Greece and Rome, Judah's creditor-debtor war overshadowed the conflict with foreigners. Jeremiah appealed to the Babylonians to implement the social program that he and his supporters were unable to achieve until the Judean aristocracy was overthrown. It seems that a redistribution of land was done by the Babylonians to win the peace after their victory. They freed Jeremiah from captivity, and the Babylonian commander echoed his prophecy, "The Lord your God decreed this disaster for this place. He has done just as he said he would. All this happened because you people sinned against the Lord and did not obey him." The aristocracy's debt claims were cancelled and their lands redistributed by the Babylonians, not by populist domestic reforms. The victors carried off the wealthiest families, the class that had been the major force opposing Josiah's reforms. As 2 Chronicles 36:21 reports sardonically, the land finally got its Sabbath rest. Jeremiah's biography, Jeremiah 40, apparently written by his secretary, Baruch, describes how the Babylonians set the prophet free and gave him provisions. He is said to have stayed in Judah along with the poorest former inhabitants, many of whom presumably became part of his following. The Babylonia appointed governor Gedaliah advised them to settle down in the land and serve the king of Babylon, and it will go well with you. 546 The prophet Zephaniah, 3:12, wove these events into the Yahweh tradition by predicting that the poor and humble who trusted in Yahweh would be the sole survivors when the Lord would drive out Baalism from Judah. Such prophecies, along with Psalm 73's warning that the land would be destroyed if it did not adhere to the covenant protecting the poor, have a long pedigree. The biblical narrative leaves a gap until Nehemiah and Ezra with their followers returned to Judah a century and a half later. See Endnotes chapter 23. Biblical laws call for periodic debt cancellation. 24 The Babylonian impact on Judaic debt laws. Jewish law protecting the poor from debt bondage was codified in an epoch when debt crises already had led the 7th century tyrants of Corinth, Megara, Olbia, and Cumae to break the power of their local oligarchies, redistribute the land and cancel the debts. Like the Haparo leader Abdiashirta c. 1400 BC, the appeal of these early populists did not, as far as is known, go much beyond the patronage principle of rewarding their supporters. Likewise, Zedekiah's debt cancellation when Babylon attacked Jerusalem was simply a tactic to hold the population's loyalty in a military emergency, one which showed that the promises of rulers could not be trusted. When Solon of Athens and Sparta's semi-mythical Lycurgus liberated their populations from debt bondage, they did so as authors of a new civic order, not as drawing on an ancient covenant. Solon's successors, the Pisistratids, sponsored social reforms as secular leaders, building up the Dionysus festival and Homeric recitations as counterweights to the Eleusinian religion controlled by the old aristocratic families. The compilers of the Jewish Bible likewise rejected religion that had become oligarchic, characterizing it as Baal worship. But instead of juxtaposing a civic order as in Sparta and Athens, the Judaic authors sanctified their economic reforms as part of Mosaic law, which they made the core of post-exile Judaism. This new religious synthesis was created by the elites exiled to Babylonia in 597 to 582 and their descendants, who absorbed much Babylonian culture. Returning to Judah in 539, with more to come a century later in 444, they recast their religion in a way that wove the Near Eastern tradition of royal clean slates, such as were proclaimed by Neo-Assyrian and Neo-Babylonian rulers, into the recorded biblical tradition. Judah lacked the autonomy to make such proclamations, and also had no tradition of rulers protecting debtors. So it hardly is surprising that its advocates found religious reform to be the path of least resistance to liberate the population from debt. The precepts and admonitions to a prince exemplifies the doctrine that Babylonian rulers were expected to follow to regulate credit and the dynamics of rural debt. If a king does not heed justice, his people will be thrown into chaos, and his land will be devastated. If he does not heed the justice of his land, Ea, king of destinies, will alter his destiny and will not cease from hostilely pursuing him. If he does not heed his nobles, his life will be cut short. If he does not heed his advisor, his land will rebel against him. If citizens of Nippur are brought to him for judgment, but he accepts a present and improperly convicts them, Enlil, lord of the lands, will bring a foreign army against him to slaughter his army, whose prince and chief officers will roam his streets like fighting cocks. 547. Such warnings, traditional in Babylonian wisdom literature, form the prototype for those of the prophets, as when Ezekiel 34.2-4 declaimed, "Woe to the shepherds of Israel who only take care of themselves. Should not shepherds take care of the flock? You eat the curds, clothe yourselves with the wool and slaughter the choice animals, but you do not take care of the flock. You have not strengthened the weak or healed the sick or bound up the injured. You have not brought back the strays or searched for the lost. You have ruled them harshly and brutally." Ezekiel's apocalyptic message in the face of Judah's defeat by Babylonia. Much as the preachings of Jeremiah are associated with Deuteronomy, those of Ezekiel, the great prophet of the exile, the architect of the restoration, 548 provide the key to Leviticus and its holiness code. Taken to Babylonia in 597 BC as a military hostage, Ezekiel dominated the priestly school that edited the Torah's earliest sources into a version that was finalized by Ezra's school after the Jews returned from Babylonia. Many phrases occur frequently in Ezekiel and the holiness laws but seldom elsewhere. The theory that the Lord is the true owner of all the land and the Hebrews are but his tenants is surprisingly absent in Exodus, notes Ginsburg. 549 Evidently the theory of eminent domain of the Lord was intended to strengthen the laws, which were further sanctified by linking them to the Sabbath principle that took on a more emphatic symbolism during the exile. Figure 32, below the vision of Ezekiel by L. Kern. In an apocalyptic tone Ezekiel 7 announces, "The word of the Lord came to me. The end is now upon you, and I will unleash my anger against you. I will judge you according to your conduct and repay you for all your detestable practices. Against the corruption of riches associated with mercantile contacts with foreigners he declaims. Like mother, like daughter. Your mother was a Hittite and your father was an Amorite. Your older sister was Samaria, who lived to the north of you with her daughters, and your younger sister, who lived to the south of you with her daughters, was Sodom. You not only walked in their ways and copied their detestable practices, but in all your ways you soon became more depraved than they. Now this was the sin of your sister Sodom. She and her daughters were arrogant, overfed and unconcerned, they did not help the poor and needy. They were haughty and did detestable things before me. Therefore I did away with them, as you have seen. Ezek 16:1, 3, 15, 44-51. From Ezekiel to 3rd Isaiah. The most archaic land tenure was intended to enable families to feed themselves and produce their basic needs while providing corvée labor, and in time a crop tax, not to concentrate property in a few hands. Deutero-Isaiah decries Judah's falling away from social equity in its prevalent greed for money, Isaiah 46, 6-7. Some pour out gold from their bags and weigh out silver on the scales, they hire a goldsmith to make it into a god, and they bow down and worship it. The prophets had made no reference to the covenant or to the injunction of Leviticus 25 that land should not be sold forever because it belongs to God. 3rd Isaiah calls for a plan of action based on the Levitical Dirah principle. Isaiah 61:1, 2 interpolates the passage that Jesus selected to define his own program when he returned to Nazareth and gave the sermon reported in Luke 4, cited above in chapter 2, see below, chapter 26. So familiar have its phrases become, they permeate the New Testament and subsequent evangelism, that it is easy to overlook this passage as their source. To proclaim good news, gospel, to the poor has become so common that its original association with Dirah has been lost. God's reign, the year of the Lord's favor, is proclaimed by one anointed to be a messenger of the Holy Spirit as an amnesty, Dirah, for captives and the poor. Although not every subsequent reference to proclaiming good news is a citation of Isaiah 61:1, points out Sharon Ring, three principal images come together to characterize the Jubilee: the announcement of God's reign by one anointed by the Holy Spirit to be a messenger, the proclamation of good news to the poor, and the declaration of release from captivity to various forms of imprisonment and enslavement. 550. Decrying the fact that the Judeans failed to enact the Levitical year of redemption, 3rd Isaiah 61:5-8, has Yahweh threatened, aliens will shepherd your flocks, foreigners will work your fields and vineyards. For I, Lord, love justice, I hate robbery and iniquity. These interpolations were based on the Holiness Code, the H document whose raw material was combined with long-established Babylonian traditions, and the P document that underlay Deuteronomy, reworked into their final form during the resettlement of Judah. The reforms of Nehemiah and Ezra. When Cyrus, 559-530 BC, conquered Babylonia in 539, he absorbed its dependency Judah into the Persian Empire. Tolerant of local elites and their religious practices as long as they supplied the stipulated tribute, Cyrus is said to have issued an edict in 538 permitting 40,000 families to return to Jerusalem to rebuild its temple. The restoration was completed a quarter century later, in 515. However, Cyrus did not guarantee that Judeans would recover their former lands or take possession of other lands within their new areas of settlement, points out Baruch Levine. It was undoubtedly necessary in many cases to repurchase land from non-Judeans, and there was probably conflict over rights of ownership. 551. This problem occurred nearly again a century later. In 458 BC, around the time of the rising tide of democracy in Athens under the Pisistratid reform tyranny, Persia's king Artaxerxes, 465-425, authorized the Babylonian scribe Ezra to lead 1,760 fellow Jews to Jerusalem, Ezra 8.15 ff. Then, In 445, another Babylonian Jew, Nehemiah, rose to the position of cupbearer to Artaxerxes. Nehemiah's biblical memoir describes the king giving him permission to rebuild Jerusalem after local attacks. It was a personal favor, unconnected with any particular policy beyond re-establishing the normal flow of tribute. The next year, in 444, Artaxerxes permitted Nehemiah to resettle more Babylonian Jews in their former homeland. A conflict ensued over land ownership, alongside the problem of bondage to Persian debt collectors of the less affluent Jews who had been left in Judah. Announcing a series of reforms 12 years later, in 432, Nehemiah told how he found cultivators facing the harvest time obligation to pay interest to creditors or the loss of their land. This was the situation that inspired his populist program denouncing usury, debt bondage, and land monopolization. Morton Smith compares Nehemiah's actions as leader of the Jewish return to those of the earlier Greek tyrants and reformers. Like Solon, Nehemiah dwelt on the efforts of his party to ransom Judeans sold into slavery. He contrasted this with the local gentry's practice of selling Judeans for debt. He paused dramatically to hear what his opponents had to say. Without pausing too long, he pointed out that they were silent. He denounced their practices, emphasizing their impiety and the disgrace to which they had exposed the Judeans in the eyes of the neighboring peoples. He slipped in the admission that he and his family and staff had also been lending money and grain at interest, and he demanded the abolition of interest and the return of the properties seized. Of course, in front of the crowd, the offenders consented. He made them swear to it on the spot. The consequent increase of his popularity can be imagined. 552. Nehemiah and Ezra sponsored debt forgiveness beyond anything comparable in Greece. The Jewish Bible's core reference point became Moses' walk out from Egypt, capped by the Lord making a covenant to protect the country they formed from ever again falling into bondage. This frame for Jewish history depicted Judah's kings, allied with venal creditors monopolizing the land, as violating the laws of Exodus, Leviticus, and Deuteronomy. In a description reminiscent of Genesis 47:18 describing the Egyptian pharaoh, noted earlier, Nehemiah 5 reports that cultivators complained. We are mortgaging our fields, our vineyards, and our homes to get grain during the famine. Still others were saying, we have had to borrow money to pay the king's tax on our fields and vineyards. Although we are of the same flesh and blood as our countrymen and though our sons are as good as theirs, yet we have to subject our sons and daughters to slavery. Some of our daughters have already been enslaved, but we are powerless, because our fields and our vineyards belong to others. To win favor at the expense of the landlord-dominated assimilationist party that had gained control of Jerusalem and its temple, Nehemiah remitted all personal debts, released the land from mortgage and freed bondservants who had lost their liberty. When I heard their outcry and these charges, I was very angry. I pondered them in my mind and then accused the nobles and officials. I told them, you are exacting usury from your own countrymen. So I called together a large meeting to deal with them and said, as far as possible, we have bought back our Jewish brothers who were sold to the Gentiles. Now you are selling your brothers, only for them to be sold back to us. They kept quiet, because they could find nothing to say. So I continued, what you are doing is not right. Shouldn't you walk in the fear of our God to avoid the reproach of our Gentile enemies? I and my brothers and my men are also lending the people money and grain. But let the exacting of usury stop. Give back to them immediately their fields, vineyards, olive groves, and houses, and also the usury you are charging them, the percentage of their money, grain, new wine, and oil. We will give it back, they said. And we will not demand anything more from them. We will do as you say. Then I summoned the priests and made the nobles and officials take an oath to do what they had promised. Nehemiah found no Persian opposition to the anti-creditor reforms he introduced. Persian elites traditionally were free of debt, Herodotus I 138, and had no desire to see the land pass into the hands of creditors taking crops as interest before the palace received its share. As governor of Judah, Nehemiah operated in the political sphere while the redactors around Ezra concerned themselves mainly with religious practice. Under their sponsorship, the book of Deuteronomy was revised and the Torah's other 4 books were edited in the context of an absolute Yahweh monotheism, weaving clean slates into the core of Jewish religion. Debt cancellation, freeing bondservants, and returning land that had been forfeited was made the defining act of Jewish post-exilic identity, and was grounded in long-established Near Eastern practice. Nehemiah's contemporary, Herodotus, 659, describes the common tradition he found throughout the Near East. When a new Spartan king comes to the throne on the death of his predecessor, he follows a custom which obtains in Persia on similar occasions. He remits, that is, all debts owed by Spartan citizens either to the king or to the treasury. This corresponds with the Persian custom whereby a king, on his accession, remits arrears of tribute from all his subject states. Having been universal Mesopotamian practice for thousands of years, this practice was henceforth to be applied in Judah. Nehemiah is acting in his authority as governor and representative of Artaxerxes I, so it is in fact a royal decree of amnesty. 553 But he did not use the word direr or cite Deuteronomy or Leviticus, a clue that the Jubilee year is a later Neo-Archaism. 554 Subsequent historians have confirmed Morton Smith's observation that none of this Levitical social legislation is known to have been enforced before Nehemiah's time. 555 The word direr appears only in Leviticus 25, 10, 3rd Isaiah 61, 1, Jeremiah 34, 8, 15 and 17, and Ezekiel 46, 17. Finding the temple hierarchy controlled by the landed aristocracy, Nehemiah, despite being only a layman, expelled a leading ally of the assimilationist party, Tobias the Ammonite, from the room the high priest had given him in Jerusalem's temple. For good measure Nehemiah ordered that the rooms be purified of the pollution Tobias's residence had created. 556 Installing a reformist Levite priesthood to wrest control from Judah's former religious hierarchies, Nehemiah financed its administration with a tithe of the land's produce, recalling Zadok the priest and hence the Melchizedek tradition. No doubt some well-to-do families in Judah had retained their land, especially if they agreed to act on behalf of the new regime. But much land must have been contested between the exiles who returned and those who had remained on the land and worked it. However, Nehemiah's description of how he found Jews oppressed by their creditors shows that debtor-creditor tensions continued in Judea after the exile, along the lines that the prophets had been describing for centuries. But not even when Nehemiah denounced the behavior of the wealthy did he mention a Jubilee year. That appears to have been introduced in the subsequent codification of the Jewish Bible. The return of Babylonian Jews must have thrown matters into some disarray. The first wave fought for control of Jerusalem's temple, bringing back the sacred implements and cult objects from Babylon as insignia of their authority. The Bible gives traces of this conflict, but says nothing about the implicit conflict over land ownership that must have arisen between the returnees and local owners. No doubt during the exile there would have been resentful tales about what one's ancestors had lost, much as one hears from the former Russian nobility about their castles and estates taken in the 1917 revolution, dreaming about recovering their ancestral property. We can only imagine how the returnees may have maneuvered. During the exile, Judah's land was farmed by the families who had appropriated it when the former elites were deported, and by the relatively few who managed to keep their land under Babylonian suzerainty. Some returnees likely demanded, "Give us back our ancestral land," and no doubt the existing holders resisted such claims. The question became one of how to legitimize title to land in dispute. No records survive to tell who recovered land, or how. In Mesopotamian tradition, the aim of these proclamations was to free the land from debt and promote widespread citizen tenure. But in Judah, any such return of the land would have involved returning it to the descendants of the large landowners and magnates who had been deported. If descendants of the original deportees indeed demanded a return of their ancestral lands, this would have been an ironic twist to the Direr Act. The returnees would have used the Levitical laws to take this property from those whom Babylonia had left in possession, or at least from creditors who had dispossessed them. Egypt substituted for Babylonian oppression. Julius Wellhausen demonstrated over a century ago that the biblical narrative was edited after the return from exile, telescoping the formulation of its laws into a dramatic episode in which Moses receives them as a unit after leading the exodus from Egypt. For instance, the famine story about Joseph advising the Pharaoh, Genesis 47, to buy up all the grain and then sell it to the population in exchange for their land does not reflect Egyptian land tenure as much as how poor Israelites became dependent by pledging their land and indenturing themselves to creditors. 557 Israelites and Judeans from the late Bronze Age onward sought to escape not from Egyptian oppression but that of Assyrians, Babylonians, and their own wealthy families and rulers, capped by the Persian takeover. Nehemiah 5:3-5 describes Judah's inhabitants mortgaging their fields, vineyards, and houses to buy bread, and consigning their children to bondage, unable to buy back their liberty. Transplanting Mosaic laws to a mythical Egyptian setting provided Judaism with a non-Babylonian heritage. This avoided isolating the returnees from the Judeans whom Nebuchadnezzar had left in the land. The story of Moses leading the exodus from economic oppression became a foundation myth sanctifying the laws of Leviticus and the other law codes, and for Yahweh to repeatedly remind the Israelites that he had given them the land for their heirs to enjoy on the condition that they preserve liberty, direr, and economic self-sufficiency for their fellow citizens. To save themselves from being enslaved ever again, they were to adhere to the covenant of periodic debt remission of bondservants and land restitution. This tradition was supposed to save Judaism from degenerating into a vehicle for the leading aristocratic families to justify their harsh creditor laws. Judaic law made the Lord not merely a guarantor of the covenant, he was a party to it. Because it was designed to safeguard the covenant, it enjoined severe penalties for all crimes against God, idolatry, and blasphemy. 558 The Jewish people as a whole became liable, not only individual wrongdoers. Assyria and Babylonia were depicted as having carried out the Lord's retribution for Israel and Judah violating this covenant, that is, the laws redacted by the returnees from Babylon. Levine explains the framework of Leviticus in terms of the loss of land by Israelites and their families. Leviticus 25:45f recalls the complaints of the citizenry in Nehemiah 5 describing Judeans being indentured to non-Israelites, suggesting a mixed population. The prohibition against the permanent alienation of family land may also have been motivated by the fear of the loss of land to Gentiles and foreigners to whom Israelites were indebted. 559. Athens coped with this problem by forbidding foreigners to own land in Attica. This rule blocked them from foreclosing on land as a pledge for unpaid debts, or even buying it from needy citizens. But that was civil law, not part of Greek religion. Recasting Babylonian and Aram proclamations in a Yahwist context. Untangling the threads woven together in the Holiness Code of Leviticus is one of the thorniest problems of biblical scholarship. The idea of periodic economic renewal transmitted via Leviticus, the writings of Ezekiel and the wisdom literature dealing with debt, Psalms, Proverbs, and much of Job, reflect Babylonian prototypes that also are found in the religion of Baal and other rivals to that of Yahweh. Having adopted many aspects of Babylonian culture during the preceding century, the group around Ezra seems to have found an economic model in Babylonia's Aram Acts. What made Nehemiah, Ezra, and their contemporary compilers of the Jewish Bible unique was their reworking of these Near Eastern clean slates to the plane of sacred covenant. Economic renewal in the form of periodic debt cancellation, land restitution, and liberation of bondservants was to be enforced by the priesthood rather than civic rulers. What also is unprecedented, and indicates that Leviticus is relatively late, is that its holiness laws are not merely listed, but their purpose and intent are explained. That is something rare in p. 560 and also is absent from its Bronze Age Sumerian and Babylonian antecedents. In his introduction to the Jewish Publication Society's translation of Leviticus, Bernard Bamberger summarizes the findings of modern scholarship with regard to its underlying P document. Despite the fact that the P document contains the most archaic elements incorporated into the Torah 561, the 19th century Bible critics considered P the latest part of the Torah, composed during or after the Babylonian exile. It was intended as a sort of constitution for the Second Commonwealth, when the Jews had no king and the high priest was leader and spokesman of the nation. 562 The Holiness Code was appended to the P document, which itself was a composite of various sources. The substance of P was not created in the 5th century BCE, but it seems probable that the priestly materials were given their present form at that time. So Leviticus as we know it is a composite, reflecting the 5th century BC difficulties of enforcing the laws of Deuteronomy and Exodus, with regard to releasing indentured bondservants. Deuteronomy's limitation of debt bondage to 6 years of service is extended to the 50-year Jubilee period. The books of Deuteronomy and Leviticus democratized ritual and liturgical texts, hitherto the provenance of temple priesthoods throughout the Near East. Only trained scribes could read Hammurabi's stele with its laws and contemporary royal Mizraim edicts in public places. But by the first millennium literacy had become widespread. The Torah was made accessible to the population through the institution of the synagogue, and the entire book of Leviticus was to be read aloud publicly every 7 years. It seems that the returning exiles framed Jewish history and the warnings of the prophets for two main purposes. One was to frame the Jubilee year and explain the undocumented land redistribution that seems to have taken place while winning the hearts and minds of the majority of indebted Judeans by annulling the debts that had built up, as described by Nehemiah. A second aim was to emphasize social justice, above all with regard to personal debt and land tenure, thereby rescuing the reputation of the Jewish God Yahweh despite the defeat of his people by the Babylonians, and earlier by the Assyrians. In the biblical frame of reference, Judah's defeat did not occur because its God was weaker than that of the Babylonians. It was attributed to Yahweh's anger and disapproval over how his people, led by their kings and the wealthy, ignored his commandments and veered away from the path of righteousness. This latter view of the role of Yahweh as a justice God has long been held. 563 It places the Jewish God in the tradition of Shamash and other Mesopotamian gods of justice, combining his role with that of Nanshi, Nemesis and other justice goddesses charged with punishing hubris. But more than any prior Near Eastern narrative, Jewish religion and its biblical narrative reflected an economic conflict that culminated in taking the role of protecting debtors out of the hands of kings and placing it at the center of Mosaic law. Much as Solon had freed Athenians from debt bondage, the Jewish Bible liberated the Jews from bondage to their creditor class. See Endnotes chapter 24. The Babylonian impact on Judaic debt laws. 25 From Religious Covenant to Hillel. As the preceding chapter has described, the Holiness Code that comprises chapters 17 through 26 of Leviticus is considered to be a post-exile addition to the P document that formed the basis for Deuteronomy. Elaborating the priestly code, it schedules the Jubilee year on the basis of sevens, reflecting the Sabbath day of rest each week and Deuteronomy's septennial year of fallow. Leviticus 25 directs the Israelites to celebrate the Jubilee year by counting off 7 Sabbaths of years, 7 times 7 years, a period of 49 years. Then have the trumpet sounded everywhere on the 10th day of the 7th month, on the Day of Atonement sound the trumpet throughout your land. 564. The ram's horn, Hebrew shofar, replaces the sacred torch raised by Babylonian rulers. The sounding of the trumpet may be explained as a public proclamation required in ancient Oriental law codes as a sort of registration formality prerequisite to the exchange of property administration. 565. Superseding Deuteronomy's septennial release of bondservants, the 50-year Jubilee periodicity only freed bondservants pledged during the preceding half-century who were still alive. 566 Property restitution is the overarching principle. Where communism decrees none shall have property, Leviticus decrees none shall lose property, but both are against unhealthy latifundism. 567 What is upheld are communal safeguards against expropriation of the poor, not private appropriation. Only in Jubilee years may clan members return to their own land to provide themselves with the means of subsistence. As the Lord explains, Leviticus 25:23, the land must not be sold permanently, because the land is mine and you are but aliens and my tenants. Throughout the country that you hold as a possession you must provide for the redemption, Jayula, ransom, of the land. 568 The Lord appears here as the ultimate Redeemer, rescuing his followers from bondage and giving them their liberty and means of subsistence once again. This became the model for Jesus to redeem his followers from sin, just as from debt. In keeping with traditional land allotment, redeemers from the same clan as the seller are permitted to regain title for themselves. The aim is to keep the land in the hands of the original clan, evidently to deter an acquisitive oligarchy from developing. For the expropriated, however, waiting until the Jubilee year was a last recourse. If one of your countrymen becomes poor and sells some of his property, his nearest relative is to come and redeem what his countryman has sold. If, however, a man has no one to redeem it for him but he himself prospers and acquires sufficient means to redeem it, he is to determine the value for the years since he sold it and refund the balance to the man to whom he sold it. He can then go back to his own property. But if he does not acquire the means to repay him, what he sold will remain in the possession of the buyer until the year of Jubilee. It will be returned in the Jubilee, and he can then go back to his property. Land alienated under economic duress, the usual motive for sale or forfeiture, was thus to be redeemed as rapidly as possible. The effect of this law, explains Levine, is to obligate the purchaser to accept the redemption payment of the original owner. He may not refuse to do so. 569. Leviticus repeats the strictures found in Exodus and Deuteronomy against charging interest or otherwise extorting money and property from the poor. If one of your countrymen becomes poor and is unable to support himself among you, help him as you would an alien or a temporary resident, so he may continue to live among you. You must not lend him money at interest or sell him food at a profit. I am the Lord your God, who brought you out of Egypt to give you the land of Canaan and to be your God. Leviticus 25:35-38, 570. Creditors who monopolize land and take their fellow citizens as bondservants usurp what belongs to society in trust from the Lord. The biblical laws characterize keeping fellow citizens in servitude or depriving them of the means of self-support as sacrilege. Repeating the Holiness Code's two most characteristic expressions, "Fear thy God" and "For I, the Lord, am your God," the concluding lines of Leviticus 25 use the Exodus tradition as divine sanction. These two phrases, not found elsewhere in the Torah, recur nearly 50 times. 571 In keeping with the preaching of the prophets, Judah's conquest by foreign powers is construed as divine warning not to forego the laws of Leviticus. The Jubilee year was an attempt to sanctify economic renewal in an archaizing way. The Lord will punish widespread disobedience by returning the Israelites to foreign oppression. The twilight of economic renewal and the Jubilee. The Book of the Covenant in Exodus, the priestly laws of Deuteronomy and the Holiness Code of Leviticus retain the central element of Bronze Age royal proclamations, periodic renewal of liberty from debt and the reversal of resulting land forfeitures. However, North finds an absolute silence in the later books of the Bible regarding the theory and practice of the Jubilee. 572. This silence has led to a debate that touches a modern nerve. Today's economies rely on market equilibrium in which a rising volume of creditor claims overwhelm the shrinking ability of debtors to pay. Society's response to economic imbalance is to leave matters to the marketplace to resolve, and market dynamics typically increase inequality. Interest-bearing debt leads to a polarization of wealth. In antiquity it led to a shift in land ownership away from cultivators growing their own food crops to absentee owners assembling vast estates by joining field to field till no space is left and you live alone in the land, Isaiah 5:8. Cultivation on these latifundia shifted to export crops, headed by wine and olive oil, produced increasingly by servile labor. Creditor misbehavior in the story of Job. The story of Job illustrates mercantile and creditor misbehavior in ways often glossed over by modern readers. Job is a wealthy landowner, indeed the greatest man among all the people of the East. The devil decides to test his faith, to see if he will stand firm as a paragon of good behavior. At issue is whether lending and wealth can be made moral. Job's friend Zophar reflects the traditional resentment against large accumulations of personal wealth, on the assumption that it is achieved by exploitation. How fleeting is the mirth of the wicked in their pride, he muses, Job 20. To set things right, equity must be restored. The rich man's children must make amends to the poor. His own hands must give back his wealth. He will spit out the riches he swallowed. He will not enjoy the streams, the rivers flowing with honey and cream. What he toiled for, he must give back uneaten, he will not enjoy the profit from his trading. For he has oppressed the poor and left them destitute, he has seized houses he did not build. Surely he will have no respite from his craving, he cannot save himself by his treasure. Nothing is left for him to devour, his prosperity will not endure. In the midst of plenty, distress will overtake him. A flood will carry off his house, rushing waters on the day of God's wrath. Such is the fate God allots the wicked, the heritage appointed for them by God. Job asks Zophar why this moral balance has not in fact materialized. Why are the wicked rich not punished? Why do the wicked live on, growing old and increasing in power? They spend their years in prosperity and go down to the grave in peace. Yet they say to God, leave us alone. We have no desire to know your ways. Who is the Almighty, that we should serve him? What would we gain by praying to him? Another friend, Eliphaz, picks up the theme of how badly creditors behave. Is not your wickedness great? Are not your sins endless? You demanded security from your brothers for no reason, you stripped men of their clothing, leaving them naked. You gave no water to the weary and you withheld food from the hungry, though you were a powerful man owning land, an honored man, living on it. And you sent widows away empty-handed, and broke the strength of the fatherless. Job replies that he himself has behaved righteously and used his wealth honorably. I rescued the poor who cried for help, and the fatherless who had none to assist him. The man who was dying blessed me, I made the widow's heart sing. I put on righteousness as my clothing, justice was my robe and my turban. I was a father to the needy, I took up the case of the stranger. I broke the fangs of the wicked and snatched the victims from their teeth. The fangs in this passage may allude to the Hebrew word for interest, neshek, the bite taken off the loan principal in advance for loans made to the poor. Job continues. Have I not wept for those in trouble? Has not my soul grieved for the poor? Yet when I hoped for good, evil came, when I looked for light, then came darkness. Elihu steps in and poses the moral puzzle that wealth is rewarded by conquering the earth despite its evil methods, while the meek and moral men suffer. Where is the Lord in all this? Job says, I am innocent, but God denies me justice. Yet, it is unthinkable that God would do wrong, that the Almighty would pervert justice. Who appointed him over the earth? Who put him in charge of the whole world? Can he who hates justice govern? Will you condemn the just and mighty one? Is he not the one who says to kings, you are worthless, and to nobles, you are wicked, who shows no partiality to princes and does not favor the rich over the poor, for they are all the work of his hands. His eyes are on the ways of men, he sees their very step. There is no dark place, no deep shadow, where evildoers can hide. He punishes them for their wickedness. The Lord intervenes at this point and addresses Job out of the whirlwind. Would you discredit my justice? Would you condemn me to justify yourself? To encourage faith, the Lord doubles Job's wealth to reward him for suffering in the face of his good behavior. The moral is left hanging. Is it that wealthy people can earn their money and the Lord's reward by being good? Or do they grow wealthy regardless of whether they are moral? Proverb 11:4 answers this on the purely individual plane. Wealth is worthless in the day of wrath, but righteousness delivers from death. In practice, neither the Lord nor society punished wealthy Judeans for their gains. The prophets explained what the Lord did not tell Job: it was not individuals but entire nations that would be punished for breaking the Lord's covenant and permitting the rich to victimize the poor. That is why society and its religion had to prevent the arrogant hubris of wealth. The post-exilic prophets, Psalms, and Proverbs. Psalm 73 is a prayer for divine retaliation against the greedy. Surely God is good to Israel, to those who are pure in heart. But as for me, my feet had almost slipped, I had nearly lost my foothold. For I envied the arrogant when I saw the prosperity of the wicked. They have no struggles, their bodies are healthy and strong. They are free from the burdens common to man, they are not plagued by human ills. Therefore pride is their necklace, they clothe themselves with violence. From their callous hearts comes iniquity. Hebrew, their eyes bulge with fat. The evil conceits of their minds know no limits. They scoff and speak with malice, in their arrogance they threaten oppression. Their mouths lay claim to heaven, and their tongues take possession of the earth. That is what the wicked are like, always carefree, they increase in wealth. Surely you place them on slippery ground, you cast them down to ruin. How suddenly are they destroyed, completely swept away by terrors. Proverbs abound in this morality. The wicked man flees though no one pursues, but the righteous are as bold as a lion. 28:1. When a country is rebellious, it has many rulers, but a man of understanding and knowledge maintains order. 28:2. A ruler who oppresses the poor is like a driving rain that leaves no crops. 28:3. Those who forsake the law praise the wicked, but those who keep the law resist them. 28:4. Better a poor man whose walk is blameless than a rich man whose ways are perverse. 28:6. But the prophets offered only a Jeremiad, not a program to reverse the monopolization of the land. Malachi 4:1-3 caps this tradition, promising that surely the day is coming, it will burn like a furnace. All the arrogant and every evildoer will be stubble, and the day that is coming will set them on fire, says the Lord Almighty. Not a root or a branch will be left to them. But for you who revere my name, the Son of Righteousness will rise with healing in its wings. And you will go out and leap like calves released from the stall. Then you will trample down the wicked, they will be ashes under the soles of your feet on the day when I do these things, says the Lord Almighty. Remember the law of my servant Moses, the decrees and laws I gave him at Horeb for all Israel, or else I will come and strike the land with a curse. The Jewish Bible thus ends with a call to return to the laws of Exodus, Deuteronomy, and Leviticus. Looking backward, the Yabal trumpets provide a linkage to Bronze Age festivals where debts were cancelled. Looking forward, they call for a messenger to redeem Israel, followed by the Christian Testament whose own closing book of Revelation, 8:11, returns to the sabbatical theme with 7 Yabal trumpets played by 7 angels. From royal to Levitical rhythms of economic renewal. Most Near Eastern religions shared an astral cosmology centered on the coronation festival's recreation of order. If debt cancellations were to be proclaimed, these were the ceremonial occasions to do it. Such New Year-type festivals typically were highlighted by a ritual battle between the forces of order and chaos, in which the king vanquished his enemies. The authors of Judaism found that by the first millennium the royal rhetoric of justice and righteousness had become a hollow bombast. Babylonia's Chaldean kings and most of their contemporary monarchs brought a new imperial domination of subject populations under a despotic god-king cult. The Judaic prophets and their intellectual circles diabolized rival deities so as to distinguish their religion's moral program from that of Baal and related astral gods. 573 Baal worshipper, Sodomite and Gomorrhan were typical epithets for creditors. The redactors of Leviticus took debt cancellations out of the hands of kings by making them calendrically regular. The timing of Bronze Age clean slates had depended on the ascent of new rulers to the throne, or when military or agricultural conditions called for such action. The closest approximation to a uniform periodicity was that for rulers who lived long enough to celebrate their 30th year on the throne, as did the pharaohs who presided over many of Egypt's said festivals, and also Hammurabi. The number 30 was linked to the solarized 360-day public administrative, non-lunar, calendar, referring to a month of years. Judaism emphasized its break with this tradition by reverting to a lunar-based periodicity. Taking the 28-day month of lunar visibility as its starting point, the fourth commandment sanctified the 7-day week with its compulsory day of rest on the Sabbath. During the exile this rest day grew in importance. Upon the resettlement of Judah, Nehemiah, 10:31, had the people pledge, when the neighboring peoples bring merchandise or grain to sell on the Sabbath, we will not buy from them on the Sabbath or on any holy day. Every 7th year we will forego working the land and will cancel all debts. Based on 7 weeks of years, being the year following the 7 septennial cycles, 49 years, the Jubilee year of Leviticus extended the cyclical principle of economic renewal to 50 years. 574. Making this periodicity fixed rather than variable made the cycle independent of the transition from one ruler to the next. That transformed the concept of time from cyclical to linear, catalyzing the Judeo-Christian idea of linear time. The implicit conflict underlying Judah's first Jubilee. No loan contracts or land sales survive to tell us whether a land restitution and Jubilee year occurred in Judah 50 years after Nehemiah and Ezra's generation of returnees. Writing was on parchment, not clay, leaving no wills or dowry agreements, land sale, or debt records to document debt and land tenure in Judah from the time of Babylonian domination and the 2 return waves of the exiled Jews down to the time of Jesus. After Nehemiah, the next political narrative occurs under the Hasmonean monarchy, whose revolt in 168 BC gave way to a new landowning creditor oligarchy. During the intervening centuries Judah experienced renewed tensions between debtors and creditors, landowners and the disenfranchised, as shown in the Dead Sea Scrolls, culminating in the preachings of Jesus as reported by his apostles. Judah revolts and a new oligarchy emerges. After Alexander the Great conquered Judah and the rest of the Levant in 332 BC, his general Ptolemy succeeded him as ruler of Egypt and the Levant, founding a dynasty that raised taxes on Judah higher than the Persians had imposed. The Greek warlords bled as much as they could as quickly as possible. Judean resistance found an ally in the successors of another of Alexander's generals, Seleucus, who had seized Syria, Mesopotamia, and much of Asia Minor. When war erupted in 246 to 241 between the Seleucids and Egypt, Jerusalem's high priest Onias II refrained from paying the regular imperial tribute to the Ptolemies. But he was forced to pay the tribute by the Tobiads, a Transjordanian Jewish family of landed aristocrats that had taken the lead in fighting against Nehemiah's reconstruction program in Judah 200 years earlier. One of its members, Joseph, became a military commander under the Ptolemies, acting as a tax farmer for Judah and Syria while governing an outpost guarding the Arab desert frontier. 575. Wealthy Judeans profiteered from the Ptolemaic trade monopolies in wine, oil, and other exports produced mainly on large estates, as well as from tax-collecting contracts. Most of their income was plowed into usury and more land acquisition to turn cropland to luxury export production. This was the opposite of the owner-occupancy land tenure that Leviticus had sought to maintain. Many displaced Judeans were obliged to hire themselves out as mercenaries, especially to Egypt in the Jewish settlement at Elephantine. Another Jewish community was planted in Alexandria. In 168 BC, under the leadership of its Hasmonean rulers, Judah revolted. 1 Maccabees 6:49-53 reports that during the siege of Jerusalem by Antiochus VII, Sidetes, in 163 there were no provisions in the city, because it was the Sabbath year, implying that this law of Deuteronomy was being adhered to, although the details remain obscure. The economic strains suffered under the Ptolemies and Hasmoneans led to religious sectarianism. A Hellenistic version of Judaism emerged in Alexandria, where the Jewish Bible was translated into Greek, as the Septuagint, around 200 BC. At home, Judaism fragmented among the well-to-do Sadducees, the populist Pharisees and austere groups such as the Essenes. Zoroastrian proselytizers from Parthian Mesopotamia spread a Persian influence, especially among the Essenes, drawing a simple dualism between the two creative spirits, the spirit of good and evil, light and darkness, truth and falsehood. 576. How Hillel's prospole yielded power to creditors and land appropriators. Backed by Roman force, creditor oligarchies consolidated their power throughout the Mediterranean and Levant. Judaism's priestly hierarchy joined other priesthoods in being drawn under the oligarchic sway. Credit was privatized, headed by usurers involved in imperial tax collection. A thriving commercial oligarchy had come into being under the Hasmonean expansion, supported by Jewish Hellenizers and Romans. Advocates of the poor and weak, the activist Pharisees and the Essenes, were excluded from temple offices and left to form their own sects. By Herod's time, 1st century BC, the various pro-oligarchy groups joined to counter a populist reaction led by the Pharisee legalist school, while the Essenes withdrew into self-sufficient subsistence-based communities. Adherence to the laws of Leviticus and Deuteronomy could not be enforced under such conditions. Buyers of Judean property denied sellers their customary one-year right to redeem urban properties, and also refused to comply with the redemption of rural land by the seller or his relatives, to say nothing of returning it in a Jubilee year. Recent buyers who had bought lands since the last Jubilee year, attempted to avoid the old sellers during the first day of the year in order to retain possession, writes Ginsburg. 577. This evasive tactic became so prevalent by the 1st century of the modern era that Rabbi Hillel, in the Mishnah Arakan 9:4, established a special board with which the seller was permitted to place the money equal to the price for which he had sold a year previously and regain possession of his old property. This would not have helped the poor or insolvent sellers, of course. Hillel's prospole superseded the biblical commandments canceling agrarian debts and restoring forfeited lands. It was a legal clause by which borrowers waived their rights to avail themselves of the sabbatical and jubilee years. 578. This waiver mirrored earlier subterfuges by Babylonian creditors to circumvent royal clean slates. Hillel framed the problem as one where people refused to loan to one another as if debt or forced sale resulted from an actual loan, not merely from tax arrears or other charges. To ease the conscience of a few law-believing if not law-abiding individuals, Hillel finally officially permitted the law to be disregarded by a technicality. 579. No mention is made of debts that accrued as tax arrears or other unpaid bills in contrast to actual money loans. Matthew 23:1 reports Jesus's response, saying to the crowds and his disciples, "The teachers of the law and the Pharisees sit in Moses' seat. They tie up heavy loads and put them on men's shoulders, but they themselves are not willing to lift a finger to move them." The fact that Hillel could establish the prospole waiver as part of rabbinical orthodoxy showed how far Judaism was swept up in the tide of privatization and debt. Roman law made debt obligations sacrosanct, not their cancellation. The practice of releasing bondservants and land from the hands of creditors gave way to debt foreclosure being made irreversible and the loss of status permanent. The prospole pragmatically acknowledged the status quo that had come into being between creditors and debtors, and Rome's tax collectors. Its senators bid lavishly for the right to exploit colonies as governors. Having polarized and dried up the agrarian economy at home, Rome became a confederacy of wealthy families feeding on the Levantine economies. Unlike the rulers of old kingdoms, Roman imperial administrators saw no reason to maintain a free land-tenured body of citizen soldiers subject to the draft. The new armies were mercenary-based. Displacing indebted cultivators from their lands actually helped fill the ranks of the imperial legions. Legal and philosophical glosses to the Jewish Mishnah and Talmud composed around the turn of the modern era do not elaborate on the Jubilee year. The Book of Jubilees deals only with the calendar, not clean slates, indicating that Jubilee years were counted but not observed. Of all the major biblical laws, this most radical one, that the Lord owns the land, not private appropriators, was the first to be cast aside. To be sure, creditors who failed to avail themselves of Hillel's prospole stratagem lost their opportunity to avoid relinquishing their properties in the Jubilee year. In the time of the Mishnah, notes Ginsburg, the Jewish courts would not permit any recognition of the right to collect a debt when the lender had not safeguarded himself by drawing up the contract according to the prospole prior to the beginning of the sabbatical year. 580. This obedience paid to the Jubilee year debt forgiveness remained strong enough as late as 12th century AD Spain to inspire Maimonides and Ibn Ajre to insist that without the prospole waiver, debts among Jews were to be forgiven. 581. But North points out that the papal jubilee instituted around that time had no connection with the original biblical institution. Indeed, the first Holy Year proclamation issued in Rome in 1300 does not even mention the name of Jubilee. 582, which appears for the first time in a papal bull of December 25 of that year. Such papal jubilee celebrations forced many medieval European economies into debt to the Italian bankers to meet the papacy's levies, as detailed by the English analyst Matthew Paris. Church doctrine meanwhile narrowed the scope of the Jewish teachings from a society-wide policy to one of charity on the personal plane, leaving intact the market-oriented practices that the Old Testament prophets had sought to constrain. From Judah through the Christian West, a religious otherworldliness gained momentum as hopes for worldly improvement faded. This turning within culminated in Essene and Christian withdrawal. The pre-exilic prophets had not been concerned with salvation for the individual, writes Cyrus Gordon, but rather for the nation. 583. Henceforth, religions dealt more with personal salvation. Their morality shifted away from denouncing social injustice to apocalyptic preaching about the judgment of souls. The ideas of social equity and literal debt redemption that had inspired the prophets and the authors of the Torah became etherealized into spiritual metaphors. See Endnotes chapter 25. From Religious Covenant to Hillel. 26. Christianity spiritualizes the Jubilee year as the Day of Judgment. Neither Greek nor Roman religion had a counterpart to the Jewish reformer prophets preaching on behalf of the poor against creditor aggressiveness. The major Greek and Roman critiques of usury came from secular philosophers, above all the Stoics. Plato and Aristotle condemned usury in the 4th century BC 584, and by the 1st century AD creditor behavior, corruption, and violence was a constant theme running through the historical narratives of Livy and Plutarch to explain Rome's economic polarization. But their philosophizing had no effect on policy or religion. The Greek and Roman religious bureaucracy was drawn from oligarchic ranks and sanctified civic laws favoring creditor power over the debtors. Greek religion did denounce hubris, the arrogance of wealth and power victimizing society's weaker members. But the idea of debt remissions was becoming utopian, a nostalgic memory of a lost golden age. The Greeks were so far from having a clean slate tradition that civic officials in some cities were obliged to swear oaths not to cancel debts or redistribute the land. Also different in the first millennium BC was the role of kings and civic oligarchies that emerged in Greece and Rome. The biblical kings from the time of Solomon, like the Roman senators, are reported to have been rapacious as they burdened their populations with taxes and debts, becoming the largest landowners and also the major creditors. In contrast to Babylonian Mizraim acts restoring royal tax claims and control over labor from debt claims by creditors, the biblical Jubilee year and Deuteronomy's Sabbath year would have been at the expense of Iron Age kings and their allied aristocracies. That is why Roman aristocrats killed populist leaders advocating protection for debtors and land redistribution during the century spanning the murder of Tiberius Gracchus in 133 BC down through the civil war that culminated in the crowning of Augustus in 29 BC. In a spirit similar to Livy's and Plutarch's descriptions of the harsh creditor behavior and land grabbing of Roman elites, the Jewish Bible depicts most kings as rapacious, with their power resting largely on their financial wealth. In response to this situation, Deuteronomy assigns no significant role to the king, such as appointing judges or commanding the army, but severely restricts the king's freedom to accumulate capital and describes him as a figurehead whose main role is studying God's teaching so that he will not become arrogant. 585 The epoch of Near Eastern divine kingship proclaiming justice and equity was over. The biblical Jubilee year would have been at the expense of kings, civic aristocratic regimes, and the imperial Roman Empire. Coronation and New Year festivals were stripped of their Bronze Age association with economic renewal and debt amnesty. The New Year degenerated into a Roman Saturnalia, keeping the ritual drunkenness and disorder but dropping any ensuing restoration of economic balance and equity by freeing society from agrarian and personal debt. The Stoics focused on inward personal values rather than on reversing monopolization of the land and privatization of credit. Although most Stoics condemned usury, many, such as Seneca, enriched themselves through it. Mutual aid was restricted mainly within the aristocracy with its interest-free Iranos loans. Underlying Bronze Age periodic renewal and debt amnesty was a circular idea of time. Society's land-holding patterns, financial balance, and liberation of indebted citizens from bondage were to be restored to a state of equity, conceived as a timeless status quo ante. The classical idea of linear progress means not restoring any such past, and hence not reversing economic inequity and the accumulation of indebtedness. The epoch of secular progress made social polarization and the monopolization of land irreversible. The early history of Christianity saw Jesus expand the Jubilee tradition into a radical agenda to redeem the poor from debt bondage. Yet as his movement became more universal, reaching beyond Judaism to encompass all humanity, it was constrained to become otherworldly in the face of the Roman oligarchy's victory. The year of the Lord came to symbolize an equity to be achieved more in heaven than on earth. Jesus was transformed from the Lord's messenger bringing good news of a clean slate, to become the Christ preaching forgiveness on a more abstract spiritualized plane. Christianity did not sponsor the debt cancellations and land redemption that Yahweh had stipulated as part of his covenant with the Israelites. By stripping away his character as a Lord of economic redemption sponsoring reordering of debt and land tenure on earth, these transformations dropped the focus on debt that Jesus had emphasized. Jesus' teachings on debt forgiveness. Luke 4:16-30 describes Jesus' first public act upon returning to his native town of Nazareth. Visiting its synagogue, he is handed the scroll of Isaiah, and unrolls it to the passage in 3rd Isaiah 61, where the prophet, as noted above in chapter 24, announces that the Lord has sent him to preach good news, gospel, to the poor and to proclaim freedom, direr, for the prisoners and, to release the oppressed, to proclaim the year of the Lord's favor, that is, the Jubilee year. Jesus informed the congregation that he had come to fulfill that destiny. Treating debt bondage literally, not as merely a metaphor for spiritual bondage, Jesus the Redeemer set about preaching literal redemption from debt. With the sounding of the Yabel trumpet, the old order is to yield to one of equity and righteousness, restoring the poor to dignity. Among the four gospel writers, only Luke describes this inaugural sermon. Matthew and Mark merely say that after delivering it, Jesus was violently rejected by his fellow Nazarenes. Luke explains why, by grounding Jesus' message in the Jubilee tradition. For many years biblical scholarship interpreted his version as being an idiosyncratic elaboration of Mark 6:1-6, perhaps drawing on non-Mark traditions. But discovery of the Dead Sea Scrolls suggests that it was Mark and the other gospel writers who skipped over the significance of Jesus' direct citation from Isaiah, and subsequent Christianity, not Jesus, that treated release as a metaphor for a more spiritualized advent of God's reign and forgiveness of humankind, a metaphor for God's work of redemption and reconciliation. 586 For subsequent Christianity, the coming sovereignty of God was to end the old worldly order, rescuing the poor but not by taking the specific worldly policy of canceling the debts that held them in poverty and stripped them of their land and means of self-support. Jesus' parable of the unmerciful servant, Matthew 18, leaves little doubt that the poor literally should be forgiven their debts. Admonishing Peter to excuse his brother's sins, Jesus explains that admission to heaven depends on how one conducts his life in accordance with the principle of Leviticus 19:18, love thy neighbor as thyself. This precept forms the basis for the golden rule that we should not do unto others what we would not wish them to do unto us. Jesus' parable applies this ethic to debt forgiveness. A king calls his officials and administrators together to settle accounts with them. The first man brought in is a satrap who owes him 10,000 talents. Unable to pay this enormous amount, he asks for more time to collect more taxes from his subjects. But the king orders that the insolvent satrap, his wife, children, and all that he had be sold to repay the debt. The satrap fell on his knees before him and begged, "Be patient with me and I will pay back everything." His master took pity on him, cancelled the debt and let him go. But when that satrap went out, he found one of his subordinate officials who owed him 100 denarii. He grabbed the official and began to choke him. "Pay back what you owe me," he demanded. His fellow royal servant fell to his knees and begged him, "Be patient with me, and I will pay you back." But the satrap refused, and had his subordinate thrown into prison until he could pay the debt. When the royal servants told the king what had happened, he called his satrap back. "You wicked servant," he said, "I cancelled all that debt of yours because you begged me to. Shouldn't you have had mercy on your fellow servant just as I had on you?" In anger the king turned him over to the jailers until he should pay back all he owed. Jesus warns, "This is how my heavenly Father will treat each of you unless you forgive your brother from your heart." The relation of this parable to the Lord's Prayer seems obvious enough, but the Gospels have different versions. Matthew 6:12 reads, "Forgive us our debts, as we forgive our debtors, tois opheleteus." But as chapter 4 has traced, in many languages the words debt, trespass, and sin have interchangeable meanings, as in German should. Luke 11:4 breaks the parallelism, saying, "Forgive us our sins, tas hamarches, as we forgive our debtors, tois opheleteus." On this ground Ring interprets the Lord's Prayer as a Jubilee prayer. 587. London Drake cites two reasons why monetary debts rather than non-financial moral sins must be meant. First, the Lord's Prayer petition is unusual because it incorporates human action into a prayer, and uses the language of debt. Creditors can forgive debts and the wealthy can give to charity, but only God can forgive sins. Also, there are philological reasons for its use of a word meaning specifically monetary debts. 588. Luke 6:35 cites Jesus' admonition to lend, without expecting to be repaid. That is the opposite of the intent of Hillel's prospol clause. Charity toward the poor called for forgiving their debts, and many early Christians used their own money to redeem their brethren from debt bondage. Christ's title of the Redeemer includes the idea of saving debtors from bondage. The ultimate test of a well-to-do person's spiritual goodness was to relinquish his financial power over his debtors, as in the story of Job. In Luke's passage, as in Job and in Matthew 18's parable above, lending is represented as the characteristic test for admission to heaven. It is the most prevalent mode of exerting either generosity or coercive power toward one's fellow beings. All four Gospels, Luke 19, Matthew 21, Mark 11, and John 2, tell the story of how Jesus drove home the conflict between his religious values and those of creditors. Upon entering Jerusalem he went directly to its temple, where business contracts and oaths, including debt agreements, were sworn to the Lord, as they had been at Babylonia's temple gates. This oath-taking sanctified the repayment of debts. Jesus overturned the benches of the money changers, money lenders, and emptied out their money bags on the floor, threw over the tables of merchants, made a scourge of cords and drove them all out of the temple, and the sheep, and the oxen. John 2:15. Echoing the words of Jeremiah 7:11 some 4 centuries earlier, Jesus announced, "My house will be a house of prayer, but you have made it a den of thieves." This is the only report in the scriptures of his using violence. It is the act that inspired the city leaders to plot his death. Matthew 23:16 reports Jesus' explanation for his criticism, "You say, if anyone swears by the temple, it means nothing, but if anyone swears by the gold of the temple, he is bound by his oath. You blind fools! Which is greater, the gold, or the temple that makes the gold sacred? 589. Quoting Jeremiah was doubly significant in that the prophet describes the Lord as warning the Israelites not to turn their land and temples into a den of thieves by oppressing the most seriously afflicted debtors, aliens, orphans, and widows, upon pain of breaking the covenant and losing their own liberty. Poverty goes hand in hand with its cause, covetous greed. To prey on the weak, to monopolize the land and wealth, is to seize what belongs to the Lord and his followers. The law applicable to creditors accordingly is the 8th commandment, "Thou shalt not steal." Usurers were stealing the land and liberty of the Israelites. The people would suffer national perdition if they failed to heed the Lord's Spirit and rectify matters. From the Jubilee year to the Day of Judgment. Only Luke turns the Jubilee into an eschatological frame of reference. The reign of God is a clean slate, a Jubilee year marking the end of the old order. A new equality was to be proclaimed, benefiting mainly the poor. The final chapter of Luke, 24:47, describes Jesus explaining what is written in the Scriptures. The Messiah will suffer and rise from the dead on the third day, and repentance and forgiveness of sins Hamarsha will be preached in his name to all nations, beginning at Jerusalem. One can well imagine the impact such preaching had from Jerusalem to Rome, whose poor had lost their struggle for social equity by the time Augustus was crowned emperor in 29 BC. For debtors, the arrow of time threatened to bring only a deepening poverty. As hopes for worldly reform became gloomier, more eyes turned to the hereafter to await the millennium. Christianity promised a renewal, but ultimately in an eschatological day of judgment to occur at the end of history. From redemption to charity. Canceling debts and returning land and debt servants to their former family holders had become politically impossible by imperial Roman times. Christianity turned the spirit of righteousness into one of charity, by those who had accumulated wealth that, from the archaic perspective, was gained inequitably in the first place. Acts 4:32-35 reflects the new ideal. No one claimed that any of his possessions was his own, but they shared everything they had. There were no needy persons among them. For from time to time those who owned lands or houses sold them, brought the money from the sales and put it at the apostles' feet, and it was distributed to anyone as he had need. This was a distributive response, not a clean slate wiping out the debt overgrowth. The Christian Lord shifted the moral focus away from economy-wide personal debt amnesties to saving the souls of individuals, especially those of the wealthy. Private charity was substituted for the Mosaic covenant to periodically cancel debts and restore the land. 590 This left the worldly patterns of debt and land holding intact as economies sunk into clientage to the wealthy, whose charitable activities typically amounted to a tithe of their takings. The rich monopolized the land as the imperial Roman world polarized into feudalism. By the time Christianity came to dominate the Roman Empire in the 3rd and 4th centuries of the modern era, the money economy was drying up except at the top of the social pyramid. Usury was banned among the Christian clergy, while slavery yielded to feudalism. But usury and slavery were ended more as a result of economic collapse and depopulation than by Christian opposition. From Stoic philosophy to the Church Fathers. In line with Jesus's contrast between worldly riches and the treasures in heaven, Matthew 7:19-24 exhorts Christians not to store up for yourselves treasures on earth, where moth and rust destroy, and where thieves break in and steal. But store up for yourselves treasures in heaven. For where your treasure is, there your heart will be also. No one can serve two masters. Either he will hate the one and love the other, or he will be devoted to the one and despise the other. You cannot serve both God and money mammon. Worldly ideology became increasingly embittered as Roman society sank into deepening poverty in the glare of gaudy displays of wealth. 1 John 2:15-17 urges Christians, do not love the world or anything in the world. If anyone loves the world, the love of the Father is not in him. The world and its desires pass away, but the man who does the will of God lives forever. In much the same vein, Timothy exhorts. We brought nothing into the world, and we can take nothing out of it. But if we have food and clothing, we will be content with that. People who want to get rich fall into the temptation and a trap and into many foolish and harmful desires that plunge men into ruin and destruction. For the love of money is a root of all kinds of evil. Some people, eager for money, have wandered from the faith and pierced themselves with many griefs. Command those who are rich in this present world not to be arrogant nor to put their hope in wealth, which is so uncertain, but to put their hope in God, who richly provides us with everything for our enjoyment. Command them to do good, to be rich in good deeds, and to be generous and willing to share. In this way they will lay up treasure for themselves as a firm foundation for the coming age, so that they may take hold of the life that is truly life. 1 Timothy 6, 6-12, 17-19. Figure 33, below Allegory of Avarice by Albrecht Dürer. Economic and moral contrasts were drawn in melodramatic terms, along with dreams of a utopian golden age at the start of history, the mother condition, as it were. The philosopher Seneca, tutor to the Emperor Nero, endorsed the view of the Stoic encyclopediast Posidonius of Apamea that a utopian golden age of Saturn had been a communalistic state in which arts and crafts were as yet unknown but whose government was under the jurisdiction of the wise who protected the weaker from the stronger. No ruler tried his power against those to whom he owed the beginnings of his power. But when once vice stole in and kingdoms were transformed into tyrannies, a need arose for laws, such as those framed by the wise Lycurgus of Sparta and Solon of Athens. In this fortune-favored second age, the bounties of nature lay open to all, for men's indiscriminate use, before avarice and luxury had broken the bonds which held mortals together, and they, abandoning their communal existence, had separated and turned together. No ploughman tilled the soil, nor was it right to portion off or bound one's property. Men shared their gains, and earth more freely gave her riches to her sons who sought them not. Virgil, Georgics, I, 125 ff. And what race of men was ever more blessed than that race? They enjoyed all nature in partnership. But avarice broke in upon a condition so happily ordained, and, by its eagerness to lay something away and to turn it to its own private use, made all things the property of others, and reduced itself from boundless wealth to straitened need. It was avarice that introduced poverty and, by craving much, lost all. And so, although she now tries to make good her loss, although she adds one estate to another, evicting a neighbor either by buying him out or by wronging him, although she extends her country estates to the size of provinces and defines ownership as meaning extensive travel through one's own property, in spite of all these efforts of hers, no enlargement of our boundaries will bring us back to the condition from which we have departed. What there was divided among unquarreling friends. Not yet had the stronger begun to lay hands upon the weaker. Not yet had the miser, by hiding away what lay before him, shut off his neighbor from even the necessaries of life. Each cared as much for his neighbor as for himself. Armor lay unused, and the hand, unstained by human blood, had turned all its hatred against wild beasts. Seneca, Epistle XC. By the 4th century AD the Christian father Lactantius, tutor to Constantine's son Crispus, presented history in similar terms. The source of all these evils was cupidity, bursting forth from the contempt of true virtue. The wealthy did not share with others, but seized the property of others as their own, drawing in all things for their own private gain. Goods which individuals were producing for the use of all were taken into the homes of the few. In order to enslave the many, the greedy began to appropriate and accumulate the necessities of life and kept them tightly shut up, so that they might keep these bounties for themselves. They did this not for humanity's sake, which was not in them at all, but to rake up all things as products of their greed and avarice. In the name of justice they made unfair and unjust laws to sanction their thefts and avarice against the power of the multitude. In this way they availed as much by authority as by strength of arms or overt evil. Lactantius, Divine Institutes, v. 6. The Virgin Mary replaces Nanshi and Nemesis. From Sumerian Nanshi to Greek Nemesis, the role of punishing arrogance, fraud, and injustice by the rich and powerful often was assigned to goddesses. Nemesis carried the scales of justice and punished merchants, other wealthy individuals and above all creditors for their hubristic arrogance of wealth. Figure 34, below Nemesis with writing board and wheel. Each archaic town had its own patron deity, although each tended to follow a similar regional pantheon headed by a sun god of justice. Protection of the poorest individuals, those consigned to temple and palace workshops, typically was assigned to a goddess, sometimes depicted as spouse of the sun god. No such female deity is found in Judaism. The Lord Yahweh protected the poor, absorbing the feminine function, so to speak. As Pauline Christianity reached out to new constituencies, local pantheons were telescoped into what became the Christian Trinity. Cyril of Alexandria elevated the Mary cult largely as a means of excluding the Jews, who were unwilling to accept a female consort deity. Cyril's iconography of the Virgin Mary stripped away the earlier aspect of the avenging goddess punishing hubris as Nanshi and Nemesis had done. She became simply the patroness of the suffering poor. The end time and the day of judgment. The Jewish Mishnah calls the first day of Nisan, the springtime Babylonian New Year, the New Year of Kings. According to the Mishnah, observes one biblical historian, at New Year all the inhabitants of the earth pass before God, as the scripture says, He fashioneth their hearts alike, and considereth all their works, Psalm 33:15. The spring thus has its day of judgment for determining the harvest of grain, the autumn for determining the water, and at the official New Year mankind is judged. 591 This day of judgment involves a trial as well as establishment of cosmic order which takes place at each new season, in which the cosmos begins anew, after the chaos that has gone before. A similar imagery is found in Isaiah 24. After warning that Egypt, Babylon, and other kingdoms are about to be subjugated, Isaiah describes the Lord's devastation of the earth in words that sound like part of the Saturnalia-type narrative for the Babylonian New Year ceremony. The earth dries up and withers, the world languishes and withers, the exalted of the earth languish. The earth is defiled by its people, they have disobeyed the laws, violated the statutes and broken the everlasting covenant. Therefore a curse consumes the earth, its people must bear the guilt. The city is left in ruins, its gate is battered to pieces. So will it be on the earth and among the nations. The floodgates of the heavens are opened, the foundations of the earth shake. The earth is broken up, the earth is split asunder, the earth is thoroughly shaken. The earth reels like a drunkard, it sways like a hut in the wind, so heavy upon it is the guilt of its rebellion that it falls, never to rise again. In that day the Lord will punish the powers in the heavens above and the kings on the earth below. They will be herded together like prisoners bound in a dungeon. There follows a hymn praising the Lord, who has expelled the foreigners and exploiters, Isaiah 25-26. You have been a refuge for the poor, a refuge for the needy in his distress, a shelter from the storm and a shade from the heat. The Lord restores justice, trampling evil. On the day of judgment all the souls ever born stand shoulder to shoulder. 2 Timothy 3:1-5 warns. There will be terrible times in the last days. People will be lovers of themselves, lovers of money, boastful, proud, abusive, disobedient to their parents, ungrateful, unholy, without love, unforgiving, slanderous, without self-control, brutal, not lovers of the good, treacherous, rash, conceited, lovers of pleasure rather than lovers of God, having a form of godliness but denying its power. Have nothing to do with them. James 5:1-5 continues in the same vein, recalling Matthew 7:19 ff quoted above. Now listen, you rich people, weep and wail because of the misery that is coming upon you. Your wealth has rotted, and moths have eaten your clothes. Your gold and silver are corroded. Their corrosion will testify against you and eat your flesh like fire. You have hoarded wealth in the last days. Look. The wages you failed to pay the workmen who mowed your fields are crying out against you. The cries of the harvesters have reached the ears of the Lord Almighty. You have lived on earth in luxury and self-indulgence. This denunciation recalls the cries of Sodom, as well as Ezekiel 16:49. The book of Revelation reports John's vision of the Lord with a voice like a trumpet to announce the day of judgment, the occasion for reordering the world, much as Mesopotamian rulers restored order out of chaos. Like the Babylonian New Year festival, at which the newly ordered world begins only when Tiamat has been defeated, the apocalyptic Christian vision welcomes the last days as an end time of chaos, heralding the Lord's proclamation of order and equity. Good will vanquish evil, and order will replace disorder. 592. The book of Revelation depicts the Lord destroying the world, Babylon, a metaphor for merchants of the earth growing rich from her excessive luxuries. No one buys their cargoes anymore, cargoes of gold, silver and precious stones and pearls, cattle and sheep, horses and carriages, and bodies and souls of men. The merchants who sold these things and gained their wealth from her will stand far off, terrified at her torment, and cry out. In 1 hour such great wealth has been brought to ruin. The multitude in heaven will shout Amen, Hallelujah. The New Jerusalem will appear on earth, the millennium restoring equity and righteousness, the year of the Lord that Jesus prophesied. Redemption, the arrow of time and the Christian millennium. The essence of the idea of progress is its irreversible arrow of time. Replacing the tradition of periodic social renewal and clean slates, Christianity promises to restore equity only at the end of time, at the Last Judgment. Until then, one must suffer on earth, where deepening poverty and debt for most of the population has been made immune from periodic restorations of equity. Eschatology is the doctrine of ends and final things. When theologians speak of Christian eschatology, they mean the end towards which history is moving, Christ's second coming at the day of judgment. Cyril of Alexandria, the 5th century AD ideologue of the doctrine of a Holy Trinity, wrote, "There will be a time of release, aphesis, for us all, over all the world, at the end I mean, when each one will run to his own possession, that is to the destiny suited to him and apportioned by God." 593. Commenting on this passage, North observes that in contrast to the Jewish Bible and its prophets seeking to end poverty, the New Testament elevates the spirit of poverty to a value in its own right. The Old Law controlled the acquisition of material wealth, the New praises those who use this world as if they used it not. 1 Corinth 7:31. For the world in its present form is passing away, whose business is in heaven. Philippians 3:20. Our citizenship is in heaven. The ultimate Jubilee year is no longer on earth, it exists only in heaven. The debt write-offs that once stood at the core of social renewal and religious ethics have long been all but unthinkable. Only quite recently in history have people stopped questioning and criticizing the social, moral, and economic consequences of debt. Today's theology lacks the biblical idea of liberty in the sense of Hebrew direr and its Near Eastern antecedents, liberty from unpayably high debts and monopolization of land. Although theologians of liberation clearly recognize the importance of gospel imagery pointing to good news to the poor, concludes Ring, 1985, p. 95, they seem not to be drawn to the theological motif of forgiveness. In its modern sense, this word appears to connote forgiving one's oppressors, accepting the unfair world as it is. Before forgiveness can find its way back into the lexicon of liberation, it must be linked to justice, specifically to the concept of economic equity found in the Jubilee tradition. Yet to date, hopes for major religious statements on debt and land reform have not been rewarded. A modern Isaiah or Jeremiah might interpret today's economic and environmental devastation as a sign from the Lord that societies have veered from the righteous path and the end time is drawing near, by earth, poisoned and quaking, air, polluted and with extreme weather, fire, global warming and Fukushima, and water, rising sea levels and flooding. The recent scourges of disease and other disasters might appear as portents confirming that the day of judgment is at hand. Jesus would find the domestic and international debt burden to pose a moral test of self-centeredness versus open-heartedness, mammon versus God. Medieval canon law would find that most of today's debts have no counterpart in creating mutual gain between borrower and lender, but constitute parasitic usury, a form of theft. If their values are right in deeming today's debt burden to be wrong, then political philosophy and religious fervor should aim at a higher concept of equity to restore economic and social order. See Endnotes chapter 26. Christianity spiritualizes the Jubilee year as the Day of Judgment. 27 Byzantine Echo. Like Babylonia in Hammurabi's epoch, the Eastern Roman Empire's army and tax base consisted mainly of peasant freeholders. To defend against Slavic and Muslim invasions in the 6th and 7th centuries, Emperor Heraclius, 610–641, assigned soldiers self-support land in military districts called themes. The countryside accounted for 90–95% of the population, with scattered villages more like the towns of ancient Babylonia than the cities of classical antiquity. Their populations consisted mostly of peasants, who farmed the adjoining land, with the usual array of small cottage industries and defensive fortifications. 594. Down through the 10th and the early 11th century, these fiscal theme districts provided Constantinople with a standing army as a hereditary land-tenured class under commanders, strategoi. The vast bulk of the military forces now consisted of free peasant smallholders who held land, in exchange for which they, or one person per household, had to give military service. The peasant soldiers, as they are commonly called, also drew a salary every 4 years. They owned their horse and military equipment. 595. As in Babylonia, a rising aristocracy of military leaders sought to pry away the land of smallholders and villages. Their aim was to gain control of the crop surplus and labor at the expense of the palace and its tax collectors. In the 9th and 10th centuries, emperors of Basilei's Macedonian dynasty, 867–1056, issued laws, called novels, to counter this takeover by reversing transfers of village land to the wealthy and banning future such takeovers. Romanos I spelled out their fiscal and military logic in his novel of 934. Barring the wealthy and powerful from taking village land, the population's contribution of taxes and the fulfillment of military obligations will be completely lost should the common people disappear. 596. Roman fiscal reform from Diocletian to Justinian. Upon becoming Roman Emperor, Diocletian, 284–305, sought to stem the decline in tax revenue by creating a bureaucracy of decurion tax administrators. They were held responsible for fiscal shortfalls, but corruption was rife. Many simply kept what they collected, while powerful families resisted paying taxes, forcing poorer ones to make up the deficit. By the 4th century the peasants were ruined economically, crushed by heavy burdens, defenseless before the arrogance and abuse of the government officials. This was the reason why they placed themselves under the patronage of the great landowners, becoming their bondsmen and surrendering to their protectors a freedom which had become almost intolerable. 597. Figure 35, below summa on the Codex of Justinian. Attempts to tighten imperial tax collection were bound to alienate these officials, and especially the large landholders, who backed military warlords against emperors strong enough to restrain their grabbing. They overthrew Emperor Majorian, 457–461, a former general, when in 458 he assigned tax collection to governors instead of local administrators as one of his first acts. His novel No. 2, on the remission of past due accounts, despite proclaiming an amnesty for land tax arrears. The fiscal problem worsened over the next 2 centuries. Officials were notorious for taking the land of smallholders and keeping the crop surplus for themselves at the expense of central authority. Justinian, 527–565, banned self-dealing and related conflict of interest by officials when he codified Roman law in his Corpus Juris Civilis, I.53. 1. Those who administer public affairs cannot purchase any movable or immovable property, or build any houses without obtaining from us the Emperor a special rescript authorizing them to do so. 1. Moreover, they must refuse donations of every description, no matter what they may consist of, and what their value is, unless the donor specially ratifies the donation in writing, after the term of office of the person who received the gift has expired, or the term of 5 years has elapsed. 598. The historian Procopius criticized Justinian for not following earlier emperors and cancelling agrarian debts, but tightening the fiscal screws on landowners. Officials unable to collect the stipulated tax revenue were obliged to abandon their property to the informers or to the confiscation of the state. It had formerly been the long-established custom that each Roman ruler should, not only once during his reign but often remit to his subjects whatever public debts, that is, taxes, were in arrears, so that those who were in financial difficulty and had no means of paying their delinquencies would not be too far pressed. But Justinian, during 32 years' time, made no such concession to his subjects, and consequently those who were unable to pay had to flee their country and never return. 599. It was indeed normal for Byzantine emperors to protect widespread land tenure by cancelling tax arrears to maintain the solvency, and hence, loyalty, of landowners, especially to help regions recover from warfare. In 401, Honorius had remitted arrears up to 386. A.H.M. Jones summarizes how in 414 the Eastern Roman Emperor Theodosius II wrote off all arrears from 368 to 407, indicating that there had been no general indulgence in the East since the latter part of Valens' reign 364 to 378. In 433 the arrears of 408 to 427 were remitted, and there must have been another indulgence, not recorded in the novels, early in the 440s covering the years 428 to 437. Marcian on his accession, 450, remitted the arrears of 438 to 447, which was overindulgent. In the West, Valentinian III was lax also, cancelling arrears up to 436 in 438, and up to 447 in 450. Many powerful taxpayers who had held up payment for 2 or 3 years must have profited. Majorian went even further, remitting on his accession all fiscal debts up to the previous financial year. 600. Justinian tightened up tax collection, but probably on his accession, 527, remitted arrears up to 522. His next indulgence, which covered the years 523 to 544, did not come until 553. Justin II, soon after his accession, November 565, remitted arrears up to 560. Jones explains the economic dynamic as being pragmatic, as general remissions were intended not so much to relieve the taxpayers as to clear up the public accounts by writing off bad debts. They chiefly benefited the public by preventing ingenious officials from raking up ancient claims against taxpayers who had failed to keep their receipts. To guard against this form of extortion, Marcian ruled that if a taxpayer could produce receipts for 3 continuous years, no earlier claim was admissible. Figure 36, below Emperor Justinian. These imperial debt amnesties thus applied mainly to tax arrears. Other debt secured by land did not play nearly the role that it had done in antiquity. Tax forgiveness was traditional Byzantine practice for lands that suffered military or natural disasters. Tiberius II Constantine, 578 to 582, remitted a year's taxation to restore morale, as did Irene, 797 to 802, mainly to gain support against opponents who ultimately overthrew her. In the 11th century, Basil II waived 2 years' worth of land and hearth taxes. 601 That century's Zavorda tax treatise explains how to stop the abandonment of land by proclaiming a sympathia tax remission. When a village has been found wiped out, either wholly or in part, its tax is investigated. The inspector who comes out grants them a sympathia. And thereafter the lands are handed out in leaseholding by the inspector. Or else the tax collectors lease them to the villagers, for before the passage of 30 years it is not allowed that devastated properties be made klasma or otherwise alienated, specifically on account of the owner's absence. For if they return within the 30-year period, they have back their own property. But often, before having been made klasma, it is offered in pasturage to other villagers, until the owner's return. 602. While the West fragmented into feudal lordships 603, the post-Roman aristocracy in the Eastern Empire fades from the historical record in the 7th and 8th centuries, increasingly to be replaced by new men, typically of military background, and commonly of Armenian or Caucasian descent. In the countryside and the provinces, landowners and notables were either slaughtered or took flight. 604. Based in the free peasant communities, the new magnates used their administrative position to increase their holdings by absorbing, often through dubious means, the properties of the small peasants. 605. Strong emperors restored the role of peasant freeholders as the basis for the steady flow of Byzantine tax revenue, which peaked in the early 10th century. But large landowners sought to gain control of rural land and labor. By the 12th century they succeeded in enthroning their own proxies as emperors. The novels of Basil and Romanus protecting smallholders from the dynatoi. In Byzantine practice each emperor selected his successor as co-ruler so as to take office with a running start when his predecessor died. Michael III, 842–867, was named emperor at the age of 2. The way in which he chose Basil I as his successor illustrates the role played by chance in shaping political turning points, and what the adjective Byzantine means. When Michael turned 15, the age of male adulthood at the time, his mother Theodora forced him into an arranged marriage. But he was in love with Eudocia Ingarina, the daughter of a Varangian, Viking Russian, guard in the imperial retinue. When she got pregnant a decade later, in 866, Michael did not want the child, the future Leo VI, to be born out of wedlock, so he asked one of his favorite companions, Basil, to marry her. To comply, Basil had to divorce his own wife. Eudocia continued to be Michael's mistress, and Michael assigned his older sister Thecla to serve as Basil's mistress. 606. As a reward, he named Basil his co-emperor, citing his bravery in combat. Within a year Basil and his supporters killed the 27-year-old Michael in his bedchamber, sleeping off a drinking bout. Basil was 56. The son of a peasant soldier, he had spent most of his life in modest circumstances. 607. Arnold Toynbee called him a self-made man, yet also the most statesmanlike East Roman emperor since his self-made predecessor Leo III. 608. Taking the throne as first emperor of the Macedonian dynasty, although probably of Armenian descent, Basil, 867–886, set to work restoring Byzantine fiscal solvency. Toward this end he immersed himself in the actual court process where smallholders protested their tax burden or the appropriation of their land by the wealthy. According to the chronicler Theophanes Continuatus, whenever he was free from the other cares of state, he would go down to the Genicon, the main fiscal bureau, to sit and hear the complaints lodged by aggrieved taxpayers. He defended the injured and through lawful punishment stopped the perpetrators of injustice from daring to do anything similar again. 609. Michael III had exhausted the treasury by giving vast sums to his favorites. Basil made them repay half of what Michael had given away, raising 4.3 million nomismata, equal to more than a year's imperial revenue. 610. To put fiscal policy and a free peasantry on a more self-sustaining basis, Basil started composing the Great Byzantine Law compilation, the Epinagage, completed by Leo. From the Code of Justinian it forbid public officers from buying land during their term of office or receiving gifts, as noted above. From the Edict of Theodosius in 391, Codex Theodosianus 3.1.6, It prevented land from being sold freely to anyone except near kinsmen and co-owners of village land. Likewise incorporated into the epinagage were the edicts by Leo and Anthemius in 468, Corpus Juris Civilis, 11.55, which served to prevent the owner of land from transferring the same to a stranger, under any circumstances. 611. Basil fought with his sons, especially with his nominal second son Leo after his first son Constantine died. As was the case with Michael III, a forced marriage played a role. Basil's wife Eudocia chose a relative whom Leo did not want. He had his own girlfriend, a tavern keeper's daughter. Basil backed Eudocia, beat up Leo, and married off the girl to someone else. There were rumors that Leo, who viewed Michael as his real father, planned to mount a palace coup. Basil imprisoned him for a while, but died soon after in what was reported to be a strange hunting accident. That enabled Leo VI, 886 to 912, to take the throne at the age of 20. In contrast to Basil, Leo favored the aristocracy and its land acquisition. He reversed Basil's protections against absentee appropriators, and also Basil's forbidding the receipt of interest by any persons except orphans and minors. 612 Leo permitted interest of 4% to be charged, claiming that the ban on rural mortgages burdened the economy. 613. Most important, Leo issued a novel repealing Basil's limitation of the right of first refusal to members of the local tax district. The holder of a property is permitted to sell to any person he wishes without interference and without giving notification. 614 Leo's rationale for this policy was that giving neighbors the right of first refusal instead of letting outsiders bid would enable them to block outside bidders so as to buy the land of the most impoverished peasants for themselves at a distressed price. Leo's ruling gave neighbors only a 6-month window to acquire land from fellow villagers, after which time it could be sold to outsiders. 615. That policy opened the way for wealthy creditors or other buyers to acquire the land of village smallholders by extending loans against it. In his 907 Proceros Nomos, Leo reversed his earlier ruling and described the charging of interest as unworthy of a Christian state and banned it completely, without exceptions, laying down furthermore that any interest paid was to be applied to the principal of the debt. 616. After Leo caught an intestinal disease and died in 912, his younger brother Alexander ruled for a year, 912 to 913. Designated as co-emperor by Basil 33 years earlier, in 879, he was reported to be dissolute, and died of exhaustion after a sporting game. He was followed as co-emperor by Leo's 8-year-old son, the future Constantine VII. But until Constantine could formally take his position as an adult 6 years later, court turmoil led the crown to pass to the remarkable Romanos Lecapnus, 920 to 944. A soldier's son growing up outside of Constantinople's palace bureaucracy, Romanos I was nearly 50 years old. Renowned for his strength and bravery, he had been given rapid promotions within the army, rising to command a naval fleet. That position enabled him to seize power when a political vacuum developed after the deaths of Leo and Alexander. Romanos consolidated his rule by marrying his daughter Helena to Constantine instead of simply killing the child as so often was Byzantine practice. For this forbearance he was called the gentle usurper. Later, he favored Constantine as his successor over his own children. Figure 37, below Leoficus supporters surrendered to Romanos Lecapennos. Upon taking the throne, Romanos reversed Leo VI's rule freeing land markets, on the ground that this enabled the wealthy, whom he called the dinatoi, to displace peasant cultivators. Romanos defined the dinatoi as those capable of intimidating sellers or satisfying them with the promise of some benefaction. They were the powerful, from dine, force, hence dynastes, lord, for power made hereditary. 617 In a subsequent novel issued in 934 he listed their status in the civil, military, or ecclesiastical hierarchies, the illustrious magistroi or patricioi, persons honored with offices, governorships, or civil or military dignities, those enumerated in the Senate, thematic officials or ex-officials, metropolitans, archbishops, bishops, higumenoi, ecclesiastical officials, or supervisors or heads of pious or imperial houses. 618 They all were prohibited from acquiring village land from small holders. Romano's father, like Basil's, had held a military fief, so Romanos was familiar with incursions by outsiders buying up the land of soldiers and peasant freeholders. To save the peasantry from being reduced to the status of landless dependents and clients, he revived the law of preemption giving kinsmen and village neighbors the right of first refusal. His intention was to ban the sale of such land. We forbid the dinatoi henceforth to acquire any land, whether by way of adoption or gift, ordinary or mortis causa, by testamentary disposition, by use alone, or by some form of protection or support, from the less well-to-do unless they are their relatives. Nor are they to arrange new purchases, rents, or exchanges with the owners in any villages and hamlets where they do not have their own properties. 619. Dinatoi who attempted this sort of intrigue were to be deprived of the land they had acquired, and were to pay the treasury a fine equal to its full price. Specifying who was permitted to buy village land, Romanos ranked groups in terms of their right of first refusal, starting with one's immediate family to neighbors and other members of the tax district, followed by outsiders who already had some share in such land. Only those who already held property in the village were allowed to buy more, lease it from small holders or receive it as a gift. Any military lands alienated in any manner whatsoever for the last 30 years were to be restored to their original holders or heirs, without compensation. For abandoned plasmatic land that the public treasury might sell off, neighbors were to be given preference. Only if they all declined could dinatoi or other outsiders buy it. The problem of wealthy individuals buying up land designated for soldiers or local villagers was age-old. Already c. 1750 BC, Hammurabi's laws had blocked the purchase or foreclosure of land assigned to soldiers. 35 If a man should purchase from a soldier either the cattle or the sheep and goats which the king gave to the soldier, he shall forfeit his silver. 36 Furthermore, the field, orchard, or house of a soldier, fisherman, or estate tenant will not be sold. 37 If a man should purchase a field, orchard, or house of a soldier, fisherman, or estate tenant, his deed shall be invalidated and he shall forfeit his silver, the field, orchard, or house shall revert to its owner. 620. What made Romano's reform urgent was the historically cold winter of 927-928. The ground was reported to have frozen for 4 months, causing the crops to fail. Famine ensued and many families died, or survived by selling their land to buy food and provisions. Land takeovers increased, despite the sanctions that Romano's earlier novel had imposed. The 3-year right to repurchase land, granted by earlier novels, did not help much because small holders were too broke to earn enough to buy it back. As a rule, the powerful was both a landed proprietor and an official, notes Ostrogorsky. Those who were responsible for executing the orders of the emperor were largely interested in frustrating them. 621. Romano's novel of 934 barring dinatoi from acquiring village land. Romanus issued a new novel in 934, characterizing land purchases in the wake of the crop failure as pillaging, for how could I say purchase and not greedily gulp down the possessions of the poor at a very cheap price. 622 Accusing the greedy of using the indigence of the poor, as the opportunity for business instead of charity, compassion, or kindness when they saw the poor oppressed by famine, they bought up the possessions of the unfortunate poor at a very low price, some merely with grain or other forms of payment. They were like a pestilential attack of disease to the miserable inhabitants of the villages, having entered like gangrene into the body of the villages and causing total destruction. 623. Aiming to reverse these takeovers, Romano's preamble uses the biblical terms penates and tokoi for the poor. Decrying the great confusion of affairs, hence the great tide of injustices, Hence the great and widespread oppression of the poor, and the great sighing of the needy, for whose sake the Lord rose from the dead. The emperor depicts himself as protector of the poor and downtrodden. His concluding paragraph denounces the greedy as enemies of the natural order, of the creation, and of justice. 624. Celebrating Byzantium's military victory securing its eastern frontier, Romanos asks, how will we, after accomplishing so much against the onslaught of external enemies, not rid ourselves of our own enemies within? 625. His ruling promised to save the realm from people who, in their passionate greed and mean-spiritedness, are engrossed in so great a pursuit of gain, who consider none of the ways to achieve wealth disgraceful, and who impose the burden of their interference on the freedom of others. By imposing limits on such people, Romanos promises that the dinatoi no longer shall dare either on their own or through an intermediary to intrude into a village or hamlet for the sake of a sale, gift, or inheritance, either whole or partial, or on any other pretext whatsoever. As this sort of acquisition has been ruled invalid, the acquired properties, along with the improvements since added, are to return without refund to the owners or, if they or their relatives are no longer alive, to the inhabitants of the villages or hamlets. For the domination of these persons has increased the great hardship of the poor, and will cause no little harm to the commonwealth unless the present legislation puts an end to it first. I point to. Spelling out the logic behind his novel, Romano's prologue describes his rulings as beneficial to the common good, acceptable to God, profitable to the treasury, and useful to the state. Those concerned with the stability of the state must eliminate the cause of disturbance, expel what is harmful, and support the common good. I point to. Otherwise, the greedy would undercut Byzantium's tax revenue and the supply of soldiers. To block stratagems that might enable the dinatoi to acquire village land by distress sales, Romanos ruled that if the true value of the land sold is found to be over twice the price paid, the purchasers are to be expelled without refund, and to restore ownership to its original holders. 3.3. Such buyers are to be evicted therefrom without refund and deprived of the results of their own labors and improvements. 7.1. However, large landholders had devised a law-abiding pretext for the transfer of property from the debtors to the creditors, and the pretext used was that of antichrisis, taking interest in the form of the crop yield. By using this stratagem, creditors could obtain the yield of land by making a loan secured by the crop as interest, year after year. This did not require formally transferring land held by small holders into their possession. Relinquishing the crop yield would not appear to be alienations but temporary arrangements, which nominally would result in the return of the land to its original owner, as soon as he had repaid the debt to his creditor. In reality the property was never returned, as Manuel Comnenus Emperor from 1143 to 1180 expressly admits. It was this devious method through which land later fell into the hands of the already powerful by the time of Manuel Comnenus, who ruled it illegal on the ground that the result was indeed an alienation, of the sort which Romano's novel banned by blocking assignment of land as a gift. 626. What occurred was the same opportunistic innovation that is first found on a grand scale in 1st millennium BC Babylonia, making loans to cover taxes and fees or extending much-needed consumption loans in times of crop failure, secured by either alienable or otherwise unalienable land. Once the debtor is unable to pay current interest rates, the pledge is converted to terms of antichrisis, i.e., the creditor receives the full income of the field in lieu of interest payments. 627. This leads, in practice, to the debtor becoming the tenant of the creditor, ending up with only a fraction of the yield, which makes it even more difficult to repay interest and principal. 628. Such inverted relationships can last for decades and do not require the transfer of property title. The creditor usually has no intention of ending such relationship as he can rely on the most dependable kind of tenant in a quasi-serf-like state. This tactic can be found in 6th century BC Babylonian archives of private entrepreneurs, but it is especially well attested in the records of the Murusha family of Nippur in the Achaemenid period. McGeer points out how similar Romano's policy of restoring Byzantine land tenure to the status quo ante was to that of the biblical Jubilee year. He suggests that the emperor's reasoning and provisions were guided by a passage in Leviticus 25, 23-38, in which God ordains that every 50 years all dispossessed homes and lands must revert to their original owners. This measure defends the interests of the lowly, in that it restores their ancestral properties, relieves them of debt obligations, and counters the injustice of the few gaining more and more while the many have less and less. 629. Common denominators linking Byzantine policy to that of Babylonia were, first, recognition that wealth tended to polarize, and second, that reversing this dynamic required royal action. Inequality was seen to be inherent in the way economic life was organized, subject to the rhythms of nature that included periodic crop failure leading to dependency on the wealthy, as occurred after the Great Winter of 929. The policy to restore stability was to return land to smallholders who had sold it to the powerful. For Babylonia, this economic renewal started by liberating bondservants and wiping out debts when they grew too heavy. In Byzantine times, bondage and rural usury were less important, but the key to restoring an idealized status quo ante was still a strong royal power to counter the maneuverings of powerful families to concentrate land, financial wealth, and political office in their own hands. The oligarchic response was to gain control of the fiscal bureaucracy and weaken central oversight authority. The dynamic is age-old. Greece and Rome had replaced kings with aristocratic senates to enact laws that served the oligarchy, administered by themselves as heads of the judiciary system. And as religious officials, they sanctified pro-creditor laws and made property transfers irreversible, along with personal dependency and bondage. The counter-movement from the biblical prophets to Jesus, and later, by Byzantine emperors of the 9th and 10th centuries, was to denounce personal greed. The Byzantine Dynatoi responded by political and military intrigue to undermine public regulatory and tax authority by shifting control of resources and political office into their own hands. Toward this end they allied themselves with opponents of Romanos, including his own sons. Romano's health was failing in 944 and, as he became more religious, his sons were persuaded by powerful courtiers to order him exiled to a monastery on the island of Prote, where he became a monk. Romano's son Stephen hoped to become senior emperor, but a popular demonstration supported his co-emperor Constantine, now nearly 40 years old. When his wife, their sister Helena, backed her husband, the two brothers plotted to kill him, in league with the general Bardosh Phocas, who was hoping to become a warlord. But Constantine moved first, having Stephen and Constantine Lycopenos arrested and exiled to join their father, who died in 948. In 945 the crown thus passed to Constantine VII, 913-959, son of Leo VI. Citing Basil as his official grandfather, Constantine faced the same tension between the imperial government's authority and the powerful local military and landowning magnates that Toynbee describes as having confronted Basil I and Romanos I. On the imperial throne to which they had climbed, as in the humble surroundings in which each of them had been born, they were still, under the thumb of a corrupt and oppressive civil service. In the East Roman Empire, neither the people nor the emperor had the last word. The true masters of the empire were the officials acting in collusion with the Dynatoi. 630. That tension became the focus of Constantine's novels and those of Basil too. See Endnotes chapter 27. A Byzantine Echo. 28 Zenith and Decline of Byzantium, 945 to 1204. In 947, 2 years after taking the throne, Constantine VII issued a novel strengthening that of Romanos 13 years earlier. The majority of the powerful have not abstained from transactions most ruinous to the poor, he complained. 1.1. Neither law nor fear of the emperor has restrained their greed. Prologue, second version. Singling out the central Anatolian plateau south of the Black Sea as the heartland of the military aristocracy, The novel's prologue accuses the Dinotoi of infiltrating into village communities by means of sales, gifts, and inheritances, oppressing the miserable poor and making them fugitives from their own properties. 631. To counter this grabbing, Constantine ruled that every gift and inheritance, and the settlements and ratifications between those persons already under exclusion, contrived with a view to circumventing this law, are inoperative and will be considered null and void. 2.1. All properties that had been sold should to be restored to the sellers, or to their heirs and members of the same tax community. 2.3. To ensure enforcement, Constantine's epilogue directs his officials to read out this pronouncement and legislation to all in the theme, from the powerful persons down to the lowest and last man. This wording recalls Hammurabi's epilogue to his laws. Let any wronged man who has a lawsuit come before the statue of me, the king of justice, Sarmisarum, and let him have my inscribed stela read aloud to him, and let my stela reveal the lawsuit dinam, judgment for him. 632. A follow-up novel sought to make official the unwritten custom of forbidding owners of military estates from selling land that was supposed to maintain soldiers. Many had relinquished their property to the Dinotoi and entered their private service, creating private armies loyal to powerful military magnates. 633. To stop this, Constantine ruled that buyers and other takers of such properties shall pay 6 gold nomismata as punishment, half of which the Stratiades seller will receive towards the resumption of his former position. 3.1. The other half was for the treasury. To restore imperial control over military land and recover the tax yield and services of its soldiers, ostensibly by preventing sales below the fair price, Constantine set a minimum inalienable value upon the military lands at 4 pounds of gold, and 2 pounds for sailors' land. These high minimum prices established a criterion by which to compel the return of alienated military properties to their original owners. 2 decades later, Nikephoros Touphakis tripled this official transfer price to 12 pounds of gold as a minimum sale value. That set a limit so high as to, effectively rule transactions in military property illegal and non-binding. 634. Constantine defended these price constraints by stating the moral premise guiding his novel. The affliction of greed was spreading from the Dinotoi to their underlings, for the habits of the high and mighty as often as not prove contagious to the populace as a whole. There was a time which saw a general upheaval of affairs and an irresistible onslaught of misery, when every last one of the high and mighty in his haste to carve out unlimited lands for himself enrolled the wretched owners in a list of slaves, with nary a thought that his actions were reprehensible, but instead believing himself ill-treated if someone else seemed to surpass him in greed. 3.1. Constantine's successor, Romanos II, 959–963, ruled that any lands sold since Constantine took the throne in 945 were to be restored without obligation to reimburse the buyers, who thereby suffer the consequences of ignoring the laws barring acquisitions of lands from poor persons to stratioti. 635. The last paragraph of Romano's novel, 3.1, states, "From the time of the rule of our deceased Emperor Constantine you will restore without exception all stratioti as well as civilians to their own land without repayment. Tax exemption for church property." Military land was not the only category being absorbed into great estates. Monastery lands and personal shrines also were controlled by the aristocracy, which obtained tax exemption by creating endowments on their own land. Late Roman exemptions were granted to the clergy and other public bodies that could easily be considered as hereditary, especially when granted to members of large and powerful families. Exemption of nominally devotional land from the land tax, clericotopion, profited mainly the bishop, who received at least part of the exemption, keeping the tax abatement for himself or simply offering prospective lessees more advantageous conditions than those of non-exempt landowners. 636. At least the Byzantine Church never achieved the power over secular rulers that the Roman papacy wielded in the West. In line with age-old practice from Sargon through Babylonian rulers appointing their family members to administer the major temples, younger sons of emperors were castrated so that they could not become emperors, who could not be eunuchs, but could head the Eastern Church. Michael I Rangeby, 811–813, appointed his son Ignatius as Patriarch of Constantinople, 847–858 and again 867–877. Leo VI followed suit with his son Stephen I, 886–893, and Romanos I appointed his son Theophylact Lycopenos, 933–956. Romanos I's successor, Nikephoros Teuphicus, 963–969, issued a novel in 964 banning the endowment of new monasteries. His prologue castigates their lust for land and other wealth, the evident disease of the monasteries and even the pious foundations, for a disease is what I call this insatiety. To counter their avarice, he ruled that no one is allowed to transfer fields and properties in any way to monasteries, homes for the aged, or hostels, for this does them no good, as they already had too much land. I.4. 637 He advised people wishing to support monasteries, convents, hostelries, hospices, archbishoprics, and bishoprics to limit their contributions to workers, slaves, oiktas, as well as large and small livestock, for it is pointless to give land, which the law of the Church forbids it to sell again, to establishments which lack the means to work it. 638. 32 years later, in 996, discussed below, Basil II issued a novel decrying the fact that in addition to the incursions of secular dinotoi, the spread of the monasteries had driven many village communes to the verge of extinction. 3.1. A buyer obtaining village or theme land, probably in a distress sale or in payment for a loan, might put up a chapel and call it a monastery, enabling the local bishop later to claim possession. Such ploys were nullified and these lands were all to be restored to the poor. Monasteries that stood on peasant land and which had only a small number of monks were to be regarded not as monasteries but as chapels of ease, that is, for attendance by those who could not reach the local parish church. They were made subordinate to the village community and exempt from paying tribute to the bishop. 639. The 10th century's emperors heaped favors on what Lemerla's agrarian history of Byzantium calls the latifundiary church, whose metropolitans, bishoprics, and convents forced small holders to hand over their land, and outmaneuvered those who resisted, striving with success to obtain exemption from fiscal liabilities, and even from the basic tax. That was not good for the economy, because monastic methods of cultivation were less efficient, yielding less rental value and tax revenue than land farmed by village or theme smallholders. Peasants or stratiades, having granted their land, were themselves reduced, usually on their own land, to a condition of dependence on the new owner. 640. The fight by Basil II, 976–1025, against the dinotoi. The nearly 50-year reign of Basil II, nominal grandson of Constantine VII, was the longest of any Byzantine emperor. He resembled Hammurabi not only in his long rule but also by establishing the security of land held by soldiers and freeholders, reversing its transfer to absentee buyers. He was the last emperor strong enough to curtail the power of the military and landed aristocracy to pry land and revenue away from palace control. Basil's predecessor John I Tzimisces, 969–976, had died without issue, leaving the 19-year-old Basil and his 16-year-old brother, the future Constantine VIII, under the guardianship of Lord Chamberlain Basil Lessipanus, the son of Romanos I by his mistress, castrated at birth to prevent him from ever claiming the throne for himself. He became the power behind the throne while the young princes played a merely ceremonial role in court formalities. Civil war broke out almost immediately. Bardosh Skleros, a general from one of the richest families, had married the sister of Tzimisces, who he claimed had promised him the emperorship. Backed by the military aristocracy, he had his troops acclaim him as emperor that year. Basil's court hired another major military leader with his own army, Bardosh Phocas from a Cappadocian military family, to defend Constantinople against Scleros. But Bardosh teamed up with Scleros a decade later, in 987. Their agreement called for Phocas to take Constantinople and the Western European provinces, apparently backed by the Church with the support of the Lord Chamberlain Basil, while Scleros would take Asia Minor. However, Phocas had Scleros arrested, and marched on Constantinople with his own troops in 988. His offensive collapsed when he died in battle the next year, after having fought for 13 years, until 989. Figure 38, below Michael Sellos and his student Michael 7. In due course Scleros submitted to Basil, and was assigned a rank second only to the emperor in exchange for promising not to revolt. The chronicler Michael Sellos, 1017–1078, reports that the two leaders concluded their reconciliation meal with a long conversation, at which Basil asked how his empire could be preserved free from dissension in the future. Scleros had an answer to this, although it was not the sort of advice one would expect from a general. "Cut down the governors who become overproud," he said. "Let no generals on campaign have too many resources. Exhaust them with unjust exactions, to keep them busied with their own affairs. Be accessible to no one. Share with few your most intimate plans." 641. This advice was similar to that which Thrasybulus, tyrant of Miletus, is said by Herodotus, 5.92, to have given a herald sent by Periander, tyrant of Corinth in the late 7th century BC. In Herodotus' telling, Thrasybulus led the man to a field of grain and cut off the highest ears. Upon hearing this, Periander killed or exiled his city's wealthiest and most powerful citizens. Figure 39, below miniature of Emperor Basil II in triumphal garb, exemplifying the imperial crown handed down by angels. Psalter of Basil II, Psalter of Venice, BNM, Ms. Gr 17, FOL 3R, detail references, Paul Stevenson, a note on the portrait illumination of Basil II in his Psalter. Basil did not go anywhere near so far, but moved fiscally, taxing the landed elites to save small holders from falling into dependency and thus keeping them available to pay taxes and serve in the army. He saw the main threat to his rule and the stability of the Byzantine state to be the military aristocracy of Cappadocia and Anatolia, along with the wealthy families dominating the Byzantine court and church leaders who had backed the civil war against him. Whatever happened to contribute to his own, the emperor's, welfare, or to the good of the state, was allowed to remain on the statutes. All those decrees, on the other hand, which referred to the granting of favors or positions of dignity, were now rescinded. 642. As had occurred 7 decades earlier under Romanos I, a cold winter in 989 caused widespread distress. The sea froze and an earthquake toppled the towers or cupolas of 40 churches, including the Hagia Sophia. The crisis enabled the large landowners to obtain the property of military themes and villages, prompting Basil to issue a novel on January 1, 996, reinforcing that of his great-grandfather Romanos I in 934. Basil's key ruling was to abolish the 40-year limit on the right of small holders to repossess land that had been sold in the aftermath of the cold winter 68 years earlier. No matter how much time goes by, the prologue promises, the poor man shall not be restricted in seeking and recovering what is his, i.e., what belonged to his forebears as village members prior to the winter of 928. Only dinotoi who could produce documents showing that their ownership rights predated the famine could keep their land. I.1. To counteract falsified local records, Basil declared null and void the recent local periorισμοί, the registers of estates, drawn up by the great landowners in their capacity of local authorities, and gave preference to the former records lodged with the central administration. 643 He added, there is no time limit against the fisc, which may invoke its legal claim for eminent domain as a right extending back to the time of Caesar Augustus, 4.1. Confiscating the property mainly of leading families who might threaten his claim to the throne, Basil singled out the Phokas and the Melini Dinatoi in central Anatolia. 644 As an anecdotal example of the injustice that had occurred, Basil cited Philocales, originally one of the poor and the villagers, but afterwards one of the illustrious and wealthy. When he became a bureaucrat, he took possession of the entire village commune and made it into his own estate. When Basil learned of the matter in a complaint brought forward by the poor, he felt that it would be wrong to let Philocales keep what he wrongfully took. So he demolished the man's lavish dwellings down to the foundations, gave back to the poor what was theirs, left him with the fiscal property which he had at the beginning, and made him one of the villagers once more. 645. Basil's next step was to shift the Alilengion land tax onto the large landowners, including the monasteries. This stabilized revenue for the Byzantine treasury by falling on the wealthy classes best able to pay the land tax, while saving small holders from having to abandon their land, flee or become clients of the larger landowners. This strong rulership prompted aristocrats to assemble their own armies of clients to resist the emperor. In 1022, Basil had to suppress a revolt of Nikephoros Xiphias, strategos of Anatolia, and Nikephoros Phokas, the son of Bardosh. 646 The military and landed aristocracy backed weak emperors over the next 2 centuries, hollowing out the Byzantine state in their struggle to privatize village and military land, avoid taxes, and reduce the status of free smallholders to that of serfs. Land monopoly leads to fiscal and military dismantling. Basil II died in 1025, leaving a reported 200,000 talents of gold as well as enormous stores of jewels from his military conquests at the disposal of his brother Constantine VIII, 1025–1028. 647 Constantine was 65 years old and had shown little interest in co-governing. He was by no means the man to expend his own energies on cares of state, writes Psellus. Although already an old man, he plunged into a life of pleasure, determined to squander and spend everything, on entertainment and banquets, court extravaganzas and gifts, gluttony and sexual passions. To members of his court he threw wide open the gates of his favor, heaping gold on them as though it were sand. 648 He also spent enormous sums on renovating churches as memorials to his piety. 649. Constantine was followed by a series of self-indulgent emperors and empresses who further dissipated the treasury's money. He chose the aristocrat Romanos III Argyrus, 1028–1034, to marry his daughter Zoe. Ruling for 6 years, Romanos viewed the Dinatoi as his power base, not as a class to be subordinated to the empire's overall welfare. Buying support from the military class and civil population by distributing largesse on a generous scale, thus adding to a body which was already gross, 650 Romanos revoked Basil II's law making magnates liable for unpaid taxes in their tax districts, forgave debts to the treasury, and tolerated embezzlement by his tax collectors. 651 This set imperial tax collection on a long 2-century decline, while ending the effort to stop the growth of large estates. For many centuries Byzantine land tenure had been based on the archaic principle of small parcels of land, stable taxation, and community-based production. This structure discouraged the emergence of large estates and motivated farmers to expand cultivation and raise output. Even dependent peasants, paroikoi, i.e., by the house, were not slaves in the traditional sense, but rather half-free. They had no right to leave the land, but their master had no right to dislocate them either. In contrast, the economy in the West took a dive after the fall of the Western Roman Empire. Adam Smith notes that it seldom happens that a great proprietor is a great improver. 652. That is what happened from Romanos III onward. What made his rule more terrible was the fact that while the great majority were being plundered and stripped, the imperial treasury enjoyed not a penny of the profits built up from these embezzlements, for the rivers of money were being diverted elsewhere. 653. Zoe became empress upon her husband's death, and appointed her lover Michael IV the Paphlagonian, 1034–1041, as her successor. Their wasteful rule was followed by the intrigues of Michael V, 1041–1042, and then by Zoe's joint rule with her younger sister Theodora, 1042. Psellus writes that neither of these two empresses was fitted by temperament to govern. For the most part they confused the trifles of the harem with important matters of state. Zoe's passion was for gold, not for the sake of mere possession or hoarding of it, but so that she could satisfy her instinct for generosity, emptying the treasury on gifts to those who praised her. 654. 3 decades of such rule exhausted the imperial treasures on personal whims. The public revenues were expended not on the organization of the army, but on favors to civilians and on magnificent shows. Funerals were made impressive, and monuments were erected to the emperors, surrounded by churches to sanctify them. Then, as they had to enrich their places of meditation, the name they invented for these buildings, with money and possessions, they not only emptied the palace treasury, but even cut into the money contributed by the people to the public revenues. The imperial wealth was divided into 3 parts, one to pay for their pleasures, another to glorify their newfangled buildings, and a third to enable those who were naturally lazy, while the military were being stinted and treated harshly. 655. Zoe and Theodora were followed by Constantine IX, 1042–1055, who failed to realize that the emperorship entailed responsibility for the well-being of his subjects. Delegating to others the administration of public affairs, justice, and the armed forces, he had entered the harbor of the palace, so to speak, to enjoy the advantages of a calm retreat and to avoid the duties of helmsman. 656. His rule was followed by the return of Zoe's younger sister Theodora, 1055–1056, and then briefly by her favorite, Michael VI, 1056–1057. These post-Macedonian emperors were self-indulgent figureheads who did not challenge the aristocracy. The Alilengion and Epiboli land taxes disappeared as fiscal policy and command of the army was relinquished to the large landholders. The peasants were no longer in a position to pay the tax, and the powerful were not willing to do so. Ostrogorsky summarizes the empire's decline into insolvency. The privilege most sought after by large landowners was that of exemption from taxes, immunity, or as it was termed in Byzantium, excosia. The great secular and ecclesiastical estates were exempted from certain taxes, and the most powerful and influential among them from all taxes, enjoying full immunity. Thereafter the taxes and the other dues of the serfs on those estates no longer went into the imperial treasury, but came to the landowners as rent. 657. Instead of the crop surpluses of village communities being paid as taxes, the Byzantine fiscal system was moneized and levied on individuals. 658. Treadgold summarizes the result. After centuries of capable emperors had brought Byzantium to an apex of power under Basil II, a mere 56 years of misgovernment had squandered half the empire's territory, nearly all of its huge army and ample treasury, and a long tradition of growing security and stability. The preponderance of incompetent emperors after Basil was striking, but no accident. Powerful bureaucrats and generals had guarded their influence by repeatedly promoting non-entities to the throne, undermining the few leaders who showed some initiative. Byzantium lost its heartland to some disorganized nomads, and was reduced to fighting for its life again. After 120 years more, the empire came to pieces and fell to a small foreign army of crusaders assembled almost by chance. 659. The ground for this collapse was prepared by 2 centuries of Byzantine court intrigue between the rival forces of the civil nobility of the capital and the military aristocracy of the provinces. The latter was the stronger party. 660. To be sure, some 11th century emperors sought to reduce the power of the military magnates in the administration of the empire, fearing that the powers which they exercised as military commanders made them extremely dangerous to the central government. 661. But on balance the large landowners became the state. The Byzantine Empire stopped restoring land rights to the cultivators who manned the army and paid taxes. McGeer finds that no further legislation on the military lands appears after the reign of Nikephoros Phocas, not even in Basil I's novel of 996. The Komnene dynasty, 1081 to 1184, disbanded military land tenure, shifting the army to fully equipped professionals and foreign mercenaries, who were paid out of tax revenues. 662 military and village smallholders were driven to sell or abandon their land, becoming clients of the wealthy landholders, including the church, or simply ran away. 663 as inhabitants were squeezed dry, though not to the government's profit. 664. What formerly had been paid as taxes was privatized as land rent. The army of the theme ceased to exist, and even the word theme, for troops of the provincial army of Stratiotai, fell out of use in the 11th century. This weakened Byzantium fiscally, impairing its ability to defend itself, and leading to debasement of the coinage. Constantinople started to farm out tax collection, even to foreigners. Isaac Comnenus, 1057 to 1059, recalled Romanus I and Basil I by usurping the throne as a strong military leader from outside the aristocratic elite. He tried to reverse the decline and refill the treasury in the wake of the corruption and waste that had become ingrained during the preceding 32 years. But the rot had become so ingrained that Isaac seems to have considered most of the thematic troop past saving, since he made no effort to enforce the laws that had protected their military lands. 665. Isaac did cancel some land grants made by Michael VI and Constantine IX and reclaimed imperial estates that the aristocracy had taken over, headed by all imperial estates that had been granted to churches and monasteries, which under Nicephorus I's law of 964 were forbidden to receive land from anyone. 666. Summarizing Isaac's moves, Psellus reports that he had little sympathy for the court party. All kinds of economy were practiced. The monasteries suffered first and many noble families were forced to give up property and wealth, certain allowances given to men in office were cancelled, taxation became heavier and was merciless, donations made by other rulers were withheld. There seemed no middle ground between leaving things the way they were and radically redistributing the land to restore the theme and village tax system. It is a reflection on how far the aristocracy's takeover had spread that even Isaac's admirers such as Psellus thought that so drastic a change was not politically feasible. In matters other than the civil military administration he advanced the welfare of his empire by gradual progress, and had he followed the same policy in the non-military sphere also, by purging the state of its rotten elements, first reducing the gross evil and then applying his remedy, two things would have happened. He himself would have earned undying honor, and the body politic would not have been brought to utter ruin. But Isaac wanted to revolutionize everything. He was eager to lose no time in cutting out the deadwood which had long been accumulating in the Roman Empire. He attempted to get rid of the bulges and restore the body to a normal shape, to take away this and build up that, to heal the intestines and breathe into this monster some life-giving breath, but the task was beyond him. 667. Psellus described Byzantine society as having already passed the tipping point. And as matters indeed turned out under the century-long Komnene dynasty, the army swallowed up the resources of the empire. The people were crushed by intolerable burdens while the great estates expanded, particularly those of the laity. 668. As noted above, Isaac Comnenus did take away from certain monasteries a sum of money hardly less than the imperial fortune. 669. And in 1158 a novel of Manuel Comnenus took back all imperial estates that had been granted to churches and monasteries since Nicephorus I's law of 964, which apparently had fallen into abeyance. 670. Despite these largely rhetorical novels, church property experienced a rapid growth in the 11th and 12th centuries. The beginning of the end occurred when crusaders began to arrive in 1096. First came the ragged bands that had looted their way along the road from Belgrade toward Constantinople. Most of these informal troops were massacred when they tried to rob the Turks. the escapees made their way to Constantinople, where the lords and knights arrived later in the year, pledged to support Byzantium against the infidels. 671 They were awed by how much richer the city was than their own western lands. Figure 40, below conquest of Constantinople by the Crusaders in 1204. A century later, in 1202, the Fourth Crusade marched to Venice, having agreed to pay its leaders 85,000 silver marks for transport to Egypt. But fewer crusaders showed up than were expected, and they were only able to pay 51,000 marks. The Venetian Doge, Enrico Dandolo, let them pay the balance by conquering the Christian port of Zara, Csader, in Hungary. The Comnene Prince Alexius sent a welcoming embassy promising to accept papal authority over the Eastern Church and to provide the Crusaders with 10,000 soldiers and 100,000 marks if they would make him Byzantine emperor. His father, Isaac II Angelus, 1185–1204, agreed to this deal to deter the Crusaders from attacking Constantinople. So Alexius IV, 1203–1204, was crowned at age 21. He announced a reunion of the Byzantine and Roman churches, and confiscated the church treasury to pay half the money he had promised. The Venetians took half, and the Crusaders used their share to pay their own debts, and then decided to plunder Constantinople. The local population rioted, fires broke out, and Alexius IV was removed. Alexius V. Ducas Murtzuplis replaced Alexius IV and his father when most administrators fled, but ruled less than a year. 672 The Crusades' leaders reckoned their loot to be 900,000 marks, out of which they paid off the Venetians. The sacking of Byzantium was a climax to the economy's erosion during the 11th and 12th centuries. Isaac Comnenus and his successors had not found a way to field an army and promote prosperity without strengthening the land-holding nobility to overpower imperial control. Ever since the ancient Near East, powerful families have rivaled the palace for control of land, labor, and their economic surplus. Their drive to avoid fiscal labor, crop, and monetary taxes on their own land and that of their clients traditionally has been at the expense of public obligations for military service and corvée labor. From Babylonia to Rome, most landed estates were assembled by foreclosing on collateral pledged by debtors. In Byzantium they were appropriated mainly by purchase and clientage arrangements under distress conditions. The common denominator from Babylonia to Byzantium was the transfer of subsistence land to large property owners. Making such transfers irreversible impaired government fiscal revenue and the supply of military manpower, leading ultimately to economic collapse. Acts by Byzantine emperors, like those of Babylonian rulers, to reverse this takeover by the powerful thus were not part of a utopian idealism to protect the weak and poor. Toynbee endorsed Ostrogorski's explanation of the Byzantine struggle between emperors and the Dynatoi over land tenure and its associated fiscal policy. In protecting the small freeholders, civilian and military, against the designs of the large-scale landowners, the East Roman government was not contending for the rights or for the independence of the small fry. The truth is that it was defending its own rights, its rights to the peasants' payments and services, which the feudal lords were trying to capture from the government. The 10th century domestic context, in the empire, was not a contest between big and small landowners, it was a contest between the imperial government and the feudal potentates. The small landowners were merely the object of that context, their payments and services were the prize that was at stake. 673. Elaborating on the contest for power between the government and the Dynatoi, Toynbee comments that it gave the Penates the opportunity of choosing between their two potential masters. When an increasing number of them came to the conclusion that it was a worse fate to be the government's serf than to be a private magnate's serf, the magnate's victory over the government was assured. As Ostrogorski summarized in his History of the Byzantine State, the whole trend of the times, with the growth of the great estates, and the overburdening and impoverishment of the lower classes, made it inevitable that ever wider strata of the population were bartering their freedom to become, if not slaves, then at least serfs. In the end, the triumphant advance of feudal processes weakened the authority of the state and undermined the Byzantine polity's power of resistance. 674. Ultimately at issue was who would manage the economy, and in whose interests. In Hammurabi's day, annulling grain debts helped block the rising power of independent officials, creditors, and merchants as rivals to the palace. His Andarerum Acts restored land to smallholders while maintaining royal control of their labor as soldiers in the army and as taxpayers. Byzantine emperors likewise reversed land transfers to the dinotoi. But in their epoch, foreclosing on mortgage loans was not nearly as important as direct buyouts after the devastating winters of 927/28 and 989. The common denominator spanning Western Europe and Byzantium was the growing control over the army, church, and ultimately the state by large landowners. Leaving the land's rent to Byzantine military commanders, especially in Asia Minor and Anatolia, and their allied clerical and political bureaucracy in Constantinople led to the fiscal crisis that undercut the empire's ability to field an army composed of smallholders. Byzantium ended up being conquered and looted. Most fortunes throughout history have been obtained by appropriating the public domain and other land by military seizure, insider dealing, foreclosure by creditors, or purchase at distress prices, followed by a shedding of tax obligations. At some point this appropriation of land and natural resources reaches a high enough degree to enable the expropriators to become the de facto government. Acceptance of a polarizing status quo and weakening fiscal position is abetted by civic religion or secular ideology defending any given distribution of land and financial wealth as being a result of nature, or the market. No matter how unequal this distribution of wealth becomes, the alternative is said to be anarchy and collapse, as if the main cause of systemic collapse throughout most recorded history has not actually been over-indebtedness and the transfer of land to large appropriators. Mainstream ideology now denies a positive role for government policy to constrain the large-scale concentration of wealth. Purporting to explain the history of inequality since the Stone Age, for instance, Stanford historian Walter Scheidle's 2017 book The Great Leveler downplays the ability to substantially reduce it without natural disasters wiping out wealth at the top. He recognizes that the inherent tendency of history is for the wealthy to win out and make society increasingly unequal. But the only solution to inequality that he finds at work are the four great levelers: mass warfare, violent revolution, lethal pandemics, or state collapse. He does not acknowledge progressive tax policy, debt write-offs, or return of land to smallholders as means to prevent or reverse the concentration of wealth in the absence of external crisis. The Book of Revelation forecast these plagues as punishment for the greed and inequity into which the Roman Empire was falling. By late Roman times there seemed no alternative to the Dark Age that was descending. Recovery of a more equitable past seemed politically hopeless, and so was idealized as occurring only by divine intervention at the end of history. Yet for thousands of years, economic polarization was reversed by canceling debts and restoring land tenure to smallholders who cultivated the land, fought in the army, paid taxes, and/or performed corvée labor duties. That was the essence of Babylonia's royal proclamation of clean slates, and Byzantine policy to avoid polarization from the 7th through 10th centuries. Opposition to government policies to limit the concentration of wealth promotes an unhistorical and hence unwarranted political surrender to the status quo. Widening inequality is claimed to be natural, as if no countervailing power of government could promote more widespread prosperity. This rationalization of an inequitable status quo has no room to acknowledge the historical success of policies that have deterred inequality from developing to the point of impoverishing the poor, or that have reversed such polarization when it does develop. Neither the Bronze Age, classical antiquity, nor the Byzantine emperors of the 9th and 10th centuries shared Scheidle's apocalyptic idea of external crisis being the only way to reverse economic inequality. These epochs had a much more active political view of how to promote economic stability and equality. Plato observed that an oligarchy becomes two cities, rich and poor, as great wealth is opposed to extreme poverty for the masses, and almost everyone outside the ruling class is a pauper. 675 Aristotle wrote that cities could be democratic or oligarchic, so that when the politeia changes, a city becomes a different kind of city. The task of Athenian democracy, and later of Byzantine imperial novels, was to prevent oligarchic polarization. I attended a lecture by Professor Skeidel at Columbia University in 2017 where he insisted that debt was not a significant factor in Rome's decline. The audience let out a gasp, recognizing how radically his claim was at odds with the writings of Plutarch, Livy, Diodorus, and other historians who indeed attributed the fall of the Roman Republic to the aggressive behavior and political violence of its creditor oligarchy. In the tradition of the Oriental despotism view, a 2017 book by Yale professor James C. Scott, Against the Grain, A Deep History of the Earliest States sees state authority and power as emerging from the Neolithic agricultural revolution only in a despotic way as taxer and oppressor. This one-sided view of the state fails to recognize how Hammurabi's Babylonian dynasty and his contemporaries enabled their citizen armies to remain self-supporting on the land, free from bondage, and much later, how the 9th and 10th century Byzantine emperors likewise preserved village self-support land in the hands of a tax-paying peasant army. The key was not so much to prevent inequality as such. Even in Sumer, palace elites and temple heads received as high a multiple of revenue relative to manual labor as do today's corporate CEOs. But throughout the Bronze Age, as long as citizens could obtain their basic needs and self-support, they do not seem to have protested immense wealth at the top. Stability was promoted by continually restoring the normal condition where everyone could be self-sustaining on their land, free from bondage. Historians who start out by assuming that the sanctity of debt is a universal prerequisite for economic stability and growth, and therefore not a policy issue, remove the concepts of freedom and liberty from the question of how society manages its debt relationships. Moses Finley, for instance, juxtaposed classical antiquity's idea of freedom to that of the ancient Near East, finding it impossible to translate the word freedom, eleutheria in Greek, libertas in Latin, or free man, into any ancient Near Eastern language, including Hebrew, or into any Far Eastern language either, for that matter. 676 Yet as this book has noted, America's Liberty Bell's inscription, "Proclaim freedom throughout the land," is a translation of Hebrew dirir, recalling Akkadion and Araram. A blind spot when it comes to recognizing the linkage between debt write-downs and freedom is widely shared today. The reality is that Greek and Roman political liberty was economically precarious. For Greeks and Romans, falling into debt subjected them to the risk of bondage without much hope of recovering their liberty. They lacked the prospect of royal Amar, Gi and Andararam amnesties annulling personal debts in Sumer, Babylonia, and their neighboring realms, liberating citizens who had fallen into debt bondage or lost their land tenure rights. Eleutheria and libertas signified freedom from bondage, but not liberation from liability to creditors. A rising proportion of the Greek and Roman populations lost this liberty without hope of any authority liberating them. That is why, as Finley noted, the great political cry throughout antiquity was for debt cancellations and land redistribution. But these were achieved only rarely, as when Greece's 7th century BC tyrants overthrew their city's archaic aristocracies. The word tyrants quickly became a term of invective, as if liberating Greek populations from bondage to a narrow hereditary ethnic aristocracy was not a key precondition for establishing subsequent democratic freedom. Greek and Roman oligarchies suppressed advocacy of clean slates, often violently. Memory of Greece's 7th century BC populist tyrants inspired the tradition of civic officials in some cities being obliged to swear that they would not cancel the debts. Sparta's kings Agis and Cleomenes were killed for advocating debt cancellation late in the 3rd century BC, and Rome suffered violence and assassination of populist leaders who urged debt cancellation. I intend to trace this history in this volume sequel, The Collapse of Antiquity. Arnold Toynbee described Rome's patrician idea of freedom or liberty as limited to oligarchic freedom from kings or civic bodies powerful enough to check creditor power to indebt and impoverish the citizenry at large. The patrician aristocracy's monopoly of office after the eclipse of the monarchy had been used by the patricians as a weapon for maintaining their hold on the lion's share of the country's economic assets, and the plebeian majority of the Roman citizen body had striven to gain access to public office as a means to securing a more equitable distribution of property and a restraint on the oppression of debtors by creditors. 677 The latter attempt failed, and European and Western civilization is still living with the aftermath. Historians who believe that inequality is natural depict freedom and the way to save economies from poverty as being to downsize government. In this school's reading, the success of Byzantine dynasty in installing emperors too weak and self-indulgent to check the overgrowth of debt and concentration of land ownership should have promoted freedom and prosperity. The reality is that the powerful reduced village smallholders to a state of quasi-feudal dependency. The state is an arena in which creditors, landholders, and rulers vie for control. History's eternal tension is between strong rulers and ambitious landlords or creditors over whether to deter or permit, indeed, encourage, inequality, economic polarization, and poverty. The central focus of historiography therefore should be policy choices regarding debt, taxation, and land tenure. The characteristic view of history from Ibn Khaldun's Muqaddimah, an introduction to history in 1377 through the 18th century Scottish Enlightenment, was one of rise and fall. So we are brought back to the idea of circular time to renew basic social balance. Ibn Khaldun described successful societies as those of mutual aid, declining as a result of their failure to constrain greed and selfishness. Machinations by the wealthy to concentrate land, money, and credit in their own hands undercut the initial social ethic that promoted economic growth. The destiny of such societies was to replace their leaders by reformers from within, or to be conquered by outsiders. That is the story of the ancient Near East, Greek, and Roman antiquity, the biblical lands and Byzantine society. From the biblical prophets through Roman Stoic historians to Byzantine chroniclers, the causes of decline were seen to be the weakness and failure of rulers to block the economically corrosive self-seeking drives of creditors, military warlords, or wealthy land appropriators. Strong governments checked the power of creditors and absentee landlords in order to save the citizenry from being reduced to indebted bondservants, renters, clients, or serfs. When such societies fell to conquerors from outside their society, it was blamed on their being weakened from within. The classic example was Rome's creditor class corrupting the law and using political assassination to destroy democratic checks and balances, and later the power-grabbing of Byzantine dynasty. See Endnotes Chapter 28. Zenith and Decline of Byzantium, 945 to 1204. Epilogue. 29 Western civilization is rooted in the Bronze Age Near East. A market economy usually is seen to be grounded in making credit and land ownership secure, that is, not reversible by royal fiat. Turning financial wealth and credit into land ownership and control of labor is seen as progress toward efficiency. In this view, Bronze Age laws to prevent the emergence of a creditor class from disenfranchising the citizenry appear to have been a false start, not as regulating economic relations and markets to preserve economic growth and military stability. Despite the fact that our civilization calls itself Judeo-Christian, it abhors the admonition to cancel debts placed at the core of Mosaic law and the sermons of Jesus. The idea of restoring economic balance by canceling debts is radically at odds with how modern ideology thinks society should be organized. Most economists and historians imagine that periodic debt amnesties must always have been inherently unworkable in practice. If not outright utopian, the practice is assumed to have been economically destructive and tyrannical. How creditor appropriation turned land into private property. From the origins of civilization down through feudal Europe, fiscal policy was based on the land and its crop surplus. When William the Conqueror led the Norman invasion of England in 1066, his military chieftains replaced the traditional clan heads as collectors. 20 years later he ordered compilation of the Domesday Book to assess the realm's ability to pay crop tribute and supply contingents of fighting men. In due course the lords rebelled and sought to keep the land's rent for themselves instead of turning it over to the crown. Much the same resistance to royal taxing power had occurred in Byzantium as the dynasty appropriated the land and reduced its military themes and village labor to dependency on themselves. And 3 millennia earlier, Hammurabi faced the same centrifugal economic pressure as commercial wealth became increasingly concentrated outside of palace control. Traditional land tenure in England was untracked when nobles donated or pledged their land to the Knights Templar and Hospitallers for loans to embark on the Crusades. The religious prestige of these banking orders helped loosen customary restrictions against alienating land outside of local communities. Henceforth, lending money against land rights was a major way to obtain land, leading to its outright free saleability. In fact, financial wealth always has sought to absorb land and its rent. A byproduct of writing this history of debt has been to highlight the role of creditors in creating property as our modern epoch knows it, land freely alienable, increasingly stripped of the fiscal obligations that underlay archaic land tenure. Families in Bronze Age economies needed land to support themselves. And their communities needed their members to serve in the military and provide corvée labor on civic construction projects. 678 land tenure emerged out of this fiscal need. It was allocated on the basis of how much a family needed to support its basic needs and fulfill its obligations to help build town walls and defenses, temples, and other infrastructure and, in time, pay crop taxes or their money equivalent. 679. These fiscal obligations define the community's rules of land tenure. But starting in the Old Babylonian period, the interest of creditors and other absentee owners has been opposed to that of rulers and their fiscal needs, not to mention the freedom and self-reliance of smallholders. The new buyers sought to shift liability for palatial tax claims onto the sellers become renters. Making tax-paying land marketable thus involved a radical political transformation. Land rights were privatized by being financialized. Creditors sought freedom to foreclose or otherwise obtain crop or land rights, overriding the right of citizens to self-support land along with the palace's fiscal claims for labor services and crop payments. Byzantine emperors likewise were deprived of taxes by permitting the land of smallholders to be alienable, that is, subject to forfeiture for debt or saleable under duress. A precondition for making land alienable was to define just what was being transferred, the land alone, or its public obligations. Creditors sought to separate the land from its customary labor and crop obligations. As for the seller's fate, their land became socially decontextualized from economic consideration. Today's free enterprise ideology deems property rights a precondition for economic stability and progress, and treats taxes as state interference with individual rights, not as having defined property rights in the first place. Friedrich Engels went so far as to describe the state as being created as a vehicle to protect the property of archaic elites, not to deter their appropriation. Protecting absentee landlordship certainly has been a role of the state since the Roman Empire. However, paying creditors the crop surplus and owing work time as debt service was antithetical to the Bronze Age palace's needs for corvée and military labor. Transferability of land outside of the kinship-based community is the first hallmark of what our epoch defines as property rights. The second hallmark is the irreversibility of such transfers, making them immune from clean slates. Bronze Age rulers proclaimed these restorations of economic order to restore customary land tenure and fiscal viability. Much of the population would have run away or defected if widespread irreversible forfeiture of land to absentee owners was permitted. As creditors won this political battle, flight from the land did indeed occur. That is the essence of modern land tenure during the industrial capitalist epoch, to drive rural labor off the land. This dynamic became a basic economic feature of the modern world. The 16th to 18th centuries saw a series of enclosure movements privatize England's commons by legal stealth and political insider dealing. Today the World Bank is facilitating a modern enclosure movement by promoting land registries in Third World and post-Soviet countries. Official registration of title is a precondition for privatizing land ownership. The security of credit finds its counterpart in the insecurity of land tenure for the indebted population at large. The Peruvian mining official Hernando de Soto euphemizes this process. In the midst of their own poorest neighborhoods and shanty towns, there are trillions of dollars, all ready to be put to use, if only land rights can be borrowed against, by enabling them to be pledged as collateral for mortgages. 680 Giving squatters in villages or urban slums legal title is a precondition for stripping them of their customary rights. It turns out that the absence of formal property rights has been a major virtue for such families. Nobody can dispossess them, because they are protected by custom. Registering their homes as their personal property would indeed enable them to borrow emergency money to make ends meet, but also to be evicted when they could not earn enough to pay their mortgage, with interest. Forfeiture is the aim, of course. Registering customary land tenure in the holder's name is the first step toward making it transferable to creditors. While De Soto euphemizes borrowing against the land as equity extraction, The Economist magazine aptly notes that there are two sides to collateral. Enforcing the bank's right to repossess an asset is as important as recognizing the owner's right to possess it. Borrowers end up losing their security, leaving the newly legalized property rights with foreclosing creditors. 681 That is what a free land market means today. Describing some of the problems associated with land titles, another writer tells how, in Thai villages where the duck pond was common property, there is now one person owning it and the rest of the village is excluded. In Cambodia, unscrupulous property developers have forced landholders off the land. 682. It is an age-old story. Privatizing credit in classical Greece and Rome, Judah and Israel, led to privatization of the land by wealthy absentee owners. To retain control over the land's tax yield and labor services, strong rulers sought to reverse such transfers. Creditors responded by overthrowing royal power capable of enforcing debt amnesties and reversing land sales or foreclosures. The right of citizens to self-support on the land was replaced by its opposite principle, the right of creditors to foreclose, or buyers with money to buy land irreversibly. This dynamic transformed the classical world. It led to economic polarization, fiscal crisis, and ultimately to being conquered, first in the Western Roman Empire and then in Byzantium. At issue is what economic progress means. Linear progress is irreversible. It means that transfers of property and the loss of personal liberty cannot be reversed by restoring a status quo ante in good order. This book has traced debt's role in this long transformation, and reviewed the repertory of policies to reverse its socially destructive effects. Archaic restorations of order ended when the loss of self-support land rights no longer could be reversed. The economic status for much of the population deteriorated into debt dependency and serfdom, while creditors and landlords shifted the tax burden off themselves. The meaning of economic liberty. A constant dynamic of history has been the drive by financial elites to centralize control in their own hands and manage the economy in predatory, extractive ways. Their ostensible freedom is at the expense of the governing authority and the economy at large. As such, it is the opposite of liberty as conceived in Sumerian times. Yet instead of appreciating the success of early policies to keep the volume of agrarian and personal debt within the ability to be paid, creditors and privatizers have written history from their own vantage point. Demonizing royal authority, today's orthodoxy depicts clean slates as an exercise in Oriental despotism, an autocratic version of the temple state approach popular a few generations ago. Bronze Age curbs on creditors are characterized as a despotic repression of individualism, without recognizing just how despotic creditor control of economies becomes in disabling protection of debtors. On the ostensibly anti-authoritarian left, Moses Finley excluded the Near East from the epoch that he demarcated as ancient history. This seems to have been a result of accepting Karl Polanyi's dichotomy between redistributive markets and market pricing as being distinct historical stages rather than coexisting in most economies, ancient and modern alike. Failing to recognize the extent to which the West's entrepreneurial and financial techniques, money and prices, interest and land tenure were innovated in mixed Near Eastern economies, Finley wrote. The Near Eastern economies were dominated by large palace or temple complexes, who owned the greater part of the arable, virtually monopolized anything that can be called industrial production as well as foreign trade, which includes intercity trade, not merely trade with foreign parts, and organized the economic, military, political, and religious life of the society through a single complicated, bureaucratic, record-keeping operation for which the word rationing, taken very broadly, is as good a one-word description as I can think of. The exclusion of the Near East is therefore not arbitrary. In this view, Bronze Age palaces were antithetical to enterprise rather than sponsoring it. Rejecting Finley's assertion, Stephen Garfinkel notes, the use of the term primitive becomes particularly objectionable when applied to the Mesopotamian economy because it feeds into the traditional removal of the ancient Near East from the mainstream of history. To Finley, the ancient Near East was not just primitive, it was strange and, therefore, not part of our history. By placing the ancient Near East outside of the Western experience, Finley was able to justify its exclusion from ancient history, but only if we understand the term ancient history to apply exclusively to the carefully screened origins of the West. 683. Overlooking the Bronze Age genesis of Western civilization, private enterprise models treat the Near Eastern takeoff as a blind alley, not as providing classical Greece and Rome with their basic commercial and financial techniques, interest-bearing debt, and monetary weights and measures. It is as if Western civilization evolved directly from tribal savagery to classical Greece and Rome, without Bronze Age catalysts or antecedents. Silver's monetary role is not recognized as being the designated means of paying debts to the large institutions, or as a byproduct of their account keeping, or even as needing official oversight of purity and publicly standardized weights and measures. The individualistic barter approach imagines that money emerged simply as a commodity being traded by individuals acting on their own. Anthropologists have described how primitive reciprocity debts helped integrate archaic communities, not polarize them. Were guild-type reparations for inflicting injury, and also marriage obligations or bride price, retain the symmetry of gift exchange. Such debts were kept within the ability of families or clans to pay without disrupting their ability to support themselves on the land and perform normal community duties. The Bronze Age still treated this underlying balance as an original and normal condition, a status quo ante of economic liberty based on self-support. Royal amnesties and clean slates kept restoring this state of affairs on a timely basis. Bronze Age money as a means of palatial production and trade accounting. The time gap between planting and harvesting, or embarking and returning from trade ventures, required agricultural and mercantile debt. Defining the monetary function to settle these balances typically spread from the palace and temples to the economy at large. Citizens owed corvée labor duties and fees for palace and temple services, while merchants owed debts for Mesopotamian palace consignments of export goods or money to import copper and tin to make bronze tools and weapons, and for luxury goods such as silver and precious stone. Most commercial debts were denominated in silver, the key prestige metal for the palace and temples. The palace obtained it by providing consignments of handicrafts for entrepreneurial merchants to export, and was the major customer for the silver and other imports they brought back. Temples sanctified the purity of the silver for payments within the economy at large. The weights and measures created for palatial accounting to distribute rations on a standardized monthly basis divided the bushel of barley into 60 quarts. For commercial payments owed to the palace, the value of a silver shekel was set as equal to that of a quart of grain. A silver mina was divided into 60 shekels. This parallel fractional division created a bimonetary system of credit and money that interlinked commercial loans and advances to traders on the one hand with debts owed by cultivators to pay fees and tax-like charges to the palace. Each of these spheres, mercantile silver debts, and crop debts owed by cultivators, had its own interest rate and terms of payment. Commercial silver debts bore interest at 1 shekel per mina per month, 12 shekels a year, to be paid on the return of the boats or caravans from sea and overland trade. Agrarian debts were paid in barley on the threshing floor at harvest time, and typically charged the sharecropping ratio of 1/3 for late payment or for agrarian loans and advances. The origins of money thus lay in fiscal arrangements with the palace, not in barter or trade among isolated individuals. Commerce was entrepreneurial, as was the supervision of herds, the leasing of sharecropping land and other agricultural enterprise, boating and kindred managerial functions. These typically involved profit-sharing agreements with the palace or the increasingly active mercantile class. By the Middle Babylonian period, agrarian usury became a sideline for such wealth to gain control of labor and, in due course, cropland. Creditors spent their usurious gains on gaining control of dependent labor as clients, at the expense of palace levies of taxes and corvée labor. This conflict of interest created a fiscal problem that was still found 3,000 years later in 10th century Byzantium. The inherent inability of personal and agrarian debts to be paid over the long run. Until about 1600 BC, agrarian debts customarily were subject to royal amnesties when new rulers took the throne, or existing rulers consolidated support after military victories, or when crops failed. These clean slates survived into the Neo-Assyrian and Neo-Babylonian empires, long enough to inspire the debt jubilee of Leviticus 25. But by the end of antiquity the buildup of debt was made immune from such proclamations. Debtors lost their liberty and land to foreclosing creditors irreversible. When Sparta's kings Agis and Cleomenes tried to cancel debts in the 3rd century BC, local oligarchs called on the Achaean League and Rome to defeat Sparta. Roman law favored a creditor oligarchy that disenfranchised indebted citizens and concentrated land ownership. This led to debt servitude, depopulation, and to serfdom at the end of the Roman Empire. Stoic philosophers blamed debt for the collapse of the Republic, and grew sentimental for the Bronze Age as having been a golden age of mutual aid and equity. The modern world retains the Roman legal principle protecting the claims of creditors against the economic solvency of debtors. No modern tradition does what Urukagina, Gudea, Urnama, Lipitishtar, Hammurabi and their contemporaries did in proclaiming justice and equity to forgive tax debts when they grew top-heavy. As Dominique Charpin has quipped, the French term redressement, corresponding to Babylonian miserum, to restore balance, has taken on the connotation of governments balancing budgets by raising taxes. 684 After the 2008 financial crash, banks and bondholders were bailed out instead of having to take losses on their bad and often fraudulent loans. This left the economy to limp along with its debt burden kept in place. The commitment by Urukagina and subsequent rulers to protect widows and orphans, the naked, has become a stock phrase expressing society's obligation to protect the poor. But today's feigned concern for protecting widowed heiresses and orphaned heirs living on trust fund portfolios of fixed income securities has become a shorthand phrase for opposing wage increases, and presumably price inflation, that would lighten the economy's debt burden. These affluent heirs are trotted out as proxies for banks, bondholders and other creditors, in contrast to antiquity's widows and orphans who were poor debtors. A study of the long sweep of history shows a universal principle to be at work: the burden of debt tends to exceed the ability of debtors to pay. This has been the major cause of economic polarization from antiquity to modern times. Yet today's popular ideology blames debtors, as if when their arrears are a personal choice rather than stemming from economic strains that compel them to run up debt simply to survive. To cap matters, modern prejudice assumes that writing down debts would cause a crisis, losses by creditors, instead of being necessary to save economies from crisis and insolvency. A finance professor, William Getzmann, found a Babylonian-era Miserum Act at Larsa. Imagining this to be an isolated clean slate, he called it the crash of 1788, as if it caused financial disaster. Misreading Rimson's edict as eliminating all debt by royal decree, he did not realize that only barley debts were annulled, not commercial silver debts. 685. Depicting debt only in a positive light, Getzmann makes a wild guess that perhaps Rimson himself or those close to him had gotten into debt. He has managed to avoid reading even the most basic Assyriological research, which would have taught him that Bronze Age palaces and their bureaucracies were their epoch's major creditors, not debtors. The agrarian debts that Rimson cancelled were those that the population owed to his palace and other creditors, not those that he owed. He proclaimed a clean slate in a war situation, as was normal to liberate cultivators to serve in the army. In a similar move to gain support, Larsaw's conqueror Hammurabi proclaimed a clean slate specifically for Larsaw after he defeated Rim Sin, following numerous debt cancellations to benefit his own citizen army. To insist that all debts must be paid ignores the contrast between the thousands of years of successful Near Eastern clean slates and the debt bondage into which Greco-Roman antiquity sank. The tendency of debt is to expand to the point where it becomes too large to be paid. But today's pro-creditor orthodoxy rejects any logic that would justify resolving this problem by debt write-downs. The policy lesson of Bronze Age economics is rejected as being too radical by those who believe that creditor interests should take priority over those of the indebted economy at large. The insights by Assyriologists over the last decades are mostly ignored in the academic curriculum and popular discussion. Western civilization is still depicted as going back to Greece but not any further in time or eastwards in place. And just as today's mainstream economists recoil from the idea that Babylonian clean slates help sustain growth and stability, most theological training belittles the biblical laws of debt forgiveness as merely a utopian dream. When I recently gave a lecture at a theological seminary, some professors informed me that they had gone through divinity school without learning about how central the role of debt was in the Jewish Bible and Jesus's teachings from his first sermon to his parables. Economic ideology plays the role today that religious morality did in times past. Mainstream economists depict money and debt as only a veil, not affecting the distribution of income and wealth except to finance growth. Even in the wake of the 2008 debt crisis and subsequent Greek national bankruptcy, this ideology is silent as to the socially corrosive effects of debt prying away control of the land, natural resources, and the organs of government. The thousands of years of political and religious conflict over the debt issue traced in the preceding chapters provide a repertory of how the early millennia of our civilization dealt with this problem. If their policy in many cases was more successful than today's, it is because they recognized that insisting that all debts must be paid meant foreclosures, economic polarization, and impoverishment of the economy at large.